We are unmuted.
All right. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. If I can invite people to sit down, we're ready to start our meeting. So it is almost 9. It's past 9 o'clock, and it's my pleasure to call to order this special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It is January 24th, 2024. And today we are embarking on our second day of budget presentations. Looking forward to that. And at this point, I invite you to please rise and join me in honoring our nation's flag. Supervisor Heidel, Julius?
Certainly. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now have the adoption of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda?
No changes.
No change.
Do I have a motion?
Move.
And approve.
All those in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Public comment? Good.
Supervisor Thomas, can we just make a note that Supervisor Lane is absent?
I was just going to do that.
Oh.
Yes. For those who weren't with us yesterday, unfortunately, Supervisor Lane has an unavoidable conflict. She serves on the TRPA board in Tahoe, and as the county's supervisor for District 5, she is required at that meeting. And she wanted us to convey her regrets that she won't be here today, but she wanted to let everyone know that she will be following and listening and watching all of the presentations, so she is up to speed. So with that, a few housekeeping rules. We had just a robust day of department meetings yesterday, really enjoyed it. And we're looking forward to hearing all of you today. We appreciate your work to get us to this point. We have a lot of presentations before us. In fact, the presentations alone, we have about 6 hours of presentations, and that does not include board questions or comments or public comment. So just want to build an awareness factor to everyone that we do have a new timer in place. It will help you stay on track. I do have to warn you that it is a little aggressive when it ends. We're working on that. There's not much we can do about it, but it will just kind of help the day move along. For efficiency's sake, I've asked my colleagues, the board will withhold any questions or comments till the end of your presentation, and then the board will ask their comments or questions, and we will take public comment at the end of every departmental grouping. So today we have general government elected. That's our first grouping. And then we have general government in general. That's redundant.
General.
General. And then we have land use and development. So we'll be taking public comment in 3 sectors. And we did about a 9-hour board meeting yesterday. And so we may get a little stiff. So you may see some of us standing up for some of the presentations, and we'll be building in breaks just so we can be fully alert and present. And we are looking forward to today. So with that, it's my pleasure to invite up our auditor controller to get us started.
I'll just go ahead and read the item into the record.
Thank you.
Item number 1 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file department presentations outlining the department's mission, structure, services, budget, role in the strategic plan, and upcoming policy issues.
Perfect. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, board. I think real quickly, before I start the PowerPoint, I want to talk about gratitude. You know, the key to happiness is gratitude. I've read a lot of books on happiness. The key is to being grateful for what you have. And I am grateful that I have a job that I really enjoy doing in the best place in the world to do it, which is El Dorado County. I'm grateful to the board. You've given me 31 and a half full-time equivalent positions to help me get my job done. And I think it's important that all county employees just remember how lucky we are to get to work for the county of El Dorado. I mean, I could probably move to LA, or I could have moved to LA 15 years ago, and maybe I'd be making more money now. But I have a really good job in the best place I could have it, which is El Dorado County. And anyway, just wanted to briefly touch on gratitude. The first, and I'm, because I'm elderly, there was no PowerPoint when I was a child, so this could well, and it's failed. I'm pointing around. Oh, okay, it's too slow. It's like me, it's slow. I really don't want to read my mission statement because I'd foul it up, but our job is to assist a number of special districts, assist the department heads. We attempt to make sure the county's complying with state law, and we churn out a number of reports that are required by the state, or in some cases, they're not required by the state, but they're just useful for the management of the County of El Dorado. I'm the chief accounting officer for a number of special districts. The ones of significance are the relatively small fire districts or medium-sized fire districts. And I'm the county's chief accounting officer. Thank you, Bill. Stay out of it.
That does not mean you get more time, Joe. Sorry.
The next slide is my organizational chart, and it lists the 32 and a half positions we have. We also rely quite a bit on extra help, which of course with the state's help is becoming a slightly more complicated, more expensive endeavor to use extra help employees. But there's a kind of a seasonal aspect to the work in the auditor's office, where we might get a journal entry where we're transferring money from DOT, from the general fund to DOT, and it's really not that important when that journal entry gets posted, as long as it gets posted in the right fiscal year. So there's a seasonable aspect to our workload, where we've really, from June 15th to August 15th, it's pretty crazy, the level of workload. So we have some PERS annuitants. We bring in extra help to help us assist, not only close the books, but we also are required to submit financial reports for the county and a number of special districts to the state controller's office. Like, oh, well, good. I'm way ahead of you. I already covered what we do in my last slide. So I'm going to skip it, so we'll be ahead of schedule. This slide lists the appropriations we have by section. I see no point in reading the numbers to you. Again, I'm grateful for the spending authority that your board has sent my way, for the lack of sent to my office, or allowed my office to spend. In our case, the net county cost by department isn't very relevant. I mean, we're involved in bringing in a ton of general fund money and a ton of money to the special districts as our part of the property tax cycle. But we have fairly minor in revenues that come into our office. So our net county cost is fairly patterned with the appropriations we have by section. I've got a list for you there of the $600,000 in revenue that we expect to bring in. And that we charge by statute, as an example, the local transportation funds. We're unusual that only ourselves and Placer County have two local transportation planning agencies, where we have the TRPA and our Transportation Commission on the Western Slope. But by statute, we charge them fees, as an example, for the accounting services we provide those transportation agencies. I tend to embellish my value to this organization. So right off the bat, oh, wrong slide. Right off the bat, I've stated here, our office collects $500 million in property tax revenue. Actually, Karen Coleman and John DeVille have a minor participation in that. But yeah, our office does not collect the property tax revenue. That goes into the treasurer tax collector's office. We have a pretty substantial workload, particularly in payroll. If Don Ashton were here, I couldn't count on him for much, but he would often he would commiserate with me just the number of MOUs we have in our county. And the best example, I think they have 3 MOUs at Placer County, and I've lost track of how many different MOUs we have in El Dorado County for the different bargaining units.
Mhm.
The other struggle, it's not a struggle, a complication with payroll. Then we have the fire departments, and they all have different MOUs that determine, when you get your uniform allowance, or it's very, very complicated payroll. If a couple of my payroll employees happen to resign today, it would be a major struggle, and I'd probably follow them out the door eventually, because it would be such a headache to get done what they do. I hate to read the PowerPoint slide, so I'd like to countermand the chair's order. Does anybody have any questions on the board about some of the service indicators we provided?
One of the things what about zone benefit? I can't even pronounce it anyway.
Zone of benefits?
Yeah. Is there been a big issue with that? Especially,
I mean,
because a lot of the stuff that's collected, it
the
doesn't.
administration's actually done by DOT.
Right.
Sure, anytime you add something to somebody's property tax bill,
Right.
they go to the tax collector's office. It affects them. They get contacts. We get contacts, although the county assessor has nothing to do with it. He gets contacted by the fact that the zone of benefit is charging a fee generally for road maintenance.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a work.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of a headache in your department, especially collecting that? I mean,
Well,
especially when
it
they
is a
could be
headache,
on their
but not
own.
as big as the lighting and landscaping assessment.
Okay. All right. Okay.
No, I wouldn't say it's, and I don't want to use the word headache. They're school bonds that get
Yeah,
added.
right.
General
So-
obligation bonds passed by the voters for schools. They complicate the process a little bit, but I
Okay.
don't want to call them a headache because they're important.
Yeah. All right.
Joe, on the checks or advices per pay period, I know LAFCO is using your services. So of the 2,175, are 90% of those employees of the county and then other agencies that you provide that service for?
And I don't like to guess, but and I'll send you an email. I'd say it's about 2,000 county employees.
Okay.
And the rest are either fire protection districts.
Okay.
Now, I've mentioned this before. We don't charge LAFCO for payroll processing. We could charge, and my philosophy, to the extent I can comply with the law and your budget wishes, if we charge LAFCO, the county share of LAFCO's budget will go up. If we charge them, there'll be questions about the charges. That'll take time. And frankly, right now it's 2 employees.
Yeah.
Now, there's other organizations that we don't charge, and sometimes I get frustrated by the number of, and we're taking a look at changing our position. I get frustrated by the number of retroactive pay increases that they submit to our office, things of that nature. They're unnecessarily make it more difficult for us to get our work done.
Final question, P cards. Are
Yes.
those under control at this point? At one point, there was a lot of controversy over the use of them and proper authorizations. And so that's working well today?
Yeah, I don't recall that. I mean, the controversy might have been I refused to issue a P card to somebody, but frankly, I don't.
What was charges to the P card, whether they were accurate from the standpoint of allowable, so to speak?
I think we
Oh.
updated policies and stuff.
We did. I
about
just want to
that
make sure it's
to
working
make
well
sure it's
today,
working.
right?
There it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, every fiscal year we'll have the department will charge something, the employee, it'll, and I frankly, I don't recall anything over $200.
Okay.
That they charge something, the employee quits, didn't get a receipt, and it becomes a minor administrative burden, but generally, we're pretty, the cards are smart. So if George was the deputy sheriff, his card might only be, or he could buy nothing but gas, or they're smart cards.
Okay.
So they're the only real, now we do have a problem occasionally where departments don't submit their receipts to back up the credit card charges on a timely basis. And that is an ongoing problem. And it depends if the fiscal people leave in the department, there's somebody out sick in the department, or of course, sometimes it's just because the department doesn't prioritize it. But no, I don't think we have a problem with P cards other than late submission of the receipts to our office.
Okay, very good.
Wanted to talk briefly about risk and really add some risk. And it really, the first risk that we all need to be thinking about and affects my office, the CAO's office, HHSA, and that is the state has a budget problem. And there's constitutional limitations about how much of our money they can take from us. And so what the governor and the legislature engage in are complicated, cleverly rigged accounting ploys to transfer costs, which violate probably the intent of the California Constitution, to transfer costs from the state government to local government. And I expect that my staff, myself, the CAO, we're going to be, I hate to use, I wish I had a thesaurus, but I don't want to use the word overwhelmed, but there's going to be dozens of changes the way money flows from the state to the county of El Dorado that are going to have to be analyzed and understood, and in some cases protested. Whatever good that does, but the state is going to complicate the way we do our jobs because they have a budget deficit, and how they're going to deal with that budget deficit is they're going to try to find a way to short us and make us run programs without reimbursing us fully for the programs, even though the Constitution requires them to reimburse us. The other risk I want to talk about, it doesn't really directly affect my office, it affects the whole county. That because of the way the major online retailers are now filing and apportioning the sales tax they collect, we've had increases in sales tax, That has changed that trend, and that trend with the current way the online retailers are apportioning the taxes they collected, it's a permanent change where as the county grows, it's probably unlikely that our sales tax are going to grow. Our 1% base Bradley Burns sales tax is a key factor in setting the apportionment of the, I shouldn't say it's a key factor. It is the factor for setting the apportionment. It's just there's a little lag time of our Prop 172 public safety sales tax revenues. So many years, the sheriff and the DA have done real well on their net county costs. Well, in some cases, it wasn't because, of course, there was some underspending, for lack of a better way to describe it, but there was also robust increases in Prop 172 sales tax. I believe those days are over. And in fact, we're going to have a slow but steady decline in public safety sales tax, because the way it over and over, I think to myself, it's almost like there's a conspiracy to make it tough to live in the foothills, and whether it be fire insurance, the way taxes are apportioned, over and over, every year something happens to make it more difficult to make it the community's work up here. And the sales tax apportionment is just another one. I guess the other risk that's not on here is my property tax manager is about to retire. And she's just about the most knowledgeable person on property taxes in the state of California. Now, she's not moving away, and she made the mistake of giving me her cell phone number. But this is something my office is going to have to deal with over the next 18 months, 2 years, where we try to replace this huge corporate knowledge and frankly huge understanding as well as anybody, the R&T code as it affects property taxes. CSAC often calls my property tax manager when there's new legislation, because she's on top of the current R&T code. Any questions on the risks I'm facing? Of course, then because of my old age, I could just drop dead. All right. So you have a question, Wendy, or just
No,
go?
no.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
we'll take
always
questions at the end.
just shocked at my behavior again. All right. I've printed this slide as the role in our strategic plan. I'd prefer not to read it, but we certainly attempt to assist the board and the CAO and all the departments in getting the financial information they need so that they can run their departments. I have a summary of here on this slide, a summary of changes our office faces. The main concern I have is the new version of Kronos, how we have people working long hours on that at this point who are just about out of leave balances. Very concerned about this Kronos update. I'm sure we'll be successful. It's just a level of work that we have to put into it. All right, I'm through.
Excellent. We always appreciate understanding the challenges you face, the opportunities you see, and just getting a better understanding of all that you and your excellent staff deal with. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Well, and I do have excellent staff, and I appreciate that you recognize it.
Absolutely. Supervisor Heidel.
Kind of one follow-up question. With the discussion about sales tax and Prop 172 diminishing, those kinds of things, our staff has done a 5-year projection of what we would anticipate for property tax and sales tax revenues. Both, if I recall, are going to be at lower levels than what we've seen in the past. Do you have any updates on where you see that sales tax portion of it?
Well, the state of California, because they work very fast, are on top of everything. They just accepted the revised property tax return for a major online retailer for the quarter ending December 31st, 2020. And that's going to affect our revenue this year. But this big online retailer is changing the way they apportion sales tax. And it's taken, this is 20, it's taken 3 years, over 3 years for the state to figure out if that return was correct. So I don't, I think the CAOs may have to take a look at their 5-year projection of sales tax and Prop 172. On the other hand, I think El Dorado County has a reputation as a very safe place to live. And so I think there's probably going to be a lot of growth in El Dorado Hills. I say El Dorado Hills just because the infrastructure is down. I think it's an easier place to get fire insurance, and the infrastructure exists down there that allows for residential growth. But I think there's a lot of people that live in other parts of California that would love to live in El Dorado Hills.
I'm encouraging you to work
Yeah.
with staff for updates, because none of us want to be surprised that, okay, the sales tax revenue is coming in at only 50% of what we thought it was going to be. And now we have a crunch, right? So,
Certainly the numbers aren't going to be of that magnitude.
okay.
We've just been, we've been spoiled. But we've probably also been spoiled with some of the ridiculous transfers of money we've had from the federal government for COVID. And those are drying up, and the trend, the sales tax trend is changing. And Tiffany is going to have a more difficult job putting a budget together than the old fella that she replaced.
We all are, because we
Yes.
recognize that times have
Right.
changed.
Well, let's put
Yeah.
all the pressure on her, though.
She can handle it.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Thank
Thank
Any
you.
other
Thank you.
questions? for the
Yeah, I
board?
got one, Joe, on sales tax on gasoline stations. Is it, have you seen any drop in that? Especially if people going to electric cars? Have you,
I don't think it's the electric cars so much, and we're an unusual county in that we collect so much of our sales tax
right,
from gasoline sales.
right, exactly.
But the price of gas has gone down. So yeah, it's trending down. I don't think it's electric cars. I think it's just the price of gas at this
Yeah, I
point.
remember one time we used to have so many gas stations, and then when it went where the tanks had to be replaced, and a lot of the mom and pops gas stations went out of business, and that impacted the county, especially when it comes to sales tax. So at that time, that was a while back, but it's still going on to this day too.
Right.
When people can't afford to put those tanks in. So
All right.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you so
patience.
much. We appreciate
Okay.
your report very much. Thanks for starting us off. All right, it's now, love to invite the assessor's office. Now that Joe got us warmed up. Good morning, John.
Good morning. So good morning, Chair, members of the board, John DeVille, your Colorado County Assessor. I have a presentation and overview for you. We'll be talking about our mission statement, go over some rural statistics, talk a little bit about our budget, some challenges as well. So I know the clock's already started. I think Joe set off a pretty surprising, but a pretty good tone with gratitude. So I want to thank my staff at the assessor's office. It's been a good year. I think that they were a little bit overwhelmed with some of the changes that we made and my energy a little bit in 2023. I came in rearing to go, and they adjusted to my style, and I've adjusted to theirs, and it's been a great year, and I'm excited about the second year in office. I also want to thank Danielle Yando for her support and her expertise. So, and thanks to Michelle Harn as well. This new Joe, this rebirth of Joe Harn is pretty amazing working with him. Mission statement for the assessor's office. Our mission is to establish property values fairly and equitably for all property owners in El Dorado County and provide exceptional public service. Our values are integrity, efficiency, and innovation. Moving on to the role of the assessor. So the assessor is a constitutionally elected officer, elected to four-year term and unlimited terms. So the key responsibilities of the assessor's office is to locate, inventory, identify ownership of all property in El Dorado County. We determine all the exemptions and apply all the exemptions under the law. We maintain all property records for the assessment roll and make it accessible to property owners and the public under the law. And then by June 30th, we have to turn in the assessment roll. Just a quick look at the property tax administration function. It's made up of the assessor's office, the auditor, and the tax collector. Kind of diving a little bit deeper. So the clerk recorder provides all the recorded deeds and other recorded documents. The city and county agencies provide the permits that are issued. The assessor takes that information, looks at the changes in ownership, applies the values to all the property, and then the auditor controller takes that assessment roll, calculates what is due, and the treasurer tax collector sends out the bills, collects the revenue, and then pursues any delinquent tax bills, and then ultimately puts property up for auction that is delinquent to the point where they don't own the property anymore. And then lastly, the auditor controller allocates that revenue to the special districts, counties, and schools. So that's kind of the property tax workflow, which I think is important to talk to the board about, especially the public, so they understand how it works. In our county, the El Dorado County Assessor's Office assesses or conducts around 136,000 assessments. 96,000 of those are real property assessments. We do roughly 30,000 timeshare interval assessments. We assess around 3,000 businesses, 4,000 boats, 244 aircrafts, around 2,000 other assessments, mineral claims, possessory interests, and timber production zones. So valuing all that property accounts for around 43 billion in assessed value, which if you multiply that very simply by 1%, it's roughly 430 million in property tax revenue that's generated. And over roughly 40% of that, or 170 million, goes to support education. 37%, or 160 million, supports cities, special districts, EID, fire districts, and CSDs. And the remaining 23%, or around $100 million, goes to support the general fund, which pays my salary, your salary, the sheriff's office salary. So it's the lifeblood for the county. Kind of digging deeper into the roll statistics for 2023. If you direct your eyes to the difference column, that's basically the growth. It's the difference between the 2022 roll and the 2023 roll. So if you look at the local roll, it's around 6.32%. Then you add in the state roll, which is done by the Board of Equalization, which is basically the utilities infrastructure in the county that's assessed. That grew by 9.37%. So in total, the total growth was around 6.37%. So very healthy.
Mhm.
So I wanted this next slide kind of shows what drives that growth. And this is a slide I haven't shown the board before, but I think it's important to kind of just understand. So if you direct your eyes to the right side of this slide, it's the growth and value by category. So you'll see that 57% of that 6.37% growth is attributed to new sales. So new sales drive the growth in this county. 27% is basically the trended, what we call the trend, which is the 2% increase to the Prop 13 properties. 11% is from new construction. 3% is from business property and fixtures. And then just looking to the left of this slide is kind of a geographical representation of where that growth occurs with sales and new construction. And you'll see that 65% is from unincorporated in regards to sales, which is logical because we all know that there's a huge unincorporated area here in El Dorado County. We only have 2 cities. So, and 2.2% of new sales is in Placerville, 17% from the city of South Lake Tahoe. And then in regards to new construction, 11.5%, unincorporated 0.01%, Placerville 3.9%, in the city of South Lake Tahoe. So that's the report on the 2023 roll. Actually, I got one more slide. This is a graph kind of showing the increase starting back in 1977. So from 2000 to 2008, went from 12.3 billion in value to around 28, so more than doubled during that time. Really significant. Between 2010 and 2020, went from 25.7 billion to 36.9, which is 46% growth. So right now we're at 43 billion. So significant growth over the years. The strategic plan for the assessor's office through this term, really we're focusing on enhancing customer service, optimizing systems, streamlining processes, enhancing communications, innovating with smart, cost-effective technology. Here's our organizational chart. We have 40 FTEs. We have 5 groups: admin, assessment, our GIS group, and valuation. So if you go back to 2020 or 2000, excuse me, we had 42 FTEs. So we're doing a lot with less, considering the growth in the county. The population's grown since that time around 22%. The environmental impacts, which impact the assessor's office with calamities and what we have to do. Prop 19, there's a lot to be done. I think we're doing a good job, but I think there's more to do. And I've been there a year. I think we need more staff. That's not a conversation for today, but that would be something we'll be bringing to Tiffany. But if you look back to where we were in 2000 with 42 FTEs and where we are now, it's pretty significant. Here's a quick look at our current budget. It's around 4.8 million in net county costs, slight increases in salaries and benefits over the years, mainly from union contracts, longevity, and step increases. Service and supplies, we've had some moderate increases to investment with our just appraised software, and then additional modules with Megabyte, but not significant increases in our budget. Service and performance indicators. The main one for the assessor's office is getting the roll in on time on June 30th. That's the biggest indicator that we have that we're doing our job, is getting that roll in. We have the appeals hearings in early April, and we start cranking it up for getting that roll done. And that's due on June 30th. We're really starting to track public engagement and starting to track the number of calls we get, number of contacts at the counter, and we're tracking why they're coming in, who's calling, so we can start, crafting our customer service better with our website, which is going to be built up with the county. The countywide is improving their website. We're part of that program, but we're really trying to track what's going on with public engagement so we can use our resources to better serve the public and make things more convenient and automated. Role in the strategic plan. So, our main job is to fairly and equitably assess property in the county. So that's always what we're thinking about. But I think where we fall is workforce excellence and strategic innovation. We're always trying to strive to do the best job we can in the assessor's office and strive for excellence. Strategic innovation, we're always thinking about, hey, how can we do things better? How can we utilize technology? You'll probably hear more about the move to parcel fabric from Brian. He'll probably touch on that a little bit. But we're updating our GIS environment, and we're working with the surveyor's office with that move. I think it's really going to make things better for the assessor's office and our obligation to provide assessor's maps. So that's another example of strategic innovation that we're part of. Prop 19. So challenges and opportunities. So Prop 19 is a significant challenge for us. Joe touched on it a little bit. You know, we have roughly since 2021, we brought in roughly 746 Prop 19 applications. So let me start from the beginning. So those of you that don't know what Prop 19 is, it's the Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled Families, and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act. And it did two main things. The measure, which went into effect in early 2021, has two distinct parts. The first of which allows homeowners who are 55 or older, disabled, or lost their home in a natural disaster to transfer their tax base to a new home up to 3 times anywhere in California. The second part outlines the requirements for retaining tax basis and family transfers, which is now limited to transferring a primary residence to a child or grandchild for continued use as a primary residence. So Prop 19, you know, it's difficult because we get the applications in, we have to work with all the other 57 counties to get the value from that county. We have to track it. We have to make sure that it is eligible. Then we have to process the applications. In addition to that, as you recall, in December of 2022, El Dorado County Board approved El Dorado County's participation in the JPA with other county assessors' offices, where we're responsible to come up with a clearinghouse for Prop 19 and exemptions. And the Department of Finance has obligated $10 million to kind of put that clearinghouse in place. So we're actually providing input and part of that program to get that clearinghouse established. So all 58 counties are on the same page with Prop 19. And just to kind of report on that, the RFP for that clearinghouse just went out earlier this week. So we should be getting some information about which vendor is going to be winning out on that bid. And we contracted with the Gardner Group to establish the requirements as part of that RFP. So Prop 19 is a significant burden on staff. It's also a significant burden on the county because we're losing out on revenue. Of that 746 applications, we're going to be losing out since the inception around $3 million in property tax revenue. So pretty significant. We can do a lot with that 3 million. So that's Prop 19. It was a challenge from the beginning. It continues to be a challenge. And we're just working through it. The digitization project is going well. Thank you to the board for putting that additional funding in our current final budget. We're close to getting halfway through book 1 with the scanning. We finalized all our documentation. We got the scanners in, and that's going well. So thank you very much for that. Oh, I made it with 3 minutes to spare. So great.
Well done. Well
Yeah.
done.
Any questions?
Once again, thank you for the excellent presentation. I especially loved the workflow slide. That was so helpful to understand how you interface with the recorder clerk and the treasurer tax collector and the auditor controller. And I haven't quite seen it put together in such a clear, comprehensive way. And that was just really helpful to understand your process. So thank you for that. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, and along those lines, Joe identified a couple of challenges related to software. He identified Kronos, right? In his camp. He identified Phoenix. So how are we doing with Megabyte? Is it working to the levels that we need to have it, support the triad of services that have to happen between you, the treasurer tax collector, and the auditor controller?
Yeah, I think it's getting better. I mean, if you think back to the M204 system, we had that system for like 30 years. So it evolved and it kept getting built up and it captured just about every process that we had in the assessor's office. Megabyte's coming along. There was changes in their leadership. The founder of the company passed away. She was very she put together a great business, but she was pretty rigid and didn't like to change things about the system. They're getting more flexible with the changes that they're making. There's more modules that we're adopting. So I think overall it's getting better, and El Dorado County is kind of really pushing hard. I'm pushing hard, and Danielle, my assistant assessor, is doing a good job of raising tickets and bringing attention to Megabyte, how to improve the system. So it's coming along.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that, because at one point it was kind of like, is that the right decision to go forward? But with the changes, they're more receptive to changing some of the software to meet the needs of their clients. I mean, I think that really changes the scenario in terms of where I thought we were going to end up with it. So good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other further questions or comments? All right. Well, we certainly recognize that property tax is the foundation of revenue for our county. And so, what you do greatly matters. And I found it also fascinating that with an assessed value of $43 billion in property and improvements in personal property, that our county share is 100 million. It's just really helpful to understand how things break down as we move into budget season and are looking ahead and having to wrestle with projections and, declining revenue and increasing revenue in other areas, and then all the other demands on the county. So thank you for helping set that framework on which let's go forward with. Really helpful.
Thank you for that
John.
recognition. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ward.
Thank you to you and your staff for all that you do.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. It is time for our recorder clerk to talk to the board and the El Dorado County, what piece of the pie you create. So welcome. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, board. It's always great to come and talk to you and share about my office. So thank you for the opportunity and the time. But I also think it's great for the public to understand what the duties are of each of our offices. I know when running, a lot of times they don't even know what we do. So not much has changed in the office, as everything that we do is by statute, and the laws for our office that governs what we do doesn't change too often. So, but I'm going to go over some numbers with you and just remind you all what we do. So the first thing here is yeah, I'm pushing that. Oh, it's been working so well.
It has been.
Maybe the batteries.
Maybe it's worn out.
It's glum.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
All right. So the purpose of our office is, Janelle Horn, recorder clerk. The purpose of our office is the recorder clerk ensures that a vital link to the past is maintained for future generations by processing and preserving legal documents while providing public access to flawless and accurate records within the county. Also, the recorder clerk strives to provide efficient and cost-effective services to customers while maintaining the highest degree of public trust. Next slide is, so our vision, mission, and core values is here. It's the same as before, but I pride my office and my staff. I think that they are doing their very best, and I'm very proud of them for upholding our vision and our mission and our core values. I'll just read the first two, is to be leaders in customer satisfaction, employee knowledge, empowerment, and to serve with honesty and integrity. And our mission is to serve each person in our community with dignity, respect, transparency, and professionalism. Like I said, I'm so very proud. I believe that my staff are leaders in the county as showing the best customer service possible. And I think their goal, their own personal goal, is to make sure that anybody that comes into the office or anybody that they speak to on the phone is that they're getting the information either that for our office or where they need to go to obtain services. And they do that with a smile and they do it with grace. And I'm so proud of them and very happy that where our team is as of now. It took a lot of work to get where we are now, and I'm just so proud of them. So our organizational chart, we have 12 full-time employees, which has changed quite a bit over the last 5 years. This is my 5th year here. We started out with 16 and now we're at 12. Our budget is $1.6 million, which is a zero county cost, so negative net county cost. We basically run our department based off of all of the fees that we collect to do our job. So it covers staff salaries, it covers office supplies, and any contracts that we have. We have 2 locations, Placerville and South Lake Tahoe. Placerville is our main office and where all of our staff work full-time. We do have our South Lake Tahoe office, which is a part-time office. We go up there once a week to fulfill the services during the fall and winter time. And then in the summertime, as it gets a little bit more busy, as we do a lot of wedding ceremonies up there, we do visit that office twice a week. And so let's see here. One notation I wanted to just to kind of give you an update on is in 2023, we collected $2.9 million in documentary transfer tax. The year before that, 2022, we were at 3.9. So just to let you know, it has gone down a bit, but you guys are probably already aware that transfers in property have declined quite a bit. So that is the reason for that fund being a little bit less. These are just some duties and responsibilities. Each office is individual from the recorder side to the clerk side, and it just lists some basic functions that we do on a regular basis. I always do like to make sure we point out and encourage because our county has the most veterans per capita in state. And so just again, making sure that we're telling our veterans that they can record their DD-214s in our office at no cost and obtain copies at no cost, but also that they can file a fictitious business name statement at no cost as well. I think that's really important as we are very business friendly and we want to make sure that we are supporting our veterans as well. So John kind of took my glory. I was going to notate really quick on the process and point out to you that we are the first in line to start that process. And it's really important that and I'm proud to say that we record, we index, and we verify the very same day. And our office works very hard at doing that to make sure that our documentation that we do get over to the assessor's office is of high quality and correct. And so I want to say, I think we're pretty important. And, you know, documents may sound kind of boring, but it is a very, very important step in the process to make sure that everything flows together just the way it should. All right, volume comparison. This one is always my favorite because I love numbers and I like to compare to the past. So our total number of transactions that we completed in the office in 2022. I made a mistake. It's supposed to say 23. Sorry.
No problem.
I don't know how I missed that. Was 55,713 total transactions, and that's across the board from the clerk to the recorder. That is a 15% decrease from 2023. So I want to just kind of clarify that a little bit because from 2019, when I first came in, we were about 117,000 transactions. And so it's about a 50,000% or 50% decrease from that time frame. So people like to look back at pre-COVID. So that would be pre-COVID numbers. A lot has changed because of COVID and coming in and out. I think a lot of it has to do, and I've said this before, I said this last year, but a lot of it has to do with the increase of interest rates, the increase in homeowners insurance. And so it doesn't allow a lot of people to be able to afford to live in our county, which is unfortunate because I think there are a lot of people that would love to move here, but they are unable to. But I have to give you some good news, right? Some good news is that we have seen an increase of 16% in our marriage ceremonies that we perform. And I'd like to say it's because of our marriage room. But that is some good news in that we are seeing an increase in that. And all the monies that we collect for that, it doesn't have to go to the state. It goes directly to our office, which is nice. Let's see here. So some projects, these are pretty much the same as last year. Things that we're currently working on, actually have been working with our new assessor, and even more recently, we are going to be working on these transfer tax escapes. So basically, I just want to break it down really quick, is that if there are any business entities like LLCs that transfer, it gets reported to the Board of Equalization. So it doesn't come through our office, and it goes directly from the Board of Equalization to the assessor. But the recorder clerk is the one who's responsible to collect the documentary transfer tax. So we're going to be working with the assessor to make sure that we get that forwarded to our office so that we can collect that additional income. And hopefully we'll be bringing in some additional income during these little bit harder times for you. So we're going to work hard on that for you. We have our AB 1466 project, which in the next couple of weeks, because I just approved it in NeoGov of our, not NeoGov, but our program for our new contract that we're going to be bringing to the board for our AB 1466 project. So we're moving along on that. And next is our South Lake Tahoe office move, which dates keep changing based on, the big projects that facilities has and moving all of the other individual offices up there as well. So not quite sure. It's a guesstimate 24-25 fiscal year move. But that is a possibility, and just making sure that we get that information out to that community so that they know that that is coming. And then our continual map project that we have. I've been working on this for the last 5 years since I got here, and it's moving along very well. And if you haven't, I think I've given all of you guys a tour at the office to show you how that project is coming along. And anytime I get somebody I know, I'm like, let me give you a tour. So I'm very proud of that project and making sure that we preserve our documents for the future. So one of our completed projects that we had this year is that El Dorado County was the host for the 113th Annual Recorders Association, and we had that up in South Lake Tahoe. I'm really happy that we did that. We had the opportunity to bring new ideas to the association. We had talked on topics that haven't been talked on for a really long time and discussed possible increases in our recorders' fees, which are set by statute and haven't been changed since 2012. Oh, wow. So that's going to probably happen 2025. We'll be bringing a bill to the legislature to increase those fees because costs have gone up so much for our individual offices who are self-supported. Let's see here. So one of the comments that I received from a recorder who had she's been a recorder for over 20 years. She personally came up to me and said that this was the best conference that she had ever
Oh.
attended. So we're really
Congrats.
proud with,
Nice.
and my team did a great job on helping put together content and contacting speakers and just having a well-rounded conference.
That's
So,
wonderful.
let's see here. So our goals are always the same. We always want to make sure that we're cross-training staff and getting the education that they need to be able to perform their duties. Always looking at areas of efficiency, making sure that we complete our projects on time, especially with our AB 1466 project. Doesn't have really any timeframes requirements, but it's a continual process. Preservation, making sure we communicate, and then staff development. So these are our goals for the office. They're always ongoing, making sure, and it's always a great thing when we do this because I can look at it and say, you know what, we need to work on this a little bit more this year. So it's always good to do some self-reflection, right? So that is pretty much all I have for you at this moment. I'm open for questions for me if you have any.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Janelle. And you certainly are a very public-facing department. And I have to say, every time that I interact with your staff, they are just, so friendly and helpful. And you do just an amazing job with that. And you deal with everything from marriage licenses, which is the best of times, to, delicate business items that may not be so fun, and just the scope of your work is vast. And like I said, the public has direct access to you. So excellent, because customer service is certainly what you embody, and that truly matters. So just really want to acknowledge that. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, maybe I missed it, but data digitization or records digitization, are you have an active project with that as well? And how is that going if you do?
So that kind of incorporates our AB 1466 project.
Okay.
All of our records are digitized.
Okay.
It's maybe not the most efficient way of digitization. I've been wanting to work on that, and through our AB 1466 project, we are going to be doing that. So right now, in our office, our Tyler system for images is from 1980 to current. Everything from 1979 to 1850. Those are all on another product through BMI, and we have to pay a hosting fee for that. So I don't like that contract. It's about $7,600 a year that we pay for that. Thank you, the state. But with that state project for AB 1466, we're going to kind of kill two birds with one stone, in that we have to do that project anyways in OCR and image those documents, that we're also going to be digitizing them or scanning them at the same time, and then uploading them into our Tyler system. So that kind of incorporates all of that, and that will be done. That's the goal. So I'd say
Excellent.
probably in about maybe 2 to 3 years, all of that will be moved over into the Tyler system, and we can get rid of that ongoing contract that we have with BMI and save more money.
Excellent.
I just want to say one more
Supervisor
thing.
Parlin had her button first,
Okay,
George. Sorry.
first.
Did you push your button?
No, he did not. So
But I
you're
will.
up, Supervisor Parlin.
There you go.
There you go.
The war of the buttons.
We're a little running already. Wait
Yeah.
till this afternoon.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
thank you, Janelle. And I will say that I often comment to people, it seems like late Friday afternoons and evenings, wedding parties
Yeah.
out on our grounds here. And it's really fun to watch the families and whoever they bring with them, and they're running around with excitement, and they're looking at, wintertime, there was a wedding just recently where, and I
Yesterday.
overheard someone going, oh, and I'm like, yeah, the leaves are gone right now. But normally the grounds here are really beautiful. And I've seen some parties do the sunset
Yes.
in that direction on the hill. So that's just a fun thing that I thoroughly enjoy, and I'm glad that you've embraced it and are encouraging that. So I did have one question on, you mentioned the decrease, the 15% decrease. And people often say it's so hard to live in El Dorado County, but
I kind of counter that and say, I think it's hard to live in the state of California. And so I just wanted to know, do you know, or have you seen data to show that it's a decrease generally speaking?
Yes.
We're not alone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
good.
want to make sure, because it's like, if it's just us, then we're doing something wrong, because I think
No.
the state as a whole is,
It's as a whole.
I don't
it's
have nice
correct.
words.
Yeah. So we did, we had a survey that went out. It was probably around October of last year. And it went to all of the counties to kind of ask, where are you guys at? How much of a decrease have you seen? Are you seeing a decline? And I would say the average was about 30 to 35%
What?
across the state.
Wow, that's a
For
lot.
us, we're a little bit more. We're about 40-45%. And I want to say, I think that, and looking at all of the rural counties, I believe it's all of the rural counties as a whole that are feeling it.
Okay,
It's
that
not
makes
just-
sense.
Because
Insurance
insurance.
issues probably.
Not
There it
just-
is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to just pick up on that, because I'm like, I'm pretty sure we're not alone in this, and it's
Yeah.
a huge struggle, and I don't have nice things to say about state right now. During the Prop 19 that was mentioned with the assessors, that was done by the voters, though. The voters voted Prop 19. There's a trend there. Prop 47 was by the voters. I'm gonna make a cautionary tale here. Prop 1's coming on the ballot March 5th. Tell everyone to vote no, please. Just do it. And if I get in trouble, so be it. But that is gonna be bad for rural counties. So the voters just need to make better choices. So thank you for that. I really appreciate
Education
this.
is key for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Presentations like these show us the impact of those
Right,
decisions that we
right.
don't often think about when we're going to the ballot box. Yeah, so important.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Schoenberg.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's just crazy that everybody's moving out of the state because of the high insurance, costs and stuff. And a lot of my family are moving back to Tennessee, where we first originated from, because you can buy property a lot cheaper. I mean, you really can. But anyway, Janelle, I know on Valentine's Day, you're going to probably be overwhelmed, but if you need me to do any of your weddings,
There you
I'm
go.
available to help
Yeah.
you, okay?
Clear your calendar.
Coming
Yeah.
fast, coming fast.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we also have 2/24/24 coming up as well. And today
Oh.
is 1/24/24. So
Oh,
I
that's
haven't looked at how
right.
many
right.
wedding ceremonies we're doing today, but you might see a few today as well.
Oh,
Okay.
forget all those numbers really
Good.
matter.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do.
Yes,
A lot
yeah.
of people are into numerology. So.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Before I let
fine.
you go, I
Yes.
have to share a personal story about you.
Oh, okay.
So just yesterday,
hopefully it's good.
really,
I'm just kidding.
just yesterday, I had someone come up to me during our lunch hour who was a business associate that I know. And he was needing to interface with your department on business matters. And he was unfamiliar with our campus and trying to find where you are. And you just happened to see him out looking at our map and asked if you could help him. He didn't know who. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's okay.
See, it is,
My time's up.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's alarming, that thing.
I know. He didn't know who you were and you didn't say. And you were just so helpful with him and you asked him what he needed. And he just happened to be needing to come to your department and you took him there and set him right up and he just felt so welcome. And later he realized that he was talking to the recorder clerk.
Yeah.
And he was just blown away by that, by your customer service and your friendliness, and then that of your staff that carried that exemplary service. And he came all the way over here just to tell me about that.
No
and was just
way.
really blown away.
Oh,
So,
that's wonderful.
Yeah. So thank you for the spirit in which you and your department do your work, because it really matters and
Yeah.
people notice. So
Thank you
just
for
wanted to share
sharing
that.
that. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so
Thank you for the
much.
presentation. Very,
Thank you.
very
Janelle.
well done.
Have fun today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janelle.
All right. And with that, the end of our general government electeds will be our treasurer tax collector to bring this department home. And then we'll take a break after this, one,
Sounds
after
good.
public comment. Yes. So let's talk revenue.
Yeah,
That's
my thing.
Good morning, Karen.
You
Yes,
are
it is.
good at it, by
She
the
is
way.
good at it. She
Oh
and
my
her
gosh.
staff.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us the
you
good
know,
news. Tell us the good news.
I really do like the vibe that's going on today. It's very positive, and this idea of gratitude for our staff
Right.
and all of that is really, I can't bring that home enough. Because working with all of these electeds and the people in their departments is really been a great experience for me. And anyway, so good morning, board.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, Karen Coleman, Treasurer Tax Collector. And here we are. I have to figure out how to do this. So the vision of the tax collector, treasurer tax collector, is we collect, we bank, we invest, and we serve.
Clean, clear. Love it.
Okay, here we go. Top one, right?
No, it's a side arrow.
This one?
Other way.
Other way. Got it.
There we go.
Okay, our mission is to effectively manage the financial resources of El Dorado County within our purview through efficient collections, daily banking, safe and sound investments, and exceptional public service. Oop. This is just a basic org chart. We have 4 different divisions, and basically me and my assistant tax collectors oversee all of them. So we do tax collection, we do treasury, which includes banking for all of the county, schools, special districts, and doing the investments of the idle funds. We have our administration, and then we also have revenue recovery in our department. So our total budget for the year is about 3.4. That's our appropriations. And you can see in the chart the breakdown of that budget. We're cheap. Our net county costs are only about 1.2, 1.3 million. And you can see that breakout. Our treasury department is basically paid for through charging out the people who participate in the investment pool. So there's really zero net county cost there. So our administration and our tax collection are the bang for the buck. Our revenue sources, we bring in about 2.1 million in revenue. And as you can see in the chart, all the different monies that we bring in because of the treasury, and then primarily tax money that we receive through our tax collection efforts. And then we do business licenses also. We have some service and performance indicators. And this first slide is the secured property tax collections. Obviously, with the help of all the other departments, they do all of the work, and then we do all of the collections. And over the last 4 years, we can see about a 16% increase in our tax collections. I do have to tell you that we have really good property taxpayers. People, our stats are always right around 99% collected every year.
That's great.
Then our unsecured, which is the business property taxes, boats, aircraft, possessory interests, and all of those things, we've seen a 26% increase.
Wow.
And right there, we usually collect anywhere between 93 and 95%. And what we try to do is focus in on getting people on board to pay their taxes. And for the last 4 years, we've made quite a bit of effort in that area to ensure that people understand that they have to pay their business taxes or their aircraft taxes or their boat taxes. And we've implemented some really good programs so that to help us be efficient in those areas, because sometimes it's hard just to go like phone call, right? So we do field collection. We implemented a DMV program on the boats. And then I'm sure that we could probably figure out something on the aircraft. We really don't take away anybody's property when it comes to business property. We don't really have anywhere to put it. And I don't know that it would be worth the efforts. Okay. Oh, the illustrious TOT collections.
Yeah.
We're running about 10.1 million. 9 million is for the total TOT. 1.1 million is going to the 4% because of Measure S. And right now, if I look at what's happening, about 12% of that is the West Slope, and about 88% of it is the Tahoe Basin.
Mm-hmm.
Business license revenue actually has dropped about $3,600. So it's a lot of business licenses because there's only 55 of them. But I mean, they only cost $55, but I would venture to guess that COVID is probably what has caused that, because we've probably had a lot of businesses shut down. And you guys can see it just driving around the county that there's a lot of boarded up windows and things like that, places for rent, et cetera. This is my swan song. It really is. The investment pool over the last 4 years, we've seen a 51% increase. We've actually been able to make investments in bonds now that have good interest rates. There for a long time, the interest rates were so low that we really weren't able to make any interest earnings off of our pool. And now we're really doing a good job. And I'm sure that this year we're going to see some drop in some of the interest rates. But from what the economists are saying, we're probably going to be holding at about 4%. So we won't see a significant drop. And in some of the liquid accounts that we invest in, it's being projected that those are going to hold their value a little bit better than originally thought. And that's good news for us, because that means we'll be able to make money and still be able to, feel good about when anything is being done and we have to spend a little bit of money. And this year so far, the interest allocated to the general fund has been about $2 million. We're probably going to have a record-breaking year this year. I kind of went back and looked at some old numbers, and yeah, but when the pool is bigger, obviously you gain more interest. So we're really going to try this year to hold that $1 billion mark when, we have to allocate money out to schools and different, fire districts in the cities and that. And so sometimes we have $1 billion and then we dip down after those allocations. But I think this year we might be able to get there and hold it for the whole year. It's my goal. Our goal in the strategic plan is integral. Obviously, we bring that money in. We do it really good. I have a great staff. We have to deal with a lot of difficult customers, taxpayers who are with this inflation period, a lot of them are really in troubled times. And, but we do our very best to help them through. Obviously the money that we collect pays for public safety and all the infrastructure in the county. And then we have our Treasury division, which contributes to the good governance of the county. We're the bank. We do investments and we do our best to maximize returns while keeping the money safe. So I think that we're there to support the ongoing efforts and goals and objectives of the county as a whole. So we have a lot of highlights. I think last year or the year before, I can't remember, I kind of just lost sight of what I was talking about and we didn't really go over them. But this year, one of the things that our administration department has done is we've made fillable PDF forms for people to fill out online so that people don't have to print out the form, fill it out, and then scan it or mail it to us so that we can process it. And then, and that's been a real great thing for our customers. We even have like our TOT form will actually do some calculations within the form and it makes our work a lot better. We are doing some transitioning so that we can do digital processing of all of our documents also. We're trying to identify and resolve some inefficiencies with the files so that we can do an update to the record retention schedule that is really quite old. So that should be coming to your board sometime soon. And then, as you know, we're going to have some retirements in our office at the high management level. And so we are restructuring and we are succession planning. For the tax collector, I want to say the auditor and the assessor, I'm going to steal the thunder this time. We were the first county to get the roll in and get our tax bills printed and mailed out.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Awesome.
And when you do that, obviously your people start paying their taxes a little bit early.
Mhm.
We get a little more cash flow going on,
Mhm.
and it's really good for the county. So I would like to thank those teams for working so closely together. We are very fortunate for the collaboration that we have with those departments, so that we can accomplish those kinds of tasks with, it was like what do you call it? The synergy was like there. The staff were working together and it was really good. So we updated our fee schedule, and I think it got us about 255,000 in revenue. We have been working with Megabyte, and John mentioned that they are more open to helping us do things a little bit different. And so we worked with them to customize letters that come out of the system so that when a property owner gets a letter, they know it looks similar, it's got good addresses on it, it's easily read, it's succinct, there's no typos. There's a lot of improvement there. So we've been able to really customize our letters. And then we updated our business license ordinance to support veterans and our licensed massage therapists. We also did an online property tax sale. And we collected we redeemed prior to sale, this happens, 274 properties redeemed before their property sold. And we collected about 963,000 in back taxes, and we had only 35 properties sell, and we got about $100,000 in back taxes for that. And there were 717,000 in excess proceeds, some of which may come back into the general fund if nobody claims it. We marketed a program called CalFHA. It's a state program that helped 51 taxpayers pay their back taxes so that they did not lose their homes. And it was about $500,000 in back taxes that we were able to collect and help people. So that was a really good program. And then the effort that we put into our delinquent unsecured taxes through enhanced collections resulted in about 388,000 in back taxes collected. So our treasury highlights, we're implementing a new investment software. It's got a lot of analytics, and it actually will even help us with some of the available investments at the time. It's very cool. I really like it. And hopefully we'll have it all ready to go at the beginning of the fiscal year. We earned a certification for our investment policy through the California Municipal Treasurers Association with a score of 98%. And then we have developed an investment projection tool to track liquidity, analyze income and expense trends, and to optimize the duration of the investment tool and maximize our interest earnings. Our revenue recovery highlights, we've collected $126,000 for county departments so far this fiscal year. And we've received 234 referrals from 14 different county departments. And we've mailed out about 2,000 collection letters. And then the collaborative highlights, we're leading an advisory committee for the county's deferred compensation plans. It was time to really get into that and bring that up to date. And then a payee positive pay program with the auditor controller. We've assisted the parks and EMS ambulance billing with the implementation of electronic payments. And we've supported 2 fire departments, Lake Valley and Camino, with desktop check scanning so that they can deposit their checks directly into the bank. And that's it.
Excellent, Karen. And once again, another example of just excellent customer service, and not only to the public, but to the county, who is a customer. And my goodness, a 51% increase in investments in 4 years. My goodness, that truly matters to the citizens of El Dorado County in allowing us to serve them. I mean, well done.
We've actually had a couple of agencies who had money invested outside of the pool come on back because they're hearing the good news.
Well,
So
my goodness, you know,
that's good.
you can't get that return anywhere else.
Right.
My goodness, that's incredible. Supervisor Heidoff.
Would you share with us a little bit what you're seeing in the TOT tax revenues? I'm hearing reports that the travel to Tahoe is not what it used to be based upon traffic and other things. Are we seeing a significant decline in where those revenues are going to be?
It's kind of flat. And,
Okay.
you know, personally, I can make some opinions.
Okay,
I would venture to guess that it's because we don't have as many permits as we used to have
Yeah.
because of the cap and the buffer. And I would venture to guess that that's probably the main reason. I think Tahoe is a gem, and I
Mhm.
think people are still going up there. I think that maybe the fires kind of brought it back, but also during COVID, people were still going up to Tahoe.
Yeah.
Now everything's opened up again and people are probably going to Hawaii and
Right.
Europe and other
Mhm.
places.
Yeah.
Second question, payment of property taxes with a credit card. I continually hear requests of, you know, how do we get the rate down and stuff? Where are we at this point with credit card payments on property? Because a lot of people, that's a convenience, right?
Right,
And if you get points out of it or something, that's a big trend.
right.
So-
And I don't see them going down at all.
Okay.
They're probably going to go up. But we are going to implement Easy Smart Pay.
Okay, good.
And right now, their rate is, I believe, 1.99, but you know, that's for people who want to give their money to another company and have them be responsible to make their tax payments. So I don't know how many people are really going to be interested in it, but it will be cheaper. But you know, we also have a 75-cent e-check, and debit right now is only $3.95. So but credit cards, you know, there's so many different cards out there nowadays that have points,
Yep.
have, you know, cash back, and the cost of those are expensive. If you have a business and
Mhm.
you accept a credit card, you pay a fee, you pay a merchant fee for it, and it shows up on your bank statement.
Right.
And they're rather high.
Good
Thank you for
question.
that. Yep.
Good questions.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I used to hate paying my equipment tax. Hated it.
Of course.
Because I come every year, you know, and you look at it, you know, especially all the equipment, and you use your equipment and
Yeah.
you're getting taxed to use it. So I know, but I understand. Anyway, so Karen, thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate it. You're doing a great job. So
Thank you.
welcome.
Piggybacking on Supervisor Turnbooth's comment, he's right. You know, tax collector often gets a bum rap. And,
I do.
people-
And it's okay.
that
I
dates back to the
understand.
Bible, for Pete's sake, you know.
It's
Yeah,
biblical.
it's
It's biblical.
That's
Yeah,
right.
of course.
Yeah.
It goes all the
people
way back.
People don't necessarily like interfacing with the tax collector's office. And yet, because of your service and because of your team, you have created an office that applies great diligence and expertise and heart and compassion to that, which really is so important to the citizens of El Dorado County. I just wanted to recognize that.
Thank you so much.
Just what you do is, and the way you do it really matters. And I have a particular heart for the tax collector's office. My great grandfather was a tax collector at the turn
Was
of
he
the
the
century.
sheriff too?
He was also the sheriff, so I'm sure that maybe helped tax collection. I don't know,
Yes.
but
He wanted to get paid.
no, he was an ethical man, but but what you do truly matters. And thank you so much for the way you and your staff do it.
Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So with that, we are now done with our elected section of general government, and would love to
Tara,
invite public
Did my
comment.
button not work?
It did not work. My apologies.
Oh, this is
Oh,
why I don't like this button system, because it
Uh-oh.
doesn't light up.
My
Our old
apologies.
one
You guys are
does.
button
Yeah.
pushers.
I know.
We are.
Sorry.
Oh no,
I-
please.
But I just wanted to say thank you for the clarification about the debit fee versus the credit card fee, because that is a good point. I hadn't thought about, we get points if we use it, whatever. I will say it's been fun. because we're assigned to so many different committees and commissions and stuff to see when we're doing our mid-year budgets right now and looking at it, and they go, oh my gosh, our interest income from the county is this, and I go, that's because Karen's so awesome. So that part's
Yeah.
been fun. And then I just want to thank you for you're really innovative on all the things that you see a problem and you attack it and you try to make things more streamlined, and that's been phenomenal to watch. And so just wanted to
My staff is tired.
yeah.
They're awesome,
Yep.
but
But
they're
it's-
tired.
Yeah, but it's noticed, and just wanted to shout out, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and I also wanted to piggyback. You might not have heard though, that the Board of Supervisors has now outlawed retirements. So
Oh,
that may
yes.
impact your department. I don't know.
None of that.
Yeah, none of that.
I will want to add just this one little thing because Janelle reminded me when she had her conference. I'm also hosting a regional conference for CAPTAC for the Motherlode area. And we have a great lineup of speakers. And John Heidel, I'm hosting down in El Dorado Hills at the
Awesome.
Holiday Inn Express. And John Heidel has agreed to come and speak to us about the county, but we also have Fiona Ma is supposed to show up. We have Kathleen Dodge,
Awesome.
the film director in El Dorado County. We have General Spider Marks. He's retired. He's going to come up and talk about the geopolitical
Ooh.
environment right now. It's going to be very exciting. And then we have T-Bone. I guess he's somebody that comes up and does some of the supervisory training. He's going to come and speak for us. And then we're going to have the security officer from the state. I cannot pronounce his name. And Vitali. Yes. And Don Hester come up and talk about cybersecurity
Wow.
and informational technology security.
Sounds
So I'm
incredible.
really looking forward to that.
Wow, love that. Anytime El Dorado County can host and
Yeah.
brag about what we do, I love
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Bring in a little revenue.
You
Yeah.
bet.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
right. Well, best
Exactly.
wishes for a
Thanks, Karen.
successful conference. That's wonderful. All
All
right,
right,
Kim,
bye-bye.
now let's open up public comment. No, not at all.
Now taking public comment on item number 1, general government elected. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak at this time? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Let me just.
I'll change the timer. Yeah, I'm like, oh.
Oh, yeah. totally.
Thanks, Kim.
Sorry.
No.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Chris.
I am muted. Can you hear me?
We sure can, loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm speaking in behalf of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. Auditor section, we like the new version of Joe. Very informative, and we're looking forward to seeing him at our February the 19th meeting. Assessor. Past years, I personally have made the same comment, which is within reason, adding staff to the department improves the effectiveness of the revenue producing engine of the county. Listen to John D. as he attempts to appropriately size the department but with revenue production in mind. So we'll be looking at his draft plan as he presents that later as we get closer to the new budget year. Recorder clerk. I love the historical perspective and the forward-looking view. Another excellent presentation from Janelle H. She has got polished and that represents in her PowerPoint. Treasurer tax collector, keep it up. Aaron C., you're doing a good job. Low risk, effective administration, and conservative investment philosophy. these are keys to being fiscal conservative, which is the philosophy of our group. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you, Chris. And it's also the philosophy of this county. So thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you to all our elected departments. It was a great way to start off our morning, and we truly appreciated all your work and the information involved. Appreciate it. So with that, let's take about a 10-minute break, just stretch our legs, reset, and then we will come back for our general government section. So see you in just a few minutes. you all for the break and look forward to getting on with I was going to say good governance, but it is good governance, but general government. And with that, love to invite our IT department, Tonya, to start us off this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tiffany, Chief Information Officer, and County Council, and Clerk of the Board. How are you? I do want to extend my gratitude. I think Joe really started the day off right. I want to continue on with that. I'm very grateful for the IT department and the employees that we have. We're building a really great team, offering great support throughout the county. I'm absolutely pleased with all of the progress we've made in the last 4 years that I've held this post of IT director. My name is Tanya DiGiorno. I'm IT director. I started here in December of 2019. And I also want to share my gratitude to the board. I feel like when we do the right amount of planning, we get the right amount of support. And I appreciate all the support that you guys have given us throughout the years. We could not have done it without you and your support and the funding to get us to where we are today. I feel like we have lots of structure in the IT department now. And we are providing better services out to our business partners. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So starting off, right button. I will start off with our mission statement. Our mission statement is to provide secure, flexible, reliable, sustainable, and effective information technology infrastructure to support the business in the county. The vision of our IT staff is a commitment to deliver creative, practical solutions and services in support of the current and future technologies needs of the county. And that's very important. We want to build sustainable solutions that we can continue on with and not have to continuously be in a replacement mode. So it's really important that we do the right amount of planning and we understand the business before we embark on projects and solutions. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do. Our help desk is our first line technical support staff. And just to give a little perspective, we support 1,800 employees with 8 help desk staff. I want to share some statistics from Forrester and from Gardner Research Group. The recommended ratio is 70-1. We are 225-1 in our help desk staff. It's amazing that they are accomplishing as much as they are. And it's a little bit of a thankless job. You know, people call and they're not always super happy when they call, but our staff handles it well and they are professional and supportive. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there that we're running in a bare minimums right here, but they're doing their jobs and getting the work done. So hats off to them and we'll continue with that gratitude. So though we've always supported devices in the county, we have recently assumed budgetary responsibility for mobile devices, desktop devices, and phones. So you'll see a little bit of increase in the budget with that, but we've always supported printers, video conferences, and establishing various standards. We also support lots of different software programs, but I wanted to draw out 2 of our largest is the Apple Device Enrollment Program, as well as the Adobe products. Obviously, we also support Microsoft as well. Us taking on this device refresh is very important. It helps, you know, prior it was distributed to the departments to maintain their own and purchase their refresh of their devices. Taking this over and getting the support from you guys to do that, it was very critical from a security perspective, and it will help us ensure that our devices are updated, that we have the resources and we manage those resources to be able to roll out 300 devices annually to be able to have a 5-year rolling cycle for the 1,800 devices that we support. Previously, when it was in the departments, had the authority to replace when they wanted to. Sometimes we get hundreds of devices show up at our door and we, you know, it's hard to resource for that. So I appreciate that. It really helps us manage the resources within our IT department that are a little scarce sometimes. with all the projects that we have going. We have established our security and compliance office. This office, it started in 2019 with one resource. We had a chief information officer. We have now grown this to 3 resources in the security office. And that's, again, thanks to the support of our leadership here. And this team is instrumental in managing risk. And you'll see in every single bullet on this slide deck has a risk component to it. And this is what these 3 folks are managing on a daily basis. The team provides security reviews on the services and applications that we implement onto our network, as well as third-party vendor-supported solutions. This team also continuously scans for vulnerabilities and provide remediation plans to the remediation teams in the IT department. They have provided annual security awareness training and education, which is a requirement of the state. And it's very, very critical because the threat landscape changes so rapidly that we need to make sure that we're educating our employees. We conduct security investments, lots of phishing expeditions happening, lots of spam, lots of things happening. And sometimes people don't know when they send it to our security office and they dig in. So we receive several security investigation requests on a weekly basis. And we ensure security compliance with our Department of Motor Vehicles, the Internal Revenue Services, criminal justice information sharing, as well as health and human services information. And that's just to name the big ones. We have lots of compliance, PCI. Karen's gone, but she would like for me to say that, but that's for credit cards. We have to make sure we're in compliance with that. And then we monitor our network access agreements for those that are working remotely. This is important so that we can only allow those that are authorized onto our network. We've implemented over 200 surveillance system cameras within the county over several locations. And the IT department is the centralized support for that, though we do distribute access to cameras to those departments that need them. And then we also manage and mitigate device theft or loss of laptops or phones. We have a methodology where we can wipe the device. We ensure that they're all encrypted. There's a lot of requirements that we have to meet, but that this team helps us with those requirements and ensure that those are audited and completed accurately. The next slide is a project management office. This too was an office in 2019. It really wasn't an office. It was one person on one project, but running the application development the best we could at the time. The office has since then grown to 7 project managers and business analysts. And this is absolutely critical. And I would say largely a reason why we have not had failed projects in the last 4 years, knock on wood. They do a great job at planning. They have put templates and procedures and policy in place in support of the system development lifecycle and the intake and project management activities that we do. Amazing group of people. And I think you would hear from the business that they have the pleasure of working with the project management office, that they are instrumental in the success of our implementing our solutions. This team has been instrumental in implementing the IT governance that we now have in place in the county. And this helps prioritize projects based on stakeholder needs, strategic priorities, and availability of resources. We really want to focus on what offers the best value to the organization as a whole. Therefore, this IT steering committee is very instrumental in ensuring that we are working on those things. Just a little bit, we used to have a chargeback model for some of the service that we did, but realizing that we're all general funded, it was kind of just shifting money around. So we instead established IT governance and said, we don't need to shift money around. You just tell us what's most important. My job is to ensure our team gets it done. And that's working out and alleviating the shifting of money, which didn't make a lot of sense. We manage projects from concept to realization. We focus on the business needs and organizational needs. We design functional requirements for solicitations. RFPs are requests for proposals that go out on the streets and solicit information back from our vendor community. We also are looking to leverage our current investments. If someone has a request to meet a certain business need and we already have a solution that meets that need, we will have those conversations to see if we can leverage our current investments instead of starting a net new solution that will add to our technical debt. And we ensure security and technology alignment. That project management office is instrumental in ensuring that we are following standards and that we're meeting the security requirements required to protect our assets, which includes data. Application division. This application division has 11 resources in it, and they develop custom applications, interfaces, reports, and dashboards for our departments that we support. We also support countywide systems. Munis is our enterprise resource planning system. Kronos is our payroll system. Microsoft, Trackit is our permitting system. Adobe, a productivity tool that we use for digital signatures. App Extender, which is now App Enhancer, is a document management solution. And we also support EDC Gov and EDC Net, which is our internal and external websites. This team has also been instrumental in putting together our application inventory. We've been gathering information on this for the last 4 years, and it's a bit overwhelming right now. But we did this purposefully to understand what applications that we currently support, the cost of those applications, making sure that those applications are being updated accordingly from a security perspective and staying current. But it is also to understand what data we have sitting in these solutions. Data is our #1 asset, and we should treat it as such. And so we're looking to see how to ensure that we're protecting that data accordingly. Infrastructure division. This division consists of network folks. We also have server infrastructure support folks, and we support over 150 servers and 600 databases and interfaces. We just are at the tail end of our 7-year infrastructure refresh project. We're actually at the tail end of it, but I say that lightly. We're about 80% done. We're working on the more complex ones to get us over the finish line. And that's been quite the project. Learned a lot on that project, and but we're able to capture a lot of good information as well. So we are backing up upwards of 400 terabytes of data on a daily and weekly basis. And they also help support vendor solutions. We have partnerships with the vendors that we work together to support the business. We are, as part of the infrastructure division, we also have a telecom division. It's a team of 1 right now. He supports over 2,300 phones in 35 different locations, including voicemail services. During the pandemic, we also implemented what's called soft phones. It's where your phone from work will ring to your computer at home, and the numbers will appear as if you're at work, and so you can do your operations from a remote location. We also handle eFax and coordinate the long distance and local calling services. This is our, I thought this was relevant. This is our 9-year full-time in IT employees. And if you see, we've only grown 3 employees, though we've up and down a little bit. We've only grown 3 employees in 9 years. And I don't know if some of you were here when I first started. If you recall, I had a huge vacancy at the time. And I shared with you, I am a fiscal steward of the state, and I will not come ask for resources until I can understand what our needs are. We have been able to establish a project management office with 8 people, including the management. We've been able to establish the security team of 3 people with only growing 3 additional resources. So we are doing our best to right size and put the resources where they need to be, and not be not over ask for what is actually needed. It was also a way to build trust with you guys that I'm not going to just come and ask. I'm going to do my research and we're going to do our homework before we come and ask for funding or resources. This is our organizational chart. We have what I just went through: the security compliance office, project management, infrastructure, application, and help desk. We have 43 filled positions, 3 vacancies. I'm happy to report that 3 will drop to 2 on Monday. And then we'll have 2 vacancies that we're working on doing some modifications to put them in the right areas. I also thought this was important to share. This is our historical IT budget. And I think it's important to note in 2022, we became fully general funded. You'll see a slight increase in the funding there. And in 2023 is when we assumed budgetary responsibility for device refresh, which is the phones, laptops, devices. And we also achieved significant strides in our security posture over the last 4 years, which is shown by some of this cost increase as well. Here's the breakdown of our IT budget. And as you can, you can't see yet, as you can see, the security budget is in alignment with our cyber liability insurance expectations. The expectations is that 10% of our IT budget will be spent on security measures. We're a little bit above that, and we're going to continue to improve in that area. I will say adversaries, the security, cyber criminals, they're moving fast, and we just have to do our best to keep up. So you will continue to see us putting focus on that. We did just refresh our 3-year cybersecurity strategy, and we'll be coming to share that and hopefully get some understanding of where we need to go and the work that we need to do, though we're in a much better position today. It is also worth noting that the server costs include countywide application maintenance, like our ERP system, payroll system, and our productivity tools. Happy to report that we were able to get rid of Google, and we will be saving the county $5 to $6 million over the next 5 years by not having 2 large productivity tools. And that was a huge relief of technical debt that we had in the IT department. We were able to remove a couple of systems that were really resource intensive, VDI being one of them, Google being the other. And that gave us the ability to allocate resources differently. Service and performance indicators. We have had almost 18,000 iSupport tickets in 2022-23. We did a little breakdown here for you. PMO admin had 113 requests. Security had 1,520 requests. I don't need to read all this to you. You can see the various categories that we have. But this just shows the workload that the IT department is receiving and handling on an annual basis. Governance, risk, and compliance. These are actually governance, policy, and security. These are near and dear to my heart. We will continue to place emphasis on all of these areas as we go forward, maturing our risk management process. We have several policies in the works right now and in the future, and happy to report we published the DMV access, which was a requirement and part of our compliance. We also published our incident response policy as a separate policy on its own. It used to be kind of wrapped into our general usage policy. And we also made updates to the general network usage policy, which you'll continuously see updates as we mature in that area to the A19. Also happy to report the security assessment that we just received back recently showed a 70% improvement from the 2020 report that we received. Same vendor, same exact, they simulated 10,000 of the most common attacks on our network. And so I'm very happy to report that we've made huge strides. The return of investments on a lot of these tools that we put into place, you can definitely see those investments. One of them being the email security gateway we just recently put in place. You're probably seeing less garbage come into your email but that was very critical to put into place, and it likely has saved a lot of time from a business perspective, because you guys are having to sift through these emails and determine, is it real? Should I click? Should I not? We eliminated a lot of that. And we'll be happy to share some statistics with you on what that tool is doing to protect the county. We've also implemented an application code check. So as part of our system development lifecycle, we are going to be scanning the code before it goes to production to ensure we're not putting out any vulnerabilities in our code out to the public and making our county vulnerable as a whole. Those were actually part of our assessment findings. So that's why we asked for the funding and we're able to implement those. So the role in the strategic plan, I'm going to quickly go over this because I have another slide that's going to talk about this, but we have lots of infrastructure goals. Like I said, we're going to continuously talk about improving our posture and security, replace applications that are end of life. We're going to be looking at an application life cycle and how we're going to communicate that out with the businesses that have solutions in place. Improve in our disaster preparedness. We know we've had several fires here that came very, very close to us, and we just want to make sure that we're all prepared in the event that gets to be worse than it actually was. And then innovation goals, we are going to increase our productivity with our current tools. We have hired a dedicated person for M365, and we are really trying to push the training. We've just completed one of our first trainings in Outlook, which was absolutely well received. But we did do a survey just recently. It was M365 year in review, and we were able to get a lot of feedback from the users, and we are forming up our training accordingly.
Good.
So. This is our strategic plan alignment. We had over 155 projects in fiscal year 22-23. And I know this is hard to see, but it wasn't really just, it was really to paint the picture of how the little dots at the bottom are the departments that we support on projects. Above are the projects and where it aligns to the strategic plan. We have 2 in economic development, 4 in healthy communities, 4 in public safety, but you'll see a lion's share of our stuff goes into good governance with 64 projects and 81 in infrastructure. Upcoming policy changes that we have. Anyone heard about artificial intelligence?
No.
I'm just teasing. It's like the talk of the
You
world,
can't Google
right?
it.
So we are working on a artificial intelligence policy. It's out in our IT steering committee for review right now. We have the A22 web usage policy. We have a new website that will be going live to the public in April, and this policy will align to that. I'm very excited. It's going to be very citizen-centric, driven by services. So hopefully the public, we receive lots of great input from the public. So hopefully we met those needs, and they'll be happy when the new site goes out. Data protection policy. This is also a compliance requirement, and we'll be working with the departments on that. Risk management policy, and we've been maturing our risk management process, and now it's time to put a policy to it. So we're going to be looking to implement that policy this year. IT assets, we are implementing an asset management system, and we will be writing a policy to align to that solution, as well as access control policy. Again, another regulation compliance thing that we need to adhere to. So we're going to be working again with the departments on these access control policies. And that is all for IT. Do you have any questions
Excellent.
for me?
Well, thank you so much. And clearly in this theme of gratitude, we're very grateful to have someone of your deep expertise leading this department, because this is an incredibly complex department, as you have shared, with ever increasing threats, and everything we all do relies on you in terms of making sure that we are secure, making sure that we have the workflow and that our data is secure, and that we all have the hardware and the infrastructure to do our jobs. So it's really appreciate all of your work, and your congratulations on your progress with the security assessment. That's really good to hear. So let's see, Supervisor Parlin. I pushed my button. You did. You got it first.
No, I just echo what you're saying about the security improvement is so critical. Because as you said, our data is everything. And I appreciated when you really started to focus on this like 2 or 3 years ago. You know, you were showing other jurisdictions that had been ransomwared and were locked out and all those things. And I kept going, I don't want to be that county. So thank you for, stepping up and making us not one of those victims. I don't know. And AI, I don't even know what to say. It's like so cool, but yet scary. So I'm glad that you're recognizing that and moving forward to address it. And then, and
We're gonna have some educational sessions on
yeah,
it because
we're gonna have to.
I think there's a lot of value that can come out of it, but you have to manage the risk associated with that, with gaining that value, right?
Right.
So I think going in with your eyes open and understanding those risks, simple fact that some of these tools have biases, that's unfortunate, right? And we have to be careful of that. And we want to make sure that we're not implementing tools that could have an adverse effect on, what our goals are. So I think it is an area that we should be exploring though, because I honestly, I do not think it'll replace people, but I think it will replace those tasks that are overburdensome for people that computers can do to free up resources to go do those backlog or do other things that human beings can do or should do, right? So I think there's huge opportunities in that. I do also want to share, since Karen and Janelle shared, I am the vice president of our California Counties Directors Association. We will have our conference in May. It will be in Placer County. But this organization is absolutely critical. It helps, we help each other out in so many ways. And I think this conference is going to be a little different than our other ones because when budget gets tight, people tend to lean on IT to build those efficiencies for them. But at the same time, budget's tight. So how do we do things more effectively and cost efficiently, right?
Right.
So we're going to be looking at doing more cooperative contracts that counties can tap into quickly and be able to get those services, but also drive down the cost and the competition to those vendors that are out there wanting to provide support to us. So we're going to be really looking at things like, how do you remove technical debt, application rationalization, how to safely move to the cloud and save cost. I mean, things like that are going to be absolutely critical in the years to come with the budget deficit the way it's looking today.
Oh, that's a good point. And then are you anticipating, with exploring AI, because it is happening so fast. I mean, are you going to be pretty much recommending and looking at countywide uses instead of everybody doing their own thing? Or, how are we going to manage that, I guess, and get in front of it?
That's what we need to decide.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to be, again, putting out the educational sessions to the leadership here so that we can understand and collectively understand where we're going to move the organization. And to be quite honest, this is the talk of every single conference I've been at. So it's not, and not only that, it's at a nationwide level. NACO, the National Association of Counties, they're doing a lot as it relates to policy guidelines and those type of things. We're watching what they're doing. But there are a lot of counties that are already jumping in, LA County being one of them, hugely using it in their security operations. And it's been very, very effective. So we intend to learn from these people that are already doing it. The state's starting to do a lot more with AI as well. And suggesting that we use those AI tools for those security things that take so much time for a human being to go through the reports and those type of things. You can get an AI tool to kind of help you run through those quicker and provide outputs. So again, I think there's a lot of great opportunities that are presenting themselves. We just have to go in with eyes open.
Wow, that's I'm glad you're plugged into NACO too, by the way. That was good to hear because
they might be a guest speaker at my conference.
Nice.
Oh, there you go. Awesome. And then really quick, lastly, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate our monthly, even though we miss them once in a while, but our monthly meetings are so important to me because there's so many things going on. And then when you mention these things like today, I go, oh yeah, I've heard of that. Oh, that sounds familiar. Or, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Tanya. I mean, especially when we have our one-on-ones, just like Lori was talking about, keeping us informed of what's going on in the county, but also in the world and the United States. So, and keeping us safe. That's the most important thing because we don't, cyber warfare, I mean, think about it a little bit. It could shut down the grid.
Yes.
Then what happens? So anyway, thank
You
you
know,
for
the
all your hard
unfortunate
work.
part, not to scare anybody, but the adversaries are using AI to attack us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
So we
Wow.
got to get in front of it. How do you do that? You learn AI and understand where you can,
Right.
where
Yeah.
you can use it
Exactly.
to counterattack, right?
Yeah.
But we're not there yet. But we're creating a path to where we can see the future where we want to take that.
Yeah, thanks for keeping us safe. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Heidel.
Compared to where we were about 3 years ago, we are so far
Mhm.
ahead in the IT game in terms of understanding what's going on, the cybersecurity aspect of it. Looking forward to bring in new applications and other things that make everybody's job easier.
Yes.
Kudos to you
Yeah.
and your department for the massive progress that we've made in the last couple of years. It's just incredible.
Thank you. I'm going to throw those kudos directly to my team. Because
Absolutely.
can't do it without them. They're an
Absolutely.
amazing group of people. I will tell you, I've stretched their limits probably for the last 4 years, but they're happy. They're producing great work. And they're developing these relationships that are priceless. So I really, we couldn't have done it without you guys as well. So to support us and moving in that direction, it was not a fun feeling 4 years ago, but today you walk in there, you're seeing smiles, you're hearing laughs, and they're productive. So it's just a great atmosphere to be in. I am very fortunate and feel blessed to have been able to work with such caliber of people and this county as a whole. So thank you very much. And hopefully
a couple of
gratitude.
specific questions.
Yes.
If you're ready. Okay.
Yep.
Phoenix.
Yes.
We haven't really talked about that, but what is your assessment of Phoenix from the standpoint of stability? We had kind of the 3 different organizations that were participating in a team. Is that going well? And are we getting the cooperation from Tyler to make the improvements we need to make there?
I think they're moving the needle, albeit slow.
Okay.
It's Tyler Technology. I don't think it has to do with the team of people. The team of people are great and they really stay focused and get things done. There's still a lot more implementation activities that need to happen. So I think it's still maturing as like what John was saying about Megabyte. I think, we're learning and we're still growing with it. So I don't think there's any appetite for any replacement of ERP system. And I think it's meeting most of the needs right now with some gaps that we're looking to fill.
The other thing is phone apps.
Yes.
It's so incredible what they put on phone apps these days. You can start your car remotely, you can access it. And I'm thinking about these things and how we move this to an electronic. All I have to do is hit my phone and I get in the doorways where I have access codes as opposed to carrying a card around.
I thought you wanted to start your truck with this.
No, it won't work. But where are we going with phone apps? Because they're an incredible resource. It makes it so simple. I can pull up my driver's license now and show you my driver's license without having to have it on my wallet. I mean, there's just.
I'm gonna steal your phone.
So I'm actually getting some quotes from our security system folks on our key entry that you can use phones for your key entry. The issue we may have is unions, and making sure it's okay that people are using their personal devices and to come in, but you can use cards as well. You can use either, but to me, it's more of a convenience thing. If you want to not carry a card and just carry your phone because you carry it every day, then it's more of a convenience to the user. But we are looking into that. I told them that budget's tight, so they got to come in at a budget neutral thing. So we'll see what happens with that. But it is something I'm looking to. The current solution we have called Sonatrol, it is very cumbersome, very resource intensive, which is one of the main drivers for this. But an added benefit would be being able to use your phone to enter.
Yes. Okay. So I'm just thinking, there's a lot of things that would make things easier for people if you don't want to have to carry, because we always have an issue in our closed session room. Who's got their card, right?
Oh,
Everybody's got their phone. But anyway, so those are I think keep looking forward to the technology and how do we bring it in and make it part of the county operations? And your team is good at that.
Absolutely. You know, one of our goals is really to consolidate and to become experts at fewer applications and stop the sprawl. So if we can get our security system to handle our panic buttons, our alarms, our surveillance, and our entry, that's one system we have to learn, not the 4 that we're in today. So we are looking to continue down that path because it will also save you in the long run in cost, because you, instead of 4 solutions and paying for those 4 solutions and the resources to support them, you're consolidating to that one. So.
Good,
Very
thank you.
good. Well, I share my colleagues' accolades and we can't wait to see the new website. That's going to be really
Yeah, I
exciting.
was looking for that.
So thank you to you and your staff for all your excellent work.
Yeah, thank you.
Greatly
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Sonia.
All right. Kim, are you ready? Can't wait.
Can you bring your slides up now?
Yeah. Our next report is from the clerk of the board, who we have the intense pleasure of working directly with, and it's truly a privilege. So
I should lead by example and not go.
you were wearing too many hats.
Okay, hello, board. I'm Kim Dawson, your clerk of the board.
It's the right button.
That's what we've been told.
Let's get
the
poor
check the
Kim.
battery.
Sorry, Kim, you have to deal with this all the time.
Because of how we're associated with the board, our mission statement is our newly adopted county mission statement. And so we have a relatively small office. The clerk's office has 6, as you can see up there, associated with the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors has 10 FTEs, of course, 5 board members and their 5 assistants. So altogether, we make a lovely department of 16 that work very well together. Oops. Just to kind of highlight, because we do a lot, but some of what people may not be aware of is the role we play in assessment appeals and that process, how the department also manages our county's record center, how we administer currently our Public Records Act request program, and that we as a small department do almost the entire research for the county. So if departments or constituents are looking for historical information, we're the ones that go through and determine what we can find for them, have the records pulled, and then provide them either with electronic copies or hard copies, whatever is their preference. We, of course, are primarily a general fund program. I think we do very well with what we have. The next slide will just really show you how little we get from outside sources. The main revenue that we would get, and it's not very substantial, is through our assessment appeals. Through our assessment appeals, through the application costs, and then for also cost recovery. Under SB 2557, it allows county to redeem some of the costs that are incurred with property management. And so we get about a 40% that goes back into general fund. As you can see, it's very little. It's only about $1,800, but we can get staff time and benefits, transcript, the publication fees. So that helps a little bit. As you can see, the total is about $3,000. And then some of our performance indicators, probably some of the ones that I'm the most proud of are moving all of our committees and commissions into Legistar. I went into it very naive, but I feel like we grew as a staff leaps and bounds, and we developed such good relationships with our committees and commissions that we had never had before. And I think it sends a message out to our committees and commissions that you're a priority and we're here to support you. And I think it as far as our community, we're much more transparent to our community members. No longer are meetings being held in a room that maybe wasn't noticed properly and access wasn't. Now, everything that our committees and commissions do can be observed and participated by our constituents, which to me is is one of the most important things. And then also leading into that is the hybrid format. So along with being in Legistar for transparency in the hybrid. And then something else that has really been a big haul for the department, and I thank the board for the staffing for it, is our record center. And our record center manager and our technician did a complete audit of the record center, which was 13,000 boxes that they went through, and they identified about 1,300 issues that almost all of them have been cleared up. And I'd like to thank the other departments because they've been amazing. We're getting like huge destruction lists now. And if you go down, I know we took Supervisor Thomas and Heidel down to the record center. If you went down there now, and then with our recorder clerk, she's now taken over all those beautiful old historic books, you would not recognize the record center. It is clean, it's organized, we're ready to move on to the next phase, knock on wood. But it's those two, the record center manager and our technician, they've done a phenomenal job, phenomenal. And then our role in the strategic plan, I really focus on workforce excellence. Professional development and leadership opportunities are to my core as far as providing to staff. And so my staff, they are enrolled, as I've said before, and it's called the prior seminars. So they continually are taking classes on Excel, how to deal with emotional intelligence. There's just a huge variety of different types of offerings through the program that really helps them not only become better employees for the county, but also build their skill set for their future. Because I want them, I don't want to sound cliche, but to be all that they can be. I want them to constantly be challenging themselves and growing as an employee. So where they may outgrow our office, they feel someplace within the county that they can fit into. And then as far as our strategic innovation, I think the digitalization of the county's record center is going to be monumental. Some of what Tanya piggybacked on, we have to plan for the future with wildfires and disasters. We are so vulnerable. If anything happens to those records, they're gone. And so we really, 2 years ago, through my clerks association, counties weren't really talking about digitalization. The money wasn't there. We were still in COVID. There were now almost every county is looking to how to go digital. And it's just, I think it's the way of the future. It also, I think, will be instrumental for our departments as far as realizing efficiencies that we can be able to, we won't have to go down and physically pull records. We'll be able to electronically transfer records. And and also just for, the record center itself, with the longevity of it and being able to house records, we may be able to utilize that space for something else in the future if we're more digital. And that's all I've got.
Awesome. My goodness. Well, okay. My colleagues are jumping in for quickly. Supervisor Parlin. Yes.
Keep in mind, I have a key to your office.
I know, yes. Well, I'm just, I don't know what to say, Kim. You just rock everything that you take on, and you often offer to take on things, like you said, kind of naively, not understanding what the amazing commissions was huge. And look where we are now. And those relationships and their transparency, amazing. So the record center, again, we had no idea what we didn't know, and you've rocked that. So, and then on top of it all, quite honestly, I enjoy coming to work.
Yeah,
I do. And the professionalism in our office and the camaraderie, and being there to help each other out with things. Like right now, Kira's helping Shelly with something because I'm tardy on an agenda item. So, the things that we do to pull things together, and we still seem to manage to have fun. So just thank you so much for your leadership. I try to shout out at board meetings too. And, I try to do it often with all departments, but it's hard to remember in the heat of actions and all these things. But, when something comes up during board meetings, I think it is important for us just to once in a while do an extra shout out, because other than this time of year, we want everyone to feel appreciated throughout the year. So just thank you.
And really it's it's like Tanya said, it's not me, it's everybody that sits in that office. And, I think that most people will say when they walk into that office, you're always like greeted with a smile. And we don't give up. If we don't have an answer, we will take down your contact information and we will work with you. So customer service, because we feel like we represent the board, that is such high priority for me. And I know it's for everybody that sits in their office, that we want people to feel welcome. We want people to feel like they're not dismissed. We want people to like walk away and think, wow, the Board of Supervisors really cares about the people in their county.
But you know what? When you were walking up to the podium, what did you say? I want to lead by example. And there it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well said, well said. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, ditto on everything that Supervisor Carlin said and more. Because you just do a fantastic job. All of your staff are very effective in what they do. They're
Oh,
being
microphone.
trained
I'm
all the
sorry,
time.
microphone.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're very effective at what they do. They're being trained. I mean, it's a well-run operation, thanks to you and your leadership. I do have a question about the assessment appeals process. Is the clerk of the board's office the best place for that to happen?
We're required to, so we're kind of, when it comes to assessment appeals, we're Switzerland. So we take.
Oh, okay. No, I know you need an independent third party, but is the clerk of the board's office the best?
And the clerk of the boards across the state, we're the ones that take
Okay.
in the
So that's a
application.
statewide thing.
And we process it. And, we've been working with IT over the last few years as far as efficiencies with the program. It seems fairly well dialed in at this point. So I think we will, this assessment hearing time around, I think we'll really start to see those efficiencies.
Okay.
Because it's really lied with Kira, and I'll give a shout out to her because she has done all the testing with IT with this program, and it has been a huge haul on her with the testing and getting us to where we need to be to really, because megabytes does not work for the clerk's office. It's ineffective. It pulls from fields. You can't trust the information that's being distributed. So we really needed to work with IT and have a homemade application, and we're almost there.
Good.
Nice.
Kind of last question, relative to the things that you see in the future, the progression that we can accommodate in the department and stuff. Do you see any key things that the board would need to authorize funding on? And I'm really thinking more about PRAs and those kinds of things. I guess I should start with, do you have an estimate of how much staff hours in the clerk of the board's office goes into PRA responses? Just to quantify things?
It kind of ebbs and flows. Like right now, I think we have about 43 active PRAs. And really my office, we just administer it. We do get, of course, some PRAs for board members, but we need to ensure that, that they're assigned to the correct department. I go in, I make sure that if they're overdue, that I reach out to staff and give them a little gentle nudge that they need to comply. I know we've talked about, if really the management of Public Records Act requests is really the appropriate place in the clerk's office, as really, I don't have any say over other departments. So as a courtesy, they reply to me and hopefully comply, but I don't really have any authority to really kind of enforce that they are complying with the law and responding appropriately and accurately to PRAs. So I do think it's a place where as a county, we can definitely improve. But I think it's going to be working with the chief administrative office, and we've been working with county council and IT as far as some strategies as to how as a county can we best respond to our PRAs. Clay, our record center manager, he has been submitting PRAs because we've been looking at getting requests for proposals and requests for information. In other counties, you submit a PRA and within a half hour, 45 minutes, you have a response. That would never happen in Eldorado County at this point.
Understand. Is AI an opportunity here to collect the original data and then go through and review it and, redact things that we have to redact or whatever? Because that seems like the way to move forward and just pull all that information quickly. And then it has to be reviewed and sorted before it's released. But it seems like that's a near-term application that might work.
I have, with all the different components, and I'm by far no expert on AI, but that has been some of my thought process as
Okay.
far as some of the very routine
Mhm.
tasks that are assigned. Some are obviously much more complex, especially the ones that go to planning and building. But
Yeah, you don't want to be a buzz. Ah, touche.
Sorry to take you over, but anyway.
But yeah, we definitely could do things better, and we have been in talk with county council and IT as far as what can we do.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Well, Supervisor
You
Turnbull.
know, Kim, it's been a blessing. It really has. You've been so helpful, with everything, especially when we're trying to get items on the agenda and helping us get those items on the agenda, especially with some of the process and the pictures and everything that have to be added to it. And your staff is just unbelievable and very, very helpful. And especially now, you're going to stay over overtime tonight and help us with LAFCO a little bit, get us up and running. So you guys do that all the time. And I really appreciate that so much that you look out for us.
Thank
I
you.
mean that.
You are definitely a priority.
Yeah, thank you.
No, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
I can throw this at her.
Kim has nice words.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be, no, you're not going yet. I'm gonna be redundant. First of all, I had no idea that your office was responsible for all the research, for the county. And that's amazing, especially how tedious that must have been without the record center improvements and without the digitalization, which we don't have yet, but that is to come. So just kudos on those improvements. My goodness. And I wanted to echo what a huge accomplishment I've seen in your office since I came on the board in 2021. Certainly in terms of the support for the boards and commissions. And Kaylee has just been a godsend
Yes, definitely.
throughout. And that really matters because that's also where the public interfaces with all of our volunteers. And these are people that are taking their time to benefit the county. And so having that central support that is consistent, as you say, allows the public to participate in a greater way, and the ability to have hybrid formats in those makes us so much more accessible and transparent in our work. So kudos, that's a major accomplishment. And we have an amazing staff.
We do.
From, Kira to Kaylee to Kyle and Tyler and Clay, who feeds us. And then you, who set the tone.
And all the lovely assistants.
Absolutely.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
We truly are a family back there. And as
Absolutely.
Supervisor Parlin said, we enjoy coming to work, and some of the difficult things that us and our assistants have to continually deal with is greatly alleviated by the culture of joy that you and our amazing staff cultivate in our office. And we also throw in some good humor at times, which which balances sometimes the crazy. So
Sorry about that.
So what you and the staff do truly matters to all of us, and we couldn't do our job without you. So
Thank
much
you.
gratitude.
And you all are so wonderful. And if there's one thing that I hope that the public takes away is, I wish that they could see all the wonderful and your true hearts that maybe don't always show here, because we all see it in our office, and how much you give of yourself to your constituents and to the community. There's so much more that happens than what happens in this room. And I see how all of you go so above and beyond for your constituents. It makes me want to be better when I see how much you give of yourself. So thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you,
That's
Kim.
truly gracious.
Appreciate
Wow. Great day. All right. So CAO's office, can't wait to dive into the amazing amount of work that you do in general government. Obviously, we're not going to get everything in the CAO's office before lunch. So what is the game plan here? What do you recommend?
You can shorten yours to 10 minutes. All right.
Yours to 10 minutes? Really? Okay.
So why don't we try to get through the admin and budget and central services part?
Yeah.
And then we can pick up after.
That sounds great.
Okay.
All right.
And our
Um,
lunch is more flexible today because
it
we
is.
don't have
We
a
have public
forum,
comment.
so
Yeah.
yeah, so
Okay.
we can
Let's do that.
We could go
Yeah,
over
I
a little
wanted
if
to
we
see
wanted
where
to,
a
yeah.
natural
Yeah.
break would
Yeah.
be best
Yeah.
without
Just want to throw that
interrupting
out
the
there.
flow.
Yeah.
Sounds
Does
good.
that sound good, Laura, Sue?
I'm actually going to let Jennifer go ahead of me. She has a sick child that she needs to get
Oh,
to. So
yeah.
I was
I
like,
couldn't
why
wait
didn't
to
he just
Yeah,
have
your
have
choice,
her,
your choice.
Yeah.
Parks go ahead of Central Services.
Absolutely. She needs to be home. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it are all your presentations within the chief administrator? Okay,
Yeah.
so do I just need to move forward to parks?
I'll kick it off
Okay.
and then it sounds
Then we'll go
like
to parks.
we'll still do Sue and then we'll do parks.
Okay.
Okay. And then if you could you have the clicker.
She's got the power.
Perfect.
Great.
I'll just give a quick introduction. Tiffany Schmidt, I'm your Chief Administrative Officer.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And then we'll hand it off to, obviously, to CAO's office there. Amazing staff to go over each division. Thanks, Sue. You're quick. So as you can see, the CAO's office is not just responsible for the administration of the county. We currently have 5 divisions assigned to us. Those include the admin and budget division, central services, EMS and emergency preparedness and response, the wildfire preparedness and resilience, and parks. And with the board's action yesterday, we'll have a couple more, including airports and cemeteries. So across all 5 divisions, we have a total of 118 FTEs. Our operating appropriations are 56.5 million. And we have a net county cost of 26.7 million. So we are actually one of your larger county departments. And I think with that, we'll just hand it over to Assistant Chief Administrative Officer Sue, who can dig into the admin and budget division.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning. So this is a long mission statement, and I really just want to kind of read the first sentence and then stop there and talk, really highlight more how we operationalize that in our office and what we do. So the mission of the Chief Administrative Office, Administration and Budget Division is to ensure the sound and effective management of overall county government pursuant to board policy and direction. So really, we could almost leave it at that. And that, when you look at that one sentence, entails so much. We as a subdivision of the state have a lot of responsibilities that are passed on to us through the state and some federal programs as well. So what, we have the state constitution and state law, which provide obviously for a board of supervisors. In addition to that, we have a county charter. And so we're one of 14 counties to have a county charter. So through that, the voters of the county have opted to provide additional direction as to how they want to be governed. And so we in the Chief Administrative Office and our CAO is given a lot of responsibility, not only in state law, but then directly in that charter and in county ordinances to, as it says here, ensure the sound and effective governance of the county. And of course, we do that pursuant to board direction. And you all, provide that direction under the advisement of your constituents. You're out there in the community, understanding what the needs are. You're interpreting that and moving that into policy, and then we're here to make that happen. So our mission statement is really kind of a summary of all of that, and it's a little bit dry. So we in our office really think a lot more about the missions of each department that we serve, and in trying to integrate our county values, especially service excellence, collaboration, thriving workforce, because in what we do every day is, and the importance of what we do is helping all the departments to achieve their missions. That's really a lot of what we do. So here's our staff. We have 10 folks to do this. That includes Tiffany, her assistant, Nicola Riviere, who wrangles her and keeps her where she needs to go. And then I support Tiffany in overseeing the group here of analysts. And so we have analysts, as I believe you're aware, they're split by functional group. And they're again responsible for all of that policy direction and budget development. And then we have our Deputy CAO, Carla Haas, who is our information powerhouse. That's an office of one, and she handles our communications in the county, working, of course, closely with the Sheriff's Office PIO, who's really the other large source of information in the county. So what we do, emergency liaison. So I think, as you're all aware, we've talked a lot about OES yesterday and how far we've come, and the CAO has always had a role in that. And I think finally this year we have come to an area, a place where we've gotten to a really good spot where we've got a good organization in place and the roles are clear. And so our deputy CAO is also serving as that emergency liaison. Makes sense. Obviously, she was deployed in that area for a number of years on the on various disasters that we've had. And obviously, communications are a huge part of managing any sort of emergency or disaster. Budget. So California Government Code requires or allows the board to designate either the auditor or the chief administrative officer to present the annual county budget. And so the charter actually vests that responsibility with the CAO. So we working through that group of analysts and working closely with all the departments every year. We come to you, as you know, we're beginning that process now. So we come to you several times throughout the year to discuss the county budget and get direction on that. Communications, I just already touched on that a little bit. It's very heavily interweaved with our emergency liaison function. Board of Supervisors agenda item recommendations. So again, straight out of our ordinance code, it specifically says that the chief administrative officer is to make a recommendation on every item of business that comes to the board, except if it's a planning commission item or if it's coming from a board member. So again, that's a lot of work that our analysts do, is reviewing every single one of those items that come to you every week and working with the departments and making sure that every piece of information that you might need to make your decision is available in that staff report. And to that end, Jennifer Franich, our newly promoted Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, has been working on some training for departments for staff reports. And we're doing some beta testing on that training next week. And then that will roll out to departments so that we can do an even better job of providing you what you need when you sit and deliberate. Policy development and implementation. I think that's pretty straightforward, as we're there as your conduit to departments to kind of bring forth your policy goals, and then we work with them to develop those policies and bring them to you. The strategic plan, and this is, I think when we look at a strategic plan, any organization should have one reasonably, but our charter also, sets out that we set strategic values each year and strategic goals. So our office, and particularly Laura Schwartz, our assistant CAO, Carla Haas, our deputy CAO, have worked a lot on that strategic plan this year. And of course, coordinate the work of all offices to achieve efficiency and economy. And those words are directly out of the charter. So we really take that to heart. As I said, it uses the word coordinate, but I think a lot, we think of ourselves as facilitators, again, in helping the departments achieve their missions. And then, of course, we have our board directed projects. So those are often the most fun. They're sometimes attached to ad hoc committees and special projects that we get to do that add on to the richness of experience that we get to have in the chief administrative office. We've got, certain things that we do, the budget and the agenda items, those are sort of like daily all the time. And then when we get that special project, it's really exciting for us to sit together as a team and look around and think about who either has that special skill or that strength, or who wants to develop that. And it might be a good project for us. So we really actually look forward to those. So
you better be careful with that.
I know, I was going to say.
I don't want to give us too much encouragement.
So our total operating appropriations are 2.6 million. It's a very boring chart. This one's even more so. The only difference between our total operating appropriations and our net county cost is $1,000. That's $1,000 that's generally budgeted from the Community Corrections Partnership to the Chief Administrative Office as one of the members of that partnership for training throughout the year. And our role in the strategic plan. Okay, I know it may look strange that we've just got this one item there, but as I mentioned, it really comes down to it's on the Chief Administrative Office to help make sure that we are all working as one organization. Because if we can't do that, we can't achieve anything else in our strategic plan. So kind of want to just leave it at that, because we could start listing down everything that our team and our analysts get involved in, but it all comes back down to supporting those efforts and those pieces that really, where the other departments are making the impact in the strategic plan. And again, I think this is the point in the presentation where most people have upcoming policy and programmatic changes. And we felt it was pretty obvious already that our big challenge as we're coming into this budget season is balancing the budget. So we will just leave it at that. I think you will be we'll be in a lot of discussions with you and working toward that goal. I know we can get there because this is an amazing team and very creative, and we always seem to find solutions and manage it. But that's going to be our big focus for the next few months here till we come back to you in April and again in June. So with that, I will turn it over to Deputy CAO Jennifer Franich for her portion.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. So Ken, this starts on slide 38.
And congratulations on your promotion.
Yes. So much.
It is well deserved. Spoiler alert on all these slides.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be presenting on our Parks, Trails, and River Management Division. So in parks, we provide recreation opportunities and facilities, including parks, trails, and resource-based recreation areas for the health and welfare of El Dorado County residents as well as visitors. We don't currently have a vision statement for parks, but we're going to be looking to the board in collaboration with our Parks and Recreation Commission to establish a vision for parks in El Dorado County. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Here's our org chart. We have 6 employees in parks, and that excludes me. As you're all aware, we're currently looking for a new parks manager, and we're working on finding the right person to fill Vicki Sanders' shoes. And as a small division, all of our employees take on a lot of tasks and they wear many hats. We have our Parks Program Coordinator, who works mainly on River and Rubicon programs, our admin analyst and admin tech, who keep a lot of our projects and our programs running. And then we have 2 Parks Trail maintenance workers who also take on a lot of work, but their primary task is maintenance at the Rubicon Trail. So a little bit more about what we do. We are a very unique parks program. We are charged with implementing the river management plan for the South Fork of the American River. And this means we manage the permitting for river outfitters. We track and document activity on the river, and then we provide safety-related education to the public and any user on the river. We also maintain and operate the Rubicon Trail. We provide staff at the Loon Lake kiosk during the season and do weekly restroom pumping at 9 restrooms on the trail throughout the season. And staff also maintains and installs best management practices, or BMPs, to maintain water quality. And if we didn't have that, then we wouldn't have an open Rubicon Trail. So it's a very important task that we do. To fund this program, we apply for and administer off-highway motor vehicle grants annually, and we have a lot of funding sources for operation and maintenance on the Rubicon. And the third category here in blue, Parks and Trails, it encompasses a lot of what we do, a lot of programs. So we provide for operations at 7 county parks. That's Bradford, Forebay, Pioneer Park, Huntington Lotus Park, Joe's Skate Park, which is just adjacent to our office down at the fairground. The new Old Depot Bike Park, which is being very well loved and well used already, and Railroad Park. And staff works on rentals, seasonal staffing, and works with the facilities division to ensure that our parks stay clean and safe. We also are always working, it seems, on developing new parks and adding other amenities to our existing parks. So we're working on the very new project, Diamond Springs Park. We are working on improvements to Railroad Park, and then we're always making improvements to Henningsen Lotus Park. We also write and administer grants, including from state parks. The Prop 68 grants are ones that we've received recently in recent years. And then, as I mentioned, the off-highway motor vehicle grants. We also participate at the staff level on the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA, which El Dorado County is a part of. And we also maintain the El Dorado Trail. Other recreation and parks related opportunities and issues as they arise, we tackle as well. So for example, Chili Bar right now, which is county owned, but the park is operated by the American River Conservancy. So we're working on that project. And then another example is the county owned parcel at Cronin Ranch. So a lot happening kind of in the background on parks, and I'll be coming back to the board with an update on all of those projects to let you know where we're at. And then last, this isn't on the slide, but we do staff the Parks and Rec Commission. We work with volunteer groups who are really essential to our parks program. We appreciate all of their work. We have very committed user groups in the county that put in a lot of work and often a lot of donations to the parks program. And I just wanted to note too that I stuck with the template on this slide, but next time I present, I will be adding a lot of pictures because we have a lot of great photos of staff at work and of the public enjoying our park. So it'd be nicer to look at. Goodness. Okay, and so appropriations fluctuate in parks from year to year based on what we're working on. It's based on grant funding and what projects we have in the budget for that year. So in this year's budget, appropriations are at over 10 million. Salaries and benefits don't change too much from year to year. We're at about 900,000 for this year, and then services and supplies are about 1 million. And our fixed asset budget is very large this year. It's at about 9 million. So this includes the remaining funding for Four-Bay Park, which we had $3 million allocated from the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funding. So that's in our budget this year, even though we won't expend all of it. And then the rest of it's just due to other grant funding that we have in our budget. And I wanted to go through some of our revenue sources. This is not all of them, but this kind of shows where parks gets a lot of funding. So we have about $800,000 in OHV grants for the Rubicon. We have over $500,000 from state parks for grants, and that's the Prop 68 funds. We receive about $10,000 annually from the U.S. Forest Service for Rubicon maintenance, especially pumping their couple of toilets that they have on the Rubicon. It's easier for us to just do it since we're up there anyway. $25,000 in admin fees for the collection of state park user fees. Again, we are already collecting fees from river users for our program. So this is the collection of fees for state parks, and we pass the funding through to them. And then OHV registration fees are also known as green sticker, 62,000. And then other park and river user fees at over 200,000. And then we do get a small amount of housing developer park development in lieu fees, which is if you subdivide your property, you can either establish your own park at a certain acreage, or what's often easiest is just to pay the Quimby in lieu fees. So a lot of the development in parks or a lot of park development actually occurs within the two CSDs in the county, El Dorado Hills CSD and Cameron Park CSD. So we don't get a ton of Quimby funds, but we do always have those special revenue funds kind of ready and available if there's something that we can use those for, and we get some funding in those funds every year. Okay, role in the strategic plan. We have the Parks Master Plan in the strategic plan. It's under public infrastructure, and we have 3 tasks to complete here. We have guidance and review of master plan draft sections from Parks and Recreation Commission, presentation to the board on the outcome of public outreach efforts, and plan completion and presentation to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. So our master plan is currently in the works. It will be analyzing all of the community input that we've received, look at recreation trends and best practices, and then the aim is to provide a roadmap for how the overall system of parks and trails will be developed and managed to reflect those needs and priorities. And so part of that will be coming up with a vision statement for parks for the next 10-year period. So just to kind of plant that seed, if you want to start thinking about what in 10 years time you would want our park system to look like, we've already gotten feedback from the Parks and Rec Commission, but I know they want to make sure that the Board of Supervisors is part of that visioning process as well. And currently the Parks and Rec Commission has assembled a master plan advisory committee, which is made up of various agencies within El Dorado County that also provide parks and recreation. And the goal there is to get some insight into what their plans are, see where we can collaborate, and they will be reviewing parts of our plan as we move forward. So once we've had our first meeting there, I think I can comfortably have a draft ready of those public outreach efforts to bring to you, and we'll be back sometime in early spring with a report on what we've found from the community. And then we plan to complete the master plan this summer and bring it to your board for adoption. So upcoming policy and programmatic changes. We are currently looking, as I said earlier, for a new parks manager, and we are working on the completion of the parks master plan update. So we're looking at kind of both of these things together as an opportunity to look at parks as a whole and look at what our current direction is and incorporate new goals into that. I also plan to bring an update to the board on the parks program so we can kind of continue this conversation at that time. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I know we need to have that conversation, and being sort of embedded in parks in the absence of our parks manager has given me a lot of insight. So I have some ideas for you. And then the last 2 sections, parks development, as I said before, we're working on the redevelopment of Four Bay Park. We're looking at the upper portion of Chili Bar and developing that. We are in the early stages with Diamond Springs Park, and then Henningsen Lotus Park we are always making additions to, in part because of the available funds, because people pay to use that park. So we always have HLP funds available to make improvements. And then storm repairs from last year's storms. We are working with FEMA on a couple of storm repairs. And those are to HLP and the rail corridor, mostly down in the Latrobe area. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you. And I'm here for any questions.
Excellent. All right. Well, Supervisor Parlin,
Gosh, darn it.
I know.
You know what? My button didn't work the one time, so I'm freaked out.
Well, it's working really well now.
That's what happens. So thank you, Jennifer. And you just jumped right into this park stuff because there's a lot going on there. I just wanted to, with the master plan update, how do I say this? I'm just gonna say it, don't be offended, okay? I'm concerned, because the process has had so many starts and stops along the way. And quite honestly, I don't remember seeing a flyer that was shared with us to get the community engaged. And I'm really concerned that when it gets to the board, the community is going to show up. So have you been able to go back and make sure that the community's been, not just our parks reps, but I mean, the community at large has been engaged? I'm just a little concerned is all. Because I haven't really been tracking it well, to be honest, other than the Cronin Ranch issue, because that one just took on a life of its own. And I appreciate everybody reading that in. It went crazy. So, and that's going to be a fun conversation. So, but do you feel that it's been announced well enough, or have you even have a pulse on that?
And this will again come forward when we give you an update. We had 1,000 responses to the survey that we did.
Okay.
It's pretty representative, at least of the West Slope. We didn't get very many responses from the basin, which kind of makes sense because we don't provide recreation or parks up in the basin. They have all of kind of their own structure there. So I was encouraged with the response that we got to the survey.
Okay.
I think it gives us a lot of great information. We had 5 public workshops on the master plan, 4 in different areas of the county, and then a 5th that was remote only. So we could kind of structure it to just be through Zoom and get participation that way. And so that will all come to you in a summary. And then the commission had asked that we put together this master plan advisory committee to make sure that we're really engaging those partners. We also had stakeholder meetings at the beginning of the outreach process. So I think that we've gotten really good feedback, but if there's a, if there's a sense that we haven't done enough outreach to get more feedback, then I'd be open to adding something. I didn't mention that the master plan is being written and conducted in-house. We did have a consultant help with the outreach portion. But the hard thing about that is that there are so many other priorities.
Right.
So it has extended our timeline a couple of times for the master plan. But the good thing about doing it in-house is that we can be very flexible because there's no reason to go back and try to change a scope of work and have to pay more money to a consultant to add something to our process. So
that's good.
We are able to be flexible and add more outreach if that's the direction that the board would like to go.
I just remember from I think District 4 happened to have the very first public in-person one. And I remember some comments from folks that attended. It felt like it was kind of hijacked by the organized sports groups, and that the public at large, just regular folks that would use a park, didn't seem like they were present. So I'm just concerned about, I guess, that bias. And you see it with anything, if an organized group gets in there and runs things. So I don't know how we get beyond that or filter that out, or not really, but it was actually in one of the survey comments. So I guess that's where my concern comes from. Was it just, did it get out to stakeholder groups? And then how did it get out to the members at large? And again, a lot of times people don't get engaged but then it's kind of too late. So I don't know what to say about that.
Maybe there's some opportunities once we see the engagement, once we get an update, the board can assess where we are and then look at, if there's additional outreach we need to do, then it might give us a better idea for us to get a pulse of it.
I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, my question relates to rail. We made a commitment for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor to participate and prepare a master plan for the El Dorado County portion of it. Is that been included in the Parks Master Plan as a subsection? Is that a separate effort? Because it's becoming very important that we understand the timelines of what that's going to be done, recognizing all the demands on staff. And a big part of that, I think, is there has not been any public review on that portion of it. So if it's part of this overall master plan, we definitely need to do more outreach, in my opinion, on those affected areas by what that plan would be, which is a good part of the western slope of the county, all the way probably up to, it probably won't go all the way up to Coloma, but at least to Placerville with respect to the operations. So where are we with that, the SPTC master plan segment?
Yes, so I just recently became aware that that the SBTC wanted to embark on that process.
Okay.
My understanding is it hasn't begun yet, and we're still staffs that JPA is preparing to bring that to the JPA board for some sort of action. I didn't used to attend those meetings, so I'm not sure of the whole history of that effort, but I know that it's on the radar, and the plan was going to be for the whole corridor, not just for El Dorado County. So I think that would be a separate effort, but through the master plan process, I think we have heard from folks on the importance of the rail corridor and specifically for the rail enthusiasts, but also the bicycle enthusiasts.
Mhm.
So I think more broadly, we'll get through the master plan, we'll kind of see what the interest is and what the interest level is out there, which might help inform the master plan for the SBTC.
So it will be separate from the Parks Master Plan. It's a separate document. Because the way I understood it, there would be two pieces of it put together, because we wanted control of what happens in Sacramento, kind of within, not in Sacramento, in El Dorado County, within El Dorado County. We didn't want a lot of interaction with Sacramento County and that part of the rail system. We wanted to really define them in two pieces. They integrate together to be the overall SBTC. So I'm hoping that's still the thought pattern, that we're going to have the ability to pretty much define what we want in El Dorado County. The JPA board would probably then just approve that, because that's kind of the agreement we have now. I'm sure there may be some comments, but again, I kind of need to understand what is the timeline, because we're going to have an upcoming meeting, and it's kind of been a gap that hasn't been filled yet. So I appreciate you getting involved, and I think it's a very important segment, because there's a lot of opportunity with that corridor. There's been a lot of talk about use for biomass and a lot of other things that, biomass transport, we really need to get our arms around what is the ability of that rail system to transport heavy freight. If that's viable or not, I have my suspicions it's going to be, it costs a lot of money and time with where we are, but we did an assessment to try to determine crossings and stream beds and those kinds of things in terms of their integrity, but that needs to be brought into that plan. So
okay.
I'm open to a discussion at any point, since I'm the board's representative of the JPA, that you're available to do that, just to kind of make sure we're on the same page of what we see that vision to be. So, yeah, thank you.
That's an interesting issue. There's a lot going on there.
Yes, there is.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to kudos on John, because one of the big issues that we had would really be neat to get that train to come all the way up from Polson, into the little town of El Dorado. A lot of people don't know about the history of El Dorado at that particular time. And it used to be a population of over 300,000 people at one time in that particular area, which was called Uniontown. But one of the things with the Oriental Hotel that used to be on that corner, which now the county uses it where their probation is at right now, it housed a lot of dignitaries that was there. Actually, Ulysses S. Grant stayed there at that hotel one time, which was the Oriental Hotel, but then it came the Hill Hotel. And then it got burnt down, and I think it was in the early 50s is what it was when it finally burnt down. But there's a lot of history there, and I'd like to bring something back so we can, like a small historic town, which I talked about with Vicki a lot of times, and it would be really good for tourism if we could do something like that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, Jennifer. Interesting to see the revenue sources. So my question is on the Prop 68 grants, those were all competitive, weren't they? Yes, I mean, that's amazing that's a huge chunk of that revenue source. And just for us to have a recognition that, the park revenue is a challenging thing. Yeah, especially in a state of declining revenues. So yeah, that was very interesting, but certainly hard to fill Vicky's shoes. She was so dedicated to our parks and made tremendous accomplishments. And we truly appreciate you taking this on because I know you have a heart, you have a passion, and you have an expertise too for the parks. And so really appreciate you carrying forward her work to ensure that our assets, move forward. Because boy, our parks and trail systems are really important to our county and our residents. What you support is, the American River and the Rubicon and our parks, which are some of our most beloved assets. So really appreciate your efforts. Yeah, look forward to working with you more on all of the issues that are before us. So go home, take care of your little guy.
Yeah.
And thanks for being here this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
So CAO's office, is it the intent to go through central services, or do you want to break for lunch this week?
Up to the board. Do you need a break? We can certainly pick it up after lunch.
Yeah, let's do lunch.
Want to break now, and do you want to come back at 1 o'clock, or do you want to come back at 1:20? Pull
I
out.
can come back at 1. You guys
Yeah,
go.
1 o'clock is good.
1 o'clock, would that work for?
I've already got my
for-
lunch ready.
Is that enough time?
Does that work?
Okay, great. Well, let's break now, and the board will be back at 1 o'clock, and look forward to continuing this conversation. Well, good afternoon, and we are back. And we are in, for those of you who are joining us online, we are,
Oh, Wendy, microphone.
thank you very much. We are back. And for those of you that are joining us online, we are just getting warmed up and moving into the Central Services Division of the CAO's office. So with that, welcome Laura and Sue.
All right, thank you. Laura Schwartz, Assistant CAO, and I am going to go through our central services overview. Just to preface, this is a very, very high level overview of this group. We do a lot of things for all departments, and I think Sue said it well earlier. Our mission is really just to help departments meet their mission and get the job done. So, central services, you can also sometimes refer to it as internal services. We really are kind of the department that is here to provide those centralized or internal services. So let's see that. Instead of a mission statement, I just kind of like to always talk about the philosophy of a centralized services model. Part of why several of these divisions were set up was to create consistency in policies and procedures. So instead of having, 20 departments with small, fiscal and administrative units, we brought those together in our large fiscal division. We consistently provide the same level of service. We give the auditor's office consistency in the way that we submit invoices and journal entries, the way that we utilize our Phoenix system. So it creates efficiencies throughout the organization, as well as that ability to cross-train. So, in those smaller departments, when somebody's out, the work just doesn't get done. When we're able to bring folks together and build some of that capacity, we now have that ability to cross-train, and the work continues to get done because we have enough people that we can just kind of pass that work along, and it doesn't slow down. That deeper bench. So we have that ability to provide a little bit of each person from this level all the way up to this level. So you get a real depth of services. And the ability to see the big picture. This is something that I don't even really think we realized till we kind of brought these services together. So, as an example, we have facilities and we have procurement and contracts. Sometimes those can be at odds with each other. And the ability to kind of look at that big picture and how do we come up with solutions not only benefits those two organizations, but we're able to pass that down throughout the entire organization. So very solution oriented, and just kind of it gives both sides of the picture, kind of a department side as well as that internal service side. So we really have seen some efficiencies, and we're going to see that Parks is a great example. We'll see here on the next slide as we talk about our organizational chart, bringing Parks into this kind of centralized services model, as well as of yesterday, airports and cemeteries. Hopefully that's another area where we can look at that big picture, see if there's some shared resources, and bring some efficiencies into those programs. So our organizational structure, we have Jennifer Franich is the deputy CAO. Currently, she's kind of focusing on parks. We know with the loss of the parks manager, there's a lot that we kind of need to pick up on that. And then airports and cemeteries will also be within Jennifer's purview. We have our facilities division. Chuck Harrell is our facilities manager. Our central fiscal division, led by Carrie Williams-Horn. Our community development, admin, and finance, led by Becky Morton. Our procurement and contracts division, led by Michelle Weimer. And our ERP analyst, Katie Neisdal. So what do we do? And I realized that I did forget the bubble on the ERP analyst, so I'm going to kind of start with that one. Our ERP analyst is, as it was briefly mentioned in Tanya's presentation, we have an ERP team that is made up of staff from our office, the auditor's office, and IT. And they do a lot of the testing of our systems. They're very involved when we have updates. They're going to be very involved in the Kronos replacement project as that comes in. Phoenix, our system, we have patches and updates that continually come through that system. And so there's a whole slew of test environments that are set up. And, those folks are doing the testing behind the scenes before we even go live with any of those systems. So that's a lot of what they do, as well as troubleshooting. When departments have issues, they can pick up the phone, call that ERP analyst. They're helping departments work through any issues that they have with those systems, as well as, helping with creating reports, trying to, find efficiencies in the system to make the workflow work better for departments.
Refresh, remember ERP stands for?
I'm sorry, our Enterprise Resource System.
Perfect.
Thank you. I was gonna go there.
Didn't ring a bell. Yes. Our fiscal services, that is really hard to read in the yellow. Thank you. Here we go. We provide fiscal and administrative support to 13 different departments across the county. So a lot of the smaller departments, a lot of the larger departments, Department of Transportation, Environmental Management, Planning and Building, Human Resources, Risk Management, IT, the District Attorney, Public Defender, the board, just to name a few. So pretty much any of the fiscal or administration, except for the Sheriff's Office, HHSA, probation, and a few of the smaller departments are handled through the centralized fiscal services. They do budget development and monitoring for those departments, accounts payable, grant administration, billing, our general ledger reconciliation, handle deposits, and payroll. And that's just to name a few. Our facilities department, so we are responsible for just our building maintenance for all of our county facilities, from changing a light bulb to fixing doors, hanging whiteboards, to the toilets aren't working, or something's on fire. We handle it all. Our grounds maintenance, our grounds crews, I do want to give a special shout out to the grounds crews. This last year has been a little more challenging than we had anticipated. Honestly, with the opening of the navigation center, that has brought forward some challenges that these folks have to deal with on a daily basis. And so I just really wanted to recognize them. Some of it is just not pleasant to have to deal with, and they do it with grace and are very responsive and much appreciated. We did contract out our custodial, but we do manage the custodial contract. So whenever there are any issues with custodial, we take care of that as well. And then our whole capital project side, which I'll get into briefly later. We build stuff. And our procurement and contracts division. So we handle countywide contracts. Again, kind of a centralized, consistent area where, we work with county council, we work with risk management, HR, we make sure all of the rules and regulations are being followed. We have templates that we try and work from to keep things flowing through as efficiently as possible. We do our countywide purchase orders. So when we're purchasing goods, those flow through procurement and contracts, competitive solicitations, our requests for proposals, bids, requests for qualifications. We also handle the county mail, our county surplus program, and our stores orders. So those are all within procurement and contracts as well. Our total operating appropriations, a little over 16 million. And I will preface this does not include our ACO fund, our capital fund. So I'll talk about that in another slide. This is just kind of our core functions of facilities, maintenance side, procurement, and fiscal. So fiscal, we've got about 5.5 million in appropriations, almost 9 million for facilities, and about 2 million for P&C. Our net county cost is just slightly less than that at 15.5 million. We do have some small funding sources. Facilities is the largest part of that at a little over 600,000. And that is mainly when departments do have a funding source that they can pay for some of our services. We do bill that back to the departments. Oftentimes they have grants, HHSA. So things that are out of the norm that are kind of special projects, we do bill that back to departments. So that is money coming back from departments for those facilities projects, as well as some coverage of our ACO, our larger capital projects, when again, we have other funding sources that can cover those. We have some fees within fiscal, and that's primarily our EMS program, ARPA, we do have some, we're allowed to collect some ARPA funding for the administration of the program. So we have some of that that comes back, and a small amount in procurement and contracts. Again, that's just reimbursement for postage for those departments that have another funding source, as well as UCCE, the cooperative University of California Cooperative Extension. They also reimburse for, we handle their postage and all of their mail, so they reimburse us for those services. The cumulative capital outlay fund, again, I didn't really want to commingle with the other because it's such a large amount, but also wanted to say this dollar amount of 71 million, that's not just for this year. So when you look at those other charts, that's kind of an annual amount. We typically do spend all of that. We do budget our ACO fund a little differently. We like to budget for the full project upfront because obviously we don't want to start something and not have the funds to finish it. So you'll see that budget of a little over 71 million. That is for projects that are going to go out probably over 2 or 3 years. So that's not just an annual budget. That does get carried forward into other years. And so you see sometimes, poor Sue, when she's got to do the budget presentations, that money kind of gets commingled in with our general fund. And it looks like we have this, huge fund balance. It's really not. A lot of that money are these capital funds that are being carried forward to finish out these projects. So obviously the biggest one that we have on the books right now, over half of that, we have 40.5 million that is for our jail expansion project. We are moving forward on that. As you all know, we awarded the contract. We're hoping to break ground on that hopefully within the next 3 to 4 months. So we're getting, it's moving right along.
Nice.
Very, the state always tends to throw a couple of monkey wrenches at us. Our recent one, we weren't able to issue our notice to proceed to our contractor as quickly as we wanted to because the state came back and said, oh no, we need our name on your bond, your performance bond for the contractor, which was something they didn't bother to tell us ahead of time. So there's always these little things that cause slight delays, but we're moving forward at actually a pretty fast pace on this one. We have about 7.4 million in deferred maintenance. That's primarily made up of our ACO funding. And so the ACO funding, just to give a sense of what that is, every year annually, we take 1% of the property taxes and we deposit that into our cumulative capital outlay fund. So 1% of the county property taxes every year go towards these types of projects. So the deferred maintenance, that ACO funding is primarily what we use for the deferred maintenance, as well as general fund. So that's the primary resources for that deferred maintenance. 5.3 million for our court renovation will be coming to you here shortly. We just have completed our cost estimates on that. We just met with the courts last week. So you'll be hearing some more on that project probably within the next month.
Good.
$4 million for our permanent navigation center. We are working through some issues on that. We'll be back on that. Our Shikori garage is almost complete. We have a few little punch list items on that. I was able to go up and tour it about a month ago. And like I say, if the tsunami heads our way, we all need to head to Tahoe because that building is not going anywhere. They did a really good job. And then we have 2.7 million for some jail upgrades. Captain Thompson referred to some of those yesterday. And so we also anticipate to have all those completed this year. Service and performance indicators. These are kind of more of our service indicators. Fiscal, just to give a sense, we develop the budget and we monitor approximately 442 million in appropriations across multiple departments. So those departments that I mentioned earlier, that kind of gives you a sense of the magnitude of what we're processing. We reviewed and approved over 20,000 fiscal transactions during the calendar year 2023. We have things such as our county road report, which is a requirement. We work on that and submit that annually. All of the ARPA reporting is done through this group. So we've done that this year as well. Procurement and contracts. We processed 288 contracts and 126 amendments in calendar year 2023, completed 26 RFPs and 9 RFQs. that doesn't sound like a lot, but they are very labor intensive. It takes a lot of time to put these together, to review the proposals when they come in, do those evaluations. So of everything we do, those are probably the most time intensive. We completed 36 requests for bids and processed over 1,200 purchase orders. So our role in the strategic plan, again, I probably could have done pages and pages here, but I kind of tried to just pick out a couple. Facilities has a big role, and I'm hoping to come to you here in the next year or so with a lot more information that you've been requesting. We are in the process of developing our 5-year CIP for our capital projects and deferred maintenance. We're continuing to move towards a long-term plan to transition leased facilities to county-owned. You know, some of the steps that this board has taken towards that, we have our new Emerald Bay properties. We formerly called those the Barton buildings. I'm trying to get us set on kind of where we're located. So we're going to call those the Emerald Bay properties.
Okay. Gotta get my head into that. We can do it.
And we actually are getting ready. We're moving forward. We're looking at 3 of those. There are a total of 4 buildings. We're looking at moving forward on 3 of those right now. And that's our primary goal, is to get folks out of the El Dorado Center. So looking at how we're going to utilize those 3 spaces, hoping to also kind of create a main conference center up there in one of the centers, because that's something that really is lacking up in the Tahoe area. That will also allow us to kind of create more program space in the other buildings, because if we don't have to create a large conference space in each of those buildings, and we can have a shared conference space, that gives us more space for programming. So we're moving along with the plans on that. We'll be coming back to you shortly. And then we successfully completed the improvements on the Ponderosa building. And we successfully moved our elections folks over there, and we're able to reduce the rent for child support. So they were able to move some of that to programming. So, you know, a couple of wins. We still have some more that we need to look at, but that is always on the radar. And finally, the Navigation Center, that's, you know, develop a continuum of support and housing opportunities for unhoused individuals. So we are working very closely with HHSA and the sheriff on the Navigation Center. Procurements and contracts, improve external and internal service delivery. And this is where Kim's going to help me. We created an interactive dashboard that's available to all county departments, and Kim's going to share her screen for me so I can just quickly show that to you guys.
Show and tell.
I know you like dashboards. We like dashboards. We're trying to get there. So this is what we call our department tracker application. And this is on our, on the intranet site. So this is for departments. You know, instead of having to call up PNC and where's my contract, they can go here. And Kim, if you can click on the click here to view. Right. Well, actually, sorry, stop for a second. Yeah, go back. I was just going to notice we have 89 contracts in process. Yep, that's okay. This is, you start there, takes you here. 89 contracts in process, 20 of those are rush requests. So that gives you an idea of, you know, those rush requests rise to the top, 24 bid items in process. And then if you go to the click here to view, and if you can go that drop down box kind of on the far right there, Kim, and just pick facilities. Click there. It's going to bring up all the contracts that are in process. Kind of if you go up to that top one, Kim, that's Roblin. That's the one we're waiting on for the jail expansion. You can click on the click here to view details, and it gives you a lot of information of when it, you know, where it went, and you can kind of see down the bottom, there's a whole section of notes. This one is very long because there's a lot of notes on this one. So staff, you know, really try and keep this updated, kind of where we're at in the process, so that a department could go in at any time and see where they're at with their contracts. So huge kudos to John Manning and Matthew Potter of our staff that put this together. Unfortunately, we're losing John Manning to Placer County. Very bummed. This, you know, I'd like to move towards this kind of information for facilities, you know, all of these internal services. I think this is a great dashboard and an easy way for departments to get information. Thank you, Kim.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Rush contracts,
Mhm.
I've heard those kind of things before. Is that because of inadequate planning and getting ahead of things, or is it because it just happens and it was an, oh, by the way? Because what I've found in my personal experience is you have to tell people if they don't get things in on a timely basis, it's on them. Your department shouldn't be rushing to put together contracts because somebody forgot to communicate to you that need.
I think it's a combination. I mean,
Okay.
honestly, sometimes, something just comes up and we don't want to impede county business. I mean, we just, and so we try and take those, to the top. I mean, I can tell you in facilities, oftentimes it's not that it's not poor planning, but it's, we didn't know we were going to need a third-party inspection company to do the inspections for the jail expansion project. If we don't get this contract in place, now we're putting our contract with the prime contractor behind. So we're going to do a rush on this third-party contract, that we weren't even aware that was going to be required until the state all of a sudden says, you need this. So I think there's a lot of that happens.
Granted, but if it's just not adequate communication or planning, we need to push back on those things because
we
people
do.
learn that's the natural process they go through. It's a rush job, right?
We do. It's a fine balance. I mean,
Yeah.
I really, P&C gets a bad rap a lot of the time because, people think, I should just be able to give this to them and they should be able to turn it around in a week. And it's not. We have a whole set of processes that we have to go through. We have to check state websites. Do they have the proper certifications? Do they have the proper insurance? Is the person who's signing the contract the person who's authorized to sign the contract?
Mhm.
There's a lot of that stuff that happens behind the scenes. And so we do our best
Okay.
with departments. But you can see, I mean, over a third of those contracts that we have in process right now are rushes.
That's usually an indicator of a problem based upon my history. So anyway.
Okay. Let's see. Also for procurement and contracts, we are in the final stages of completing a procedures manual. We updated the policy about a year ago. It's taken us a little bit longer to get that procedures manual done than I had hoped. But again, we've been, 20 some odd rush contracts that take precedence over that procedures manual, but it is almost ready to go. And quite honestly, we have some updates to the policy that we'll be bringing forward here in the next couple months as well. So we're already ready just to kind of make some slight tweaks. It's been about a year. We know some pieces that aren't working as well as we'd like them to. So we're going to make some clarifications and modifications to that policy. And again, the work as one organization, that really, I think, kind of sums up what Central Services tries to do. So with that, I think the battery might be dying on this.
Oh, it's gotten a lot of use.
Yeah. So that completes my part for Central Services. I will, unless you want to take questions now, or do we want to go to EMS?
Are there any specific questions for Central Services?
No, good job.
I just want to thank Laurel. Thanks.
Yeah, I was gonna
Especially, I'm beating your office up a lot, especially on one of the issues that I had going on, but it worked out great. Thank you.
Right. All right. Great. So no specific questions. We'll save our overall comments. For the end. So great. Thank you. Excellent, Laura. Appreciate it.
Okay, hello again, Sue Henneke. I'm with the Chief Administrative Office and here to talk about EMS and emergency preparedness. So our mission statements, just to kind of paraphrase our emergency medical services agency. So we at the county are required to provide for ambulance service within the county and to, have an EMS agency. We could either provide it ourselves or we could contract with someone else to oversee things such as the licensing of EMTs and the accreditation of paramedics. And so it's really a regulatory function that the county performs there. And then emergency preparedness and response, I think, we've talked about this a little bit over time. This really refers to a set of public health emergency preparedness programs that we have been providing through grant funding passed through to the state. And so the missions for each of those grants is kind of driven through that. And we'll be talking with you pretty soon and in the recommended budget about transferring some of those public health pieces back over to public health. So here's our org chart. Not including me, we have 7.5 folks. And as I mentioned, we perform that regulatory function. So we are required to have a medical director. And we're fortunate to have Dr. Duncan, who has a huge amount of experience in emergency medicine. He, of course, is an emergency room physician. He was the head of the State Emergency Medical Services Authority for years. He's also been the medical director for CAL FIRE and CalSTAR. So really fortunate to have him. He works half-time for us. And then our manager of emergency medical services and preparedness is Christine Guth. So she's here today for any questions that you have. Extensive background in public health. And so we're happy to have her filling in as we actually we're working on transitioning from a catch-all manager of EMS to more of a straight up emergency medical services agency manager. And then, as I said, moving those public health preparedness programs back to public health, and then through the revised structure of the preparedness and OES with the sheriff and the CEO's office, the other preparedness functions, that's really where they'll go. In EMS operations, that really is working with our medical director to look at policies, protocols, working closely with our ambulance service providers. And then we also have the EMS accreditation and certification group. We are we're the only, I'll refer to as a LEMSA, local emergency medical services agency. So we're the only LEMSA in the state. We actually do our own ambulance billing. So we do contract for ambulance billing with a company called Whitman Enterprises, but it's not as easy as just turning it over to Whitman. We have staff in Laura's group that support us on that, and we also have staff within the EMS agency that really help to ensure that the information flows from the field where the paramedic is collecting it and over to the billing agency with everything we need to try to collect as much money as we possibly can on that bill. And that group has been doing a tremendous amount of work, as Christine informed you when we were here last month talking about County Service Area 3. And then we've got our emergency preparedness and response. So as I mentioned, some of those grants will be going back to public health, but we will keep a couple of those that are very closely related to the medical health operational area coordinator function that we do and working with hospitals. So we will still have a small component of that preparedness as it relates to the medical health function that we retain. Okay, so as I mentioned, we plan, oversee, implement, monitor, and evaluate EMS services in El Dorado County. So it is not only the ambulance services side, but also because all of our fire districts operate at the advanced life support level, we work very closely with them because their staff are all paramedics. So we're working always very closely with those departments, and we set through the medical protocols and policies that those paramedics need to follow within our system. We approve and monitor training programs. So again, that falls right in with establishing those protocols and then making sure that all the training that occurs in the county is in line with those established protocols. And then we do a lot of policies, protocols, procedures. So medical control and quality improvement of the EMS system. So we have staff that work constantly with the providers and they review, it's called continuous quality improvement. And so they get together, they review calls, they look at whether it was done in accordance with policy and protocol and how they can improve that and training gaps. And so it really is kind of a constant cycle of developing, implementing policies and then evaluating and then looking for improvement. And then the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator Program. It's a program and it's a person. I think of it as a person. It's Christine here. And so it's a very important function within the county. What happens is if there's an emergency or a disaster, that function works with everybody involved, the hospitals, the fire districts, OES, everybody to help coordinate medical health resources. And so, we first reach to see what we can find locally to fulfill everybody's needs needs. And if we need to go up to the state level to request those resources, that happens through our Mohawk program, as we call it. And then there are the preparedness and response programs. So we've got the public health emergency preparedness, the hospital preparedness program, city readiness initiative, and the pan flu. And so we're working very closely with public health to see which one of those are going to go back and which ones we'll retain. Total operating appropriations. It looks really big. This includes in the yellow there, that is the ambulance county service areas. So obviously, we are technically the provider of ambulance service within the county, but we do that by contracting with 2 JPAs, one in each county service area. And then we've got the emergency preparedness, and those are all grant-funded programs. Our general fund continuity of operations, the majority of that is our disaster case management program with the Salvation Army, or contract with Salvation Army. And then we've got the EMS, the emergency medical services function there at 1.8. So that is the administration of the entire county system. Our net county cost, we wouldn't normally show a net county cost in this division, except for maybe those small pieces of the continuity of operations, where, as in the past, we provided a few $1,000s for emergency hotel stays and things like that that we couldn't get covered through grants. This $2 million net county cost relates to the ongoing issue that we've been having with County Service Area 3 and trying to shore them up. So we've got some funding that had been brought in to shore that up, and it's kind of showing as a net county cost. So again, our revenue sources. So the big piece is coming in through the ambulance service areas. And so those revenues are ambulance fees. In County Service Area 7, there is a portion of the ad valorem property tax that they receive. In each service area, there are special taxes and or assessments for ambulance service. On the West Slope, we get an amount of money from the tribe to provide ambulance services. It's usually around $200,000. And then court fines that are related to a children's trauma program called, there's the Maddie and Richie program, a couple of those. Obviously interest, EMS fees for, that licensure and accreditation that we talked about of the medical personnel. And then we've got that ARPA contribution and the use of fund balance. And then an emergency preparedness, as I mentioned, those are grants, and a small portion of public health realignment that had typically been brought over to cover the 887 charges and the overhead costs that couldn't be covered by grants. So that's a pretty small portion. So some of the things we look at to see how we're doing. We have response metrics. So obviously we look at ambulance response time, and that is set out in the contracts with our providers. And so we regularly monitor that to see how they're doing. So do they, because they want to meet the demand of the community as well. And then we have ambulance patient offload time, or we call it APOT. So that is the amount of time that a medic unit, so when the medic takes a patient to the hospital, they can't just leave them there at the door. They have to make contact with a physician. The hospital has to take over care of that patient. So when you have less acute patients, which we have a lot of them in our ambulance system, unfortunately, I think because you can imagine the state of our healthcare system, often the emergency room and the ambulance system is sort of the last resort care. So, but in the scheme of an emergency department, when you get there, you have a less acute patient and you're needing to wait for that doctor, that triage nurse to get to you, you could end up sitting there, what we call wall time, for a considerable amount of time. Sometimes it's in the hours. So there's legislation coming that is mandating that that hospitals and local systems work together to try to reduce that time. So we'll see how that goes. Both of these things are also going to be something we talk about extensively with our partners that are providing ambulance transport services. And as we start to have discussions with counties, with the West Slope JPA on their new contract, we already have a lot of ideas from them on how to address both of these. Continuous quality improvement, as I mentioned, that is a function that we have our EMS supervisor and his staff, and they meet with those contractors, and they constantly talk about evaluating the work that is being done in the field and how it can be improved. Clinical care oversight and medical control. So that's Dr. Duncan working with our EMS supervisor and developing those policies, procedures, protocols, and vetting those through the stakeholders, which again are our partners, the hospitals and the ambulance providers. And then the documentation, adherence, and revenue reimbursement. So that is getting at our billing function, which we've talked to quite a bit already. So I won't beat that to death anymore. And then capabilities and planning guides. That's really a function of those preparedness programs. So that's all about working with partners in the community in anticipating various events and making sure we are planning for and having the capabilities in place to deal with those as they come up. So role in the strategic plan. Obviously, the ambulance system is, part of having safe and healthy communities. And toward the goal of strengthening emergency response capabilities and effectiveness, we have been working on an EMS system evaluation. So we've gotten our first draft of that from the contractor, and we're going through that now, and we'll be updating kind of all the stakeholders on the board on how that's going shortly. Strategic innovation. So challenges solvable by innovative solutions. So we've looked at a number of ways over the years that we've enhanced our programs through the use of technology. Of course, it was mandated by law, but we implemented an electronic patient care report system. We were required to do that several years ago, but when we came in, when the CEO's office took over the program, we realized it wasn't really operating as it should be. So staff have done a tremendous amount of work in really revisiting that system, looking at the forums and trying to get that working to the point where the medics in the field are more comfortable with it. We're getting all the documentation that we need. We've also recently implemented something called First Watch, which is going to get us a lot better data out of the dispatch system and the call reporting system that we can use to, again, enhance our contract management and hold the providers accountable for response times, document when they truly have exceptions to a response time that is legitimate. And so that's just going to be one more tool that we can use to make sure the service is as good as it can be. Improving external and internal service delivery. We've really been looking at that ambulance billing function, as we mentioned. So both what we're doing internally and holding the biller accountable. So we've been doing a lot of that work. And then the technology, I think I mentioned as the innovative solutions. So challenges we have coming up. We mentioned it in our discussion of County Service Area 3. There is new legislation, AB 716, that it's going to basically require us to revamp our rate schedule for ambulance billing. So we think that there are some advantages to this. We think it might be an opportunity for us to get better revenue. What the state is trying to do is get insurance companies to actually pay the rates that EMS agency or a system is charging. And so I know that sounds simple, but there's a lot more to it than that. So we will be coming to the board with a new rate structure for both Service Area 3 and 7 within the next few months. We need to explore options and implement strategies to improve EMS provider access to policies, procedures, and protocols. So looking again at, I think the collaboration in developing all of those things, the policies, procedures, protocols has been tremendous over the last several years. That was an area where I think there was a lot of improvement to be made. And so our staff, and including Dr. Duncan, have been wonderful in working with the providers. And I would say on the provider side, they have stood up committees and had really good involvement through those committees in working with us on these. So we've got that collaboration piece down. Now what we're trying to work toward are tools that make it easier for everybody in the field to access these things. So if a medic is in the field and he's having trouble remembering a certain protocol, something like that, can he pull it up on his tablet more easily and have it right there? So that's a very simplistic example, but in the process of developing that. And then, as I mentioned, the transition of some of these grants to public health. So increased coordination with our internal partners related to preparedness grants and disaster response activities. So we're really, again, just digging into those pieces and getting them all, all those grant funding and all the work programs that fall in line with those grant funding into the right spots. And of course, once they're in those right spots, all those folks are all still going to be collaborating, working together as they always have been. But we're just trying to continue on that process we just went through of the looking at the OES and the preparedness programs. And this is kind of the last little piece of that. That's it for EMS. Okay.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, everyone quick on response times. From my past experience, what we found, we look at response times. People say it takes forever for the medic unit to show up, right? What we found was when Camino was doing all the dispatching, a lot of the lag time was from the person calling to get it to dispatch to the service agency. There was a significant amount of time lost in that process. Does this new technique you're looking at look at what is that dispatch response time in addition to the agency response time? Because the agencies can go forward and say, hey, we were there on an average in 7 minutes or whatever the number is. But if it took them 10 minutes to get the message to the agency, that's where the real issue is.
Well, I'll first start by saying we don't really have a response time problem overall. So, I mean,
Okay.
we're the providers are within the parameters, which is like something like within, it's got to be 90% of the time that they meet
And
that response
so
time.
with
within a
Cameron Park
certain-
losing the medic unit, it'll stay that way?
Yes, because
Okay.
the way the system is set up, it's always closest resource anyway.
understand that.
So it's not the medic unit just responding from quarters. There is a requirement, you can't have more than, I believe it's 2 transfers in transferring that call. So I know that there was some idea out in the public that there was a long lag time between the placing the call and it getting out. I really don't think that's an issue. It can only transfer twice. And sometimes if you call on your cell phone, it goes to CHP dispatch and then it's got to go over there. If you're calling from your landline, it goes to sheriff. They realize it's a medical call, they send it to Camino. But the great thing about Camino is that it's an emergency command center. So they can, as they're assessing the call, they start getting wheels in motion and it's the closest resource. So even while they're, it's not like they hang up the call and the person goes. So I don't see that as being a real
At one
issue.
point in time it was, and we had to try to focus on how do we get a better dispatch response time. So
Yeah, I think, where we're going actually is not as much focus on response time as first of all, we're looking at what's called priority dispatch. And so trying to get a better handle on what kind of resource actually needs to get there. And then the outcomes, because it may not be, you don't always on every call need an 11-minute response. But you want to know what you got out of that 11-minute response versus, something later. So all going to be part of a really good discussion that we have with especially the West Slope JPA in these next 18 months when we're working on their new contract.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions?
Yeah, Sue, thank you for clarifying that the other day, especially about that other, truck that, an ambulance gets called, and then the truck arrives and people are getting billed for that extra vehicle.
Yeah.
And I know it's been going on a lot. It just started happening more so, a lot of these, and that's been a lot of the complaints with a lot of the residents and stuff. And anyway, so thank you for clarifying that. So they can actually get a reimbursement if if they reach out to the chief, because that one particular vehicle nobody even got out of the vehicle. They just turned it around and they got billed for it. So.
Yeah. So what Supervisor Turbo is referring to, it's we get a lot of questions about it too. So often the engine from the fire district will arrive first on a medical call. And so some districts do actually charge for that response. It's called a first responder fee. And sometimes it confuses folks because then the ambulance comes, and if they do have an ambulance transport, and then they get a bill for the ambulance transport and they get a bill from the fire district. So if you do receive those, just refer them back to the fire district because we aren't involved in that billing process at all.
It's good to know.
Okay.
Good to know.
Yeah.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
I have a follow-up question. The ambulance billing, you said we are the only county in the state to do our own in-house billing. Is that a good thing? Briefly, what are the benefits of that? Or, should we look at doing it like the other counties do?
Well, I'll first say I believe it's a remnant of the way the system was structured a long time ago. And for a number of reasons, for a long time, we felt we could not make any changes to the system because we would lose what's called our rights to just continue to contract with
That's
our
right.
JPA, that we'd
That's
have to,
right.
we'd be open to competition.
They just stay status
So-
quo for the program.
Yeah, so that definitely was one of the reasons we kept it for so long and didn't explore that. We haven't fully explored it. It is something that we've talked about looking at with our consultant that has done our strategic plan. I don't think it's something we're looking at doing anytime soon. To me, one of the advantages of keeping it in-house is that the board sets the rates. If you leave that up to the provider, you lose that control over what's happening there. And so now you have the comfort of knowing that you're setting the rate, and you're setting that rate based on what it costs to cover the cost of the system and no more than that. At least that's what we strive to do.
Yep.
We always
So-
like local control to the best of our ability.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
and I
Okay,
remember
great. Thank
Foothill
you.
Ambulance Service used to be in our county, and they were terrible. There was a lot of issues with that company.
Yeah, so that's why I think for a long time, the board and the county have tried very, very hard to maintain our system as it is, because we have a high quality
Bar-based.
system.
We do,
Right.
yeah,
I love
absolutely.
care.
I had one more question. In the revenue that was noted, there was an ARPA contribution. Can you refresh my memory about how much that ARPA contribution is, recognizing those are one-time monies? That's not going to be an ongoing revenue source.
Yes, so we were projecting a shortfall in County Service Area 3. And so the board authorized the use of about $2 million of the, I believe it was the administrative side. So we were allowed a certain amount of money in ARPA to cover what was called lost revenue
Right.
initially. And then they opened it way up to basically could cover any governmental service.
Right.
So the $2 million was shifted into County Service Area 3 because of that projected shortfall. So we are seeing, thanks to all of Christine's group's efforts, we are seeing billing come in a little higher. I think it's a large part due to Christine's efforts. It also has to do with the board agreeing to participate in the new GEMT program. And we did increase rates in County Service Area 3 last year. So we are fingers crossed that we are not going to use all of that $2 million
Excellent.
in the current year, but as the system really still isn't sustainable up there necessarily, that will provide us with additional fund balance in the following year, so that maybe we won't have to ask for a general fund contribution or other support to keep it going. That's my hope. We'll just have to keep seeing how it's going.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I know there's been a lot of moving parts to all this, recognizing that ambulance, is such a critical service in our community and something everyone cares about. So
Clarity, CSA 3 is the Tahoe Basin, CSA 7 is the Western Slope, right?
Yes, thank you.
Just so
Sorry.
we know where we're talking about. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you to everyone for all your efforts in this, making sure we have a sustainable system that meets local needs. Excellent. All right. So with that, time to move into resiliency and with our OWAPR, Office of
OWAPR.
Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience.
Okay, so yes, thank you, Supervisor Thomas, because we say OWAPR because it's a lot easier.
Mhm.
So we do have a mission, and that flows directly from the county's strategic plan. So our mission is creating a fire adapted and resilient El Dorado County through collaboration and coordination. And I just want to note, the board was just extremely innovative in establishing this office, because we get calls all the time. I know Tom was telling me just today, someone from Santa Cruz called him, people asking us what this office is, what we do. They're looking to emulate it. And I get the feel, well, it's more than a feeling. I know that the folks at the state office fire marshal and at the state level at CAL FIRE are also going out and telling people, go look at what El Dorado County is doing.
Nice.
So you had a lot of foresight when you established this. So we have about 4.7 people. So you have a part of me. We've got our program manager, Tom Meyer, who's been amazing and coming in and just kind of getting us on this path of really building this program. We have a new administrative analyst, Jenna Patry, who started last week. Has a lot of background in public information and outreach, so she's going to be wonderful. We have our awesome defensible space inspector, Richie Galvin. I think many of you have gotten to meet him. And then we have, of course, two extra help principal management analysts. We have Ken Pimlott, former director of CAL FIRE. We have Greg Stanton, former director of environmental management. And then we have an extra help administrative analyst who is Janet Berenson, and she also is a former deputy director of CAL FIRE. So good, strong group there to get this office going. So what we do, we have, so the structure in this, for this program is a little different. So falling out of the original direction from the board to create a working group, we created a working group. The working group recommended establishing this office. So with this office, recognizing the importance of this was to reach out to everybody in the community and look at everything they were already doing in this space and to bring those together. We rely very heavily on our coordination group, which is made up of CAL FIRE, the Forest Service, the Fire Safe Council, the RCDs, OES, Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody, Fire Chiefs Association, and the fire prevention officers. So we have that coordination group. They help to determine priorities and set a work plan for our office. And so we follow that work plan, and that is guided by the wildfire strategy, which your board approved back in September. So those are the elements of the strategic plan there. And again, we focus on being a liaison between the CAO, the board, and all the stakeholders and interested parties that are out there working in the wildfire and preparedness space. And we manage the county's defensible space program. And then we have biomass. So the idea behind putting biomass in with the OWOPR was because they're pretty closely related, right? We have a lot of issues with getting material out of our forests, and biomass is all about trying to create reusable energy from stuff that comes from our forests. So we're trying to, find this energy there more and more all the time. And so we're trying to facilitate advancement of these projects. Benefits are reducing catastrophic wildfires by getting that material out of the forest, improving our watershed health and air quality, and then creating a renewable energy source. And then of course, if we can stimulate job growth and economic development opportunities. So a good example of ideas toward that, what I thought was really creative was the whole Black Oak Mine Unified School District program that was going forward. The idea was to create an educational program there for the kids to learn, how to basically work in a sawmill, and then use those products to have a small biomass facility there. So we're still working on that. We got the education piece. So Black Oak Mine is standing up that vocational education piece, which is going to be awesome. But we'll keep working at trying to also get that biomass piece co-located there, because that would be ideal. So our total appropriations are a little under 2.6 million, net county cost of 1.2 million. And a large part of the revenue here, the appropriations are related to our hazard mitigation grant, or it's also called the California Wildfire Mitigation Program grant, because it's a special form of the hazard mitigation grant that is actually running through the Joint Powers Authority between CAL FIRE and Cal OES. And so that is a $24 million grant. What you see here in the orange just represents a portion of phase 1 of that grant, which is getting the environmental work done and some of the planning done. And then we do have a small fire safe grant. That was the fire safe coordinator. We're expecting that to be open up again shortly. Okay, what next? Strategic plan. I'm sorry, I can't see the thing, so I have to. So towards safe and healthy communities, strengthen emergency response capabilities and effectiveness. So our action item there was to prepare a comprehensive update to the Western El Dorado Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So you'll probably remember in 2021, I believe, the CWPP was brought to the board for acceptance or approval. And that CWPP was really a compendium of the 26, I believe at the time, Fire Safe Council individual community wildfire protection plans. And it represented a tremendous amount of work done by those fire safe councils. And they were doing this in the area before the county was even paying attention. And so it was really amazing and really good starting point for where we need to go, though, which is to fill in the gaps for the areas that aren't covered by those fire safe councils and to have this plan cover the whole western slope in a more comprehensive way. So really with using the most advanced risk modeling technologies and getting the stakeholders and local fire districts and everybody involved in a way that they hadn't necessarily been before, because you had each fire safe council kind of looking at their own community. So that is a huge effort that's underway right now. We did an RFP. Tom is working on developing the contract for that contractor. We're really excited. They've got a great number of tools where we're going to see the dashboard being used a lot throughout this process. And so we're working on that as we speak. And of course, that under our planning element in our strategic plan, we're going to make sure that that plan is in alignment with all the other plans. So, you have the CAL FIRE local unit plan, we've got the forest plan, we've got, Placerville working on their local plan. So we're, a big part of the scope of that was to make sure that those plans all speak to each other and are in conjunction with each other. Local hazard mitigation plan, the sheriff is currently working on. So that's going to be a big focus of this effort. And then for a thriving economy, under exploring the feasibility of waste to energy industries. So the board has already checked this box off. You've appointed an ad hoc on biomass. And so that is Supervisor Harlan, Supervisor Turnbull, working very closely with Norma Santiago, Greg Stanton, and so far, and all the groups that are involved in that space. And so those are all you're all doing a great job of exploring all those opportunities out there. It's a challenging one because it's hard to get it to pencil out, I think, as you all know, but a lot of exciting potential.
Yeah, I want to interrupt. And also we're looking at Grizzly Flat too, and I'll go over that with you later.
Right, yeah. So policy and programmatic changes. So as I said, it's a new office. There's a lot of potential out there. So just the ongoing development and the continuation of effective collaboration with our stakeholders and agencies. So we've got a number of work groups started, and we're all kind of trying to feel our way through those work groups and get those up and productive. We need to further develop and enhance the defensible space program. And you'll notice I say program. I want to keep emphasizing that it's much more than just the ordinance. There is a whole program that we have and will continue to build around the ordinance as one tool. So that'll be, again, a large focus of our efforts this year. And then we're just going to continue to evaluate our needs and resources. So I think every time we come and talk to you about OWOP, I say, hey, we might be back asking for more, but it's always going to be measured and thoughtful, and we're trying to look at whatever grant funding we can pull down first and foremost. But it really is, it's an exciting time because, as I said, we get approached by people, new projects come up, there's new things every week, and so it's a matter of kind of sifting through it and figuring out where do we have the capacity to engage in that now, or is that something that, okay, well, we need to go ask for the capacity because we need to be engaged in that now. And so we're trying to be patient, not bite off more than we can chew, but at the same time, be able to take advantage of opportunities as they come up. So like I said, it's just a really exciting program, I think, to be a part of, and there's a lot of potential out there. And I think you're going to hear more and more about the big project I mentioned, the Weber Creek project, the $24 million project. And so we were very fortunate to be approached by the state to be one of the 6 pilot programs, 6 pilot counties for that program. So we hope that becomes a model and that we're able to pull down funding for similar projects in other places throughout the county. But we'll see. It'll depend on how we got to show them with this one that we can really do a good job. So.
Wow. Well, thank you for this update and report. And I'm just so proud of this office and to all of the expertise of everyone that has jumped in to seeing the potential of this and taken their time and expertise to make it what it is, which is, as you've said, a model across the state, which is quite something. And, thank you to you, Sue, for, getting involved in this and leading it, and to all of our staff and Ken and Tom and everyone, that all of our partners that have been a critical part of getting us to this point to figure out what we did need, and then moving us forward in a very robust way. And this $25 million hazardous mitigation grant is proof that it's working, and look forward to seeing that move forward and what it can do to help create a resilient community. So just much gratitude for everyone involved in this effort. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the net county cost of $1.2 million, and I'm wondering, do we have a goal to make this a self-funded activity? Because I believe we should be going to the federal government and asking for funding from the U.S. Forestry Service for taking over the responsibility of doing what I believe is their work. And maybe we have to get our congressman to go and make the ask. We get so little funding in terms of the PILT that I think it's time to step up and ask, because if we really are a role model, and this is recognized or starting to be recognized, then we should receive some funding to support that, because other agencies will face the same problems we do. So is there a restriction on that?
Well, I think, so we didn't set out with that as a goal. We did say, and part of the original direction from the board was to explore funding opportunities.
Right.
But I wouldn't characterize this as we're doing what the Forest Service should be doing, because a lot of our focus and where the gap was down in the built environment. So you had SOFAR working out in the watershed, you have the RCD working out in the watershed, you had all that going on, and you really didn't have a robust program in the built environment. And that's really not the Forest Service responsibility.
I understand
It's
that part.
not necessarily our responsibility. It comes down to the communities, and we're talking about private property and private landowners. So what we're trying to do is support them to be able to do that work. And we have seen for the first time, I mean, this $24 million grant, a lot of that is the majority of that is federal money. So, we're only paying a very, very small share, and the state's paying a very, very small share, but, something like 95% of that, 90% of that is federal money. And that's to work in the built environment. So, we certainly will continue to look at those opportunities. I don't know if it's at all realistic to get to think of this as a zero net county cost, but we always do our
recognizing the
best.
results of the Caldor fire and how it got started and the response, I think we have a very strong argument that we are starting to step up and do a major part of what I believe the Forestry Service should have been doing for years. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll accept that. But I wouldn't give up on the thought of trying to find a way to recoup some of our costs to do these things in those areas, because that is the highest risk area, in my opinion. It's not the developed communities. There's risks there. But if you look at the high risk area, it's our forests that are overly populated, number one, that have way too much dense fuels laying on the ground. And all it takes is an event like the Caldor start, it's gone.
Well, and to the extent that we do, so there is grant funding available to do work out in forest. And that's really where, agencies like the RCD and those other folks take the lead. But to the extent we ever get involved in those, there would be, some overhead that gets claimed, on those projects. But in terms of, this just being sort of the net county cost really just comes down to kind of the administrative function of this. And we are with that. And what we'll try to do a better job is, what you get for that $1.2 million in net county cost, how much that's leveraged. Exactly. So it's $1.2 million in net county cost, but there's at least $24 million in grants that we have in hand, and we've got others in progress. So you might want to, maybe consider looking at the net county cost for how it leverages the dollars that come in on those.
I think that would be an important thing to look at as well. But the other thing I want to remind everybody who's presented today is that CSAC has a challenge award process. And I really believe that the old Whopper is a strong candidate for that award. And we ought to make the nomination if we have the staff time to put it together, because I think getting recognition for all 58 counties, what El Dorado County is doing here,
Great idea.
would be extremely helpful. I had the privilege of going to a Cal Poly, a student's reception downtown on Monday. I happened to sit at a table with a gal who's a senior, and she dealt with forestry, and she worked on the Caldor fire, and she hadn't heard about our old Whopper. So I'm going to tune her into it. We got connection there and stuff, but I think the more we can spread the word of how the effectiveness, particularly in rural counties, obviously that's where it applies the most, I believe, of the effectiveness of working with all the agencies and how you set this thing up and coordinate. This is a major accomplishment. It isn't easy to try to take all these diverse agencies and bring them together and get something that's synergistic and really has an effect. And so I would encourage us to consider that, because I think it would rank very high in terms of public safety and fire prevention and a lot of different categories within that challenge award criteria.
We will look into it. And I failed to mention how amazing the surveyor's GIS office has been. We're talking about partners and
Yes.
it's been incredible. The volunteer time, we have a lot of members of our coordination group that don't work Fridays that come to our Friday meetings.
Wow.
So the commitment of these other agencies has been awesome, but also I really need to shout out to the GIS group. They've been wonderful in supporting us too. So
Fantastic. Excellent.
Excellent results. Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, I think I saw NACO newsletter too had a similar thing for program awards or something. I'll go back and look, because I'm thinking if we're trying to attract federal dollars, maybe we want to
We've submitted both places. Absolutely.
awards. So I'll go back through, remind me if I forget, because I forget everything. I'll go back and try and find
Okay.
that. I thought about it and I thought, oh, that sounds so overwhelming, but if this is that unique, maybe that'd be cool. So I'll go back. But thank you for triggering that. And then I think it was at RCRC a week ago or so. I'm losing track of things right now. There's so much going on. But Wade Crowfoot, from Natural Resources, was the guest speaker and all that. And he really was emphatic that all the counties need to plug into the governor's task force stuff. And are we good about doing that?
yeah, Ken's keeping up on that. I don't know the latest on it, but I know that
Okay.
he's been keeping up his finger on the pulse of that.
Okay, and the reason why, and I think you guys are really plugged in really well, but Wade was just like, that's where all the money's flowing through.
Heard you say.
And so he, and I thought, and I used to go to that, but they've switched the focus now. It's so different, and the days they've chosen are terrible. So whatever. But I'm just thinking, if staff's really there and there's any opportunities for funding, he really encouraged everyone to participate. And then the other one is to, it just seems like a ton of money, which is weird when everybody says they're broke. I don't get it. It's like, we're broke. Here's $1 billion. But the CSAT grant comes out weekly. I think it is the announcement.
Yep,
And
yep.
so I'm hoping you guys are plugged into that too, because it seems like federal and state dollars are flowing. And you're like, what?
That's exactly why we created this office, because we knew there would be a fire hose of
Yeah.
funding.
Yes.
Yes,
Just trying to figure
exactly.
out how that worked. I don't know. That's not how I run my house budget, right? But anyway, so yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And
Supervisor
CSAC will
Trudeau.
provide essentially pro bono services to get you started if you really want them to write the whole thing, but they will assist you at no cost.
Excellent.
And I don't know that we've grasped that concept yet, because I think there's a lot of opportunity there to
And
see
RCRC
more money
actually
flow.
has staff too that will do the same. So I'm
Okay.
just, if we need assistance
Team up.
with grants, it's out there for us.
Excellent. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, one of the things that I went down to Yosemite and spoke on the House and Natural Resource Committee, and I was sworn in but there was all other people that showed up there from other counties and stuff that were impacted by wildfires and testified there. They're starting to get it. They understand that good forest management needs to be done. And so they're looking into it, and you're talking about funding. We just got 8.6, well, RCD got $8.6 million to clean all the trees in Grizzly Flat. That means on property owners, property, because when I was out there, you could see 4 trees fell down when I was out there just with the post office just recently. It seems like every time you drive down the road, you see a tree fall in front of you, but not across the road, because they cleared a lot of that out. But this is a hazard. And I'm grateful that we got that money to be able to do that, because think about it, people can't even walk on their own property. You never know when a tree's going to fall on them. It's very, very scary. So anyway, and I think they're starting to get it. And Joe Stout has just been unbelievable, our new forest ranger that we have here, in our county. And he's assured me that we're going to put these fires out. We're not going to let it burn no more. And he's been really good to me and helping me, especially when we've got a project. And I'll go over it with you later. I can't really talk about it now because we want to make sure we get all the players involved first. But it's going to be a good thing for Grizzly Flat. It really will be.
Well, deep gratitude for everyone involved, and thank you for this update. Appreciate it. So is that the end of the CAO update? That's it?
That's it.
Okay, well, my goodness. These presentations helped show the scope and the magnitude of what our CAO's office handles. You really are the central hub. And I think we continue to be impressed with your deep expertise, your passion, and your heart for our county. I mean, every single one of you truly cares about our county and goes above and beyond in making sure that the functions of our government are efficient, are timely, and really serve the needs of our county. And we cannot express enough gratitude for all you do. And this was a very helpful overview of what those services are. Any final comments?
Yeah, I assume someone in the CAO's office rather refined the template. This template is outstanding in terms of getting consistency. I'm not sure. Okay, Emma. But we need to give you an expression of gratitude for bringing that all together, because everybody now knows what's expected. And I love the net county costs and all the other things, the strategic plan. You did an outstanding job on that template, the refinement of it, because we had the template, but this is much better. So
Emma started the meh version, and then Jeanette Salmon has truly refined it.
Okay, it's a combination.
Behind the scenes, behind the
Teamwork.
scenes.
Thank you.
Nice teamwork.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because it's also been very helpful for us to have a consistency, to help kind of, as our minds are in gear and all of these. And so it's helping us get a bigger picture of our immense county government, which is so many functions and services. So that's been really helpful to have a consistent template. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, all right. Well done, CAO's office. Excellent.
Very good.
And now we move on to, actually, did anyone need a break? 5-minute break, or are we okay to keep going?
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Let's hear from the county council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just ask Kim to pull that up, and Kim, if you don't mind advancing the slides on my behalf, I appreciate it.
Oh, I didn't know it was county council. Let's take a break.
Well, I got the coveted 1 hour after lunch, just as the food coma sets in and the caffeine high wears off spot.
You're welcome.
Couldn't be any better.
Yeah, just don't put us.
Would you like to take a break?
Sorry, Dave.
So before I get started, I just want to note, as I was listening to the presentations yesterday from the other departments that employ lawyers, and I kept hearing them lament how everybody hates dealing with lawyers. And all I could think about was my poor parents. I'm a lawyer. My sister's a lawyer. Her husband's a lawyer. He comes from a family of lawyers. So I just feel really bad for them, having heard even more yesterday about the state of my profession.
So your parents don't let you in the.
I haven't seen them in 10 years. So thank you for the opportunity to present for you today. If you could go ahead and advance the slide, Kim. So this is our org chart. It's pretty straightforward. It's myself, Janice M. Pedro is my assistant county counsel, and she's primarily responsible for supervision of the attorneys that we employ. Lisa Blake is my administrative analyst, and she's primarily responsible for supervision of the support side of the house. Our staffing levels have remained essentially unchanged at 17 full-time equivalents since roughly 2016, when we eliminated a clerical position. We are currently fully staffed. We had a vacancy since last March when we had an attorney retire. As of January of this year, we had that position filled, and we are fully staffed, and we hope to remain that way for a little while now. Within our org chart, though not depicted here, we do try to structure our attorneys into practice groups that roughly match the functional group designations shown on your agenda and as utilized by the CAO's budget office. So, general government, health and communities, land use and development, law and justice. We roughly try to structure our office to match that. But as you could imagine, since we are a full service law office covering just about everything that the county does, it's hard to have clean lines as between all those different functional groups, but it does provide some structure to the office. Next slide, please. So this is what we do, or what the statute says we do. The county council is the legal advisor to the county. We advise the board, county departments, independently elected officials. We provide advice and support for commissions. We represent the county and all of its officers in civil actions, not stated on here, but we do also act as counsel for the county in conservatorship and juvenile dependency proceedings. In fact, that's roughly a quarter of our attorneys are devoted to those things. We have 3 attorneys who go represent juvenile dependency and conservatorship proceedings. We represent the county at administrative hearings, including code enforcement, the Civil Service Commission, the Assessment Appeals Board. We respond to petitions concerning conditions at the jail. And though not stated on the slide, we prepare the impartial analysis for all county ballot measures, as well as the title and summary for county ballot measures. As I mentioned, we are a full service office, though you'll probably, if you got a theme from any of this, it's that we are largely a support department. That is what we do. We really don't operate our own programs, except maybe to the extent you'd consider our oversight of the county's litigation program in conjunction with risk management, but we support other departments. That is what we do. Next slide, please. So here's our appropriations and net county cost. As you can see, same FTEs over the years we are at 88% net county cost. We are essentially a general fund department. Next slide, please. This will show you just the smallest bit of revenue that we do receive is through court awards of attorney's fees. We do have certain departments to which we direct charge. So DOT, risk management, EMS, EMD, AQMD are the primary customers since they have discrete revenue sources. So we direct charge to them. We have over the years received some reimbursement from developer-driven litigation where the developer is required to defend and indemnify the county. But thankfully that hasn't happened in recent years where we haven't had that opportunity, and that's perfectly fine by me. But that is also a pretty relatively small source of revenue for our department. Next slide. Some of our service and performance indicators. We do try to keep track of the number of cases opened that we maintain, and then the contracts and legal services requests that we receive. As I was looking through this, I happened to see that it appears that we've had a somewhat of a decrease in the number of new cases for both public guardian and juvenile dependency, but an increase in the overall cases that we are maintaining, seeming to indicate to me that some of the cases we have just are lasting longer than what they had previously. So it still keeps up a pretty robust caseload among those 3 attorneys who are focused on those areas. And, I actually just did want to mention, I kind of wanted to note this before on the what we do section. So I'm just going to do we can keep on the slide, but I'll go back real quick to mention it. One of the things that I do enjoy about this process that we go through every year is the opportunity to go through my list of all of the things that county council can and does do by virtue of the various statutes that govern our role. I think last year I may have mentioned to you, I discovered that there is a unique provision in the Food and Ag Code concerning prohibitions on the harvesting and sale of celery during certain designated times. And the county council is authorized to enforce that statute and seek to recover the cost of that. So I thought that was interesting. So this year, as I was looking through that list, a little bit more seriously, but still one that I thought was unique, is that the county council actually has authority to enforce certain provisions of the penal code related to the sale and distribution of certain tobacco products. So I thought that was somewhat interesting. And the legislature even expanded the role of county council this past year by authorizing county council to enforce certain laws related to hazardous substances, underground storage tanks, things of that nature. Yes. So the long list is getting longer.
But celery, my goodness.
Yeah, I know.
How much of that grown in El Dorado County?
I'll have to talk to Leanne to see if she has a need for us to assist her in that regard. But I just found that one pretty fascinating, that there's some provision in there that contemplates that. Next slide, please, Kim. So our role in the strategic plan, again, because we are a support department, I say as the county goes, so goes the county council's office. So we are there to support the departments in the county and play a role in their they have the primary role in implementing the strategic plan, and we are there to support them. Again, to the extent we have a more direct contribution, it is through the pursuit of litigation and defense of claims. For example, we are leading the litigation against PG&E to recover costs associated with the mosquito fire, things of that nature. But generally, I view our role as one of support for all the other departments as they're pursuing their strategic plan goals. Next slide, please. So some of our projected impacts that we see over the course of the next year, and I think you should all be pretty familiar with some of these. SB 43, as we talked about at the end of last year, changes the definition of qualifying persons for conservatorships under the LPS Act. Though the board did defer implementation of that, as you can imagine, that is going to have an increase in the potential clients, potential users of that service. And so that could have an impact on the resources needed from the county counsel's office. Similarly, the CARE Act that you heard quite a bit about yesterday, it's that could have potential impacts on our office depending upon how utilized that program is. I think you heard from Nicole yesterday that the initial feedback is that it's not actually being utilized as much as one might think. So the impacts may not be as great as anyone fears, but it still is a possibility. And then finally, we've already seen an uptick in our involvement with code enforcement as code enforcement has started to be more proactive and expand its role beyond simply the traditional code enforcement, but into substandard housing and particularly into VHRs and ranch marketing. So we are, we provide a lot of support to that division, and so our workload increases. I say these things not to make any, to kind of lay the foundation for any resource request, because that's not anything we're looking to do. Again, we've maintained pretty stable and static staffing levels, and I think that's because we have attorneys who are trained in a variety of areas. And so we have the ability to kind of move things around and readjust as the priorities of the county change. And I believe that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
All right, so I'm going to go against the system and say that this board has an opportunity to engage regularly with you and many of your attorneys on staff as we work through issues of the county. And it is a pleasure to deal with all of you.
Thank you.
You are all deeply just provide a deep level of expertise. You enable us to understand sometimes really complex issues in an easy way. You make it very understandable as to what our options are and how we work through them. And it's just a pleasure to work with, have your office supporting the county, supporting this board through legal issues, as well as all our departments. So just wanted to acknowledge that. We love our lawyers.
Well, thank you. I mean, frankly, we try not to make it the dreaded experience that most people make it out to be. I mean, we really try to be a business partner to the county, the people we deal with. So we want the interaction to be a positive one, because frankly, we can better serve the county if the client wants to talk to us. If we are standoffish or we are, diminishing their concerns, they won't call us. And I think that's actually a disservice to the county. So we try.
And you're always very respectful too, for the other side that you're engaging with. And that's always deeply appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Dave, because your door's always open, especially when there's a lot of things that we need to understand, and especially when it comes to litigation. The safety of the county is very, very important. So I just want to thank you for all that, and especially like the amnesty program, and your attorneys were there to help us guide us through that, Lori and I, because it was mostly impacted our district. So anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're special.
Yep, we're special.
Supervisor Hardall.
Yeah, ditto on the other comments, but would it be worthwhile for you to take a second and just talk about what happens with litigation and the decisions that are made and where that funding comes? I know some of that's in risk and other things, but I think the public really doesn't understand when there's a lawsuit against the county and someone prevails, how those funds are paid. It doesn't come out of your budget, but maybe that would be a good lead in when we talk about risk later on. But are you comfortable with discussing that?
I can give you a quick primer, and I hope I'm not stepping too much on Joey's toes for any part of his presentation. But we actually work very closely together on the risk management side of things with particularly the claims and liability administration. So the county is self-insured up to $1 million. Beyond that, the county maintains what amounts to an excess insurance policy through PRISM. It's a pooled insurance model. And so within the kind of the $1 million that the county self-insured retention for the county, we have a third-party claims administrator George Hill's company, who assists us with administering that. And so that's the funding side of it. The processing side, claims come in to Kim's office. I think she noted earlier that, that's one of the primary roles her folks play, is the intake of claims against the county. From there, it gets forwarded to the group and then primarily to our third-party administrator through the George Hills group, and they evaluate it if you were to file a claim with your insurance company, you're going to get assigned an adjuster. The adjuster is going to investigate it. They will pay claims that are warranted, deny or compromise those that are not. The same goes for the county. And so that process happens. In the event that there's no ability to resolve the claim to the claimant's satisfaction, there is the potential for litigation to follow. So that's where my office gets a little bit more engaged, as we then evaluate the merits of that particular litigation filed. We handle litigation, that type of litigation, in a very small way, largely because of the resources required to take a case from complaint to trial. So certain cases we may hold on to try to resolve early, but if that's not the case, then in conjunction with risk management, we would retain outside counsel. We have a handful of attorneys that we've utilized and negotiated rates that are very competitive. We would identify the appropriate counsel, assign it to the outside counsel for them to then represent the county. And my office, again, because we are the ones who are statutorily charged with defending the county and its officers, we remain very engaged in the management of that litigation. In the event that there's an adverse ruling against the county, then the likely source of payment for that would be the risk fund. Again, it's insurance. And as I noted, to the extent that the exposure in conjunction with the incurred costs exceed $1 million, then that would be part of our excess policy through PRISM.
I guess the exception with that would be impact mitigation fees, and we know about the Supreme Court hearing, and that is a little different category, right? In terms of who would have to fund those kind of reimbursements.
So what I was describing was kind of generally, there are some exceptions where there's a special fund that is charged with not only that is under attack, but is also then can be used as the source of funds for payment of certain costs. So yes, what I described is kind of the general situation, but there certainly are some exceptions.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, Dave.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the update and all that your department does.
Thank you.
All right. So we have two more categories in the general government. So we have HR and risk, and then the registrar of voters, and then we'll take public comment and take a break after that before land use and development. So with that, I'd love to invite HR, Joey, up here to talk about HR and risk. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I just want to start by echoing some of the sentiments from my colleagues this morning. I think Joe said that he was grateful. I am too, for the support from this board, from Tiffany's office, from Dave's office. We rely on your office, Dave, quite a bit. And it just makes it so much easier to come to work every day. We all have hard jobs. But when you're surrounded by talented people that care about what they do and they want to help, it just makes it so much easier. So thank you for that. And I do feel there's a lot of positivity in the presentations today. So hopefully I won't change that trajectory. So my goal today is to talk about what it is that HR has been up to for the past year, and kind of looking forward to 2024 and beyond, what we have in the works, and how all of that ties into the strategic plan, which we've updated. There's a long haul with that, but I'm proud of the final product, and I think it's coming to the board next week, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, let's go to the next slide. Vision and mission statement of HR. I'm going to read these because they're important, and I want to point out one part in particular that I think is extra important. Our vision statement: as an employer of choice, maximize individual and organizational success through strategic partnerships and collaboration by implementing and supporting programs, processes, and services that add value to both the County of El Dorado employees and the community. That was a long sentence. Our mission statement: promote the power of public service by fostering a positive, productive, and collaborative workplace where all employees are qualified, empowered, respected, and valued. And there's a couple words in that mission statement, collaborative and valued, that I think really stand out to me. And this is what folks that work in my office, you know, they live this and breathe this every day. And I'll give an example of being valued. And it goes even to folks that aren't employees yet. So I'll use a job applicant as a example. A lot of times they're going through the recruitment process, or they're considering applying for a job at El Dorado County, and they'll reach out to one of my HR recruitment staff with questions about it. They're going to get if they don't answer the phone right then and there, they're going to get a response very quickly. And we try to engage with those people. And I shouldn't bash the state of California, but their process is different. They're huge. You can apply for a job at the state and maybe you'll hear back, maybe you won't. At least for a long time. It's like there's this big gap, and we try to eliminate that gap by keeping folks engaged. We've worked hard to kind of minimize the recruitment process from the time we post it to the time the employee starts. And I think that's gone a long way. I go to new employee orientation every other Monday, and I ask the new employees about their experience, and overwhelmingly it's positive. And they typically always make it a point to say, when I had questions, I always got a fast response. It was great. I felt like I was valued. So that's important. That's something very important to us. The collaboration piece, we work, I think, very well with other departments, and we enjoy our working relationships. I do with my fellow department heads. We all, we're here to help them. They have a problem or they have somewhere where they're trying to get. Our job is to help them get there. It may not always be, a straight line, but in the end, I feel like we've come a long way in that regard. So I'm very proud of all my staff. I think some of them are here today, and I told them not to come in here, but they did anyway.
After you got here.
That's okay. Let's move to the next slide. And do I have a remote here? I can do it myself.
You do, right there.
Yes.
And it's the arrow.
Arrow right.
On the side.
Got it. Thanks. Our guiding principles. Now, I hate to stand up here and just read, but these are important. So I want to make sure I don't miss anything here. Accountability. I define that as ownership in what we do, taking responsibility for our role in the outcomes, and proactively addressing and resolving problems. Integrity. Decisions are based on impartial, equitable, and reliable information. Established deadlines are met, and there's a common understanding of expectations, and our customers are confident in our solutions and responses and can trust our high-quality deliverables. Collaborative business partner. Proactively work with departments to understand their mission and work together by sharing ideas to devise effective strategic solutions in order to address organizational performance concerns and achieve common goals. Professional excellence. Achieve success with our internal and external customers through both communication and our work product. Competent knowledge resource. Seek opportunities to improve, serve as subject matter experts, and display the initiative to find valid and reliable data and willingness to ask for assistance if necessary, which we frequently do, and that's okay. Solution-focused customer service. We work with our customers from the perspective of understanding their needs, finding viable solutions, and following up to ensure the customer's needs have been fulfilled. When I say customers, I should define that. It's not just job applicants. It's not just other employees. It's all of that. It's other department heads, it's the board, it's the public, it's people who accidentally call human resources when they're trying to reach. It happens all the time. I don't know why. I get a lot of calls that are supposed to go to building or planning and building. I don't know if my number is similar. The point is, our customers are very far reaching. So it's anyone who has any contact with the county, I think, are our customers. Consistency, equal diligence and ethical consistency in all aspects of HR. And lastly, transparency, open process when available, and clear communication as to why decisions are being made the way they are. Now, we can't always communicate everything and that we do behind the scenes. A lot of it's confidential, but we try to be as transparent as possible. Here's our org chart. We currently have 25 FTEs. We have one vacancy right now, our risk manager. Hopefully that won't be the case for too long, but that's where we are. We kind of have the department into split into four separate categories. We have risk management. We have our administrative area, which also includes training and organizational development, recruitment and selection, and employee and labor relations, and our benefits team. When I say benefits teams, that's misleading. There's two employees that handle benefits and they do a fantastic job. So that's our structure right now. Similar to Dave and some other departments, we're lean and mean. I think every department could certainly use more employees in them. But I think right now we're good. We've got a good group, very dedicated folks. So I'm in a fortunate position with my staff. What we do. I'm not going to read every bullet point here, but recruitment and selection, of course, this is the team of people that work with departments to post jobs. They review applications. They come up with their exam plan, test candidates, set up interviews. They're responsible for doing, well, we work with a third-party administrator, but they do background checks of potential employees, conduct live scan. We have our own live scan machine over there, so now we do them internally. So let me jump to administrative operations. That includes our training and organizational development. And that's one person, that's Yvette, but there's other folks on the admin team that help do the day-to-day work. Of course, Yvette also works on the health and wellness committee, and she's always working on additional training and development opportunities. I'm going to go into some of those in a few minutes. Risk management. I'm going to focus, you can see there that we cover a lot of area. One that I don't see there is ergonomic evaluations for employees, but we handle,
it's important.
We review all the contracts that come through. We handle protected leaves, insurance, workers' comp. I'm just going to focus on workers' comp and the liability program a little bit. They include the administration of all employee disability management programs, such as early return to work through a modified work program, reasonable accommodation in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and coordination between employees on medical leave and with their supervisors. We also administer all employee protected leaves such as FMLA, CFRA, pregnancy, disability leave, and military leave. In our liability program, we focus on mitigating the county's exposure to accidental losses, analyzing the risk factors associated with those losses, and identifying trends in losses. We also procure insurance such as excess insurance, airport liability, medical malpractice, property, and other types of risk transfer. So like I mentioned, we also review indemnification language to ensure that the appropriate levels of insurance are in place as contracts come through the pipeline. Our labor and employee relations group is always busy. It seems like we're always in negotiations with at least one union, sometimes more than one simultaneously. We successfully got a contract extension with the correctional officers just in the last couple of months. We're proud of that. But our group also, besides labor negotiations, they do a lot of MOU interpretation when departments call and they're asking questions about, rules or how to interpret the MOU. We're there for them. We conduct personnel investigations, and we also respond to grievances. And then our benefits folks handle benefits for all of our employees, working with new hires. They also conduct our annual open enrollment. So in short, you can see by that slide, we're pretty busy. Let's talk briefly about the budget. Human resources, the budget for this year is about 2.9 million. It's all general fund. Approximately 80% of that goes to employee salary and benefit costs. The risk management budget is 54 million. It's an internal service fund that must balance revenues to expenditures. So there's no general fund contribution. It's funded entirely through other departments. El Dorado County, as Dave mentioned, we're self-insured for general liability and workers' comp. So we have a pool of money set aside to pay those as they come in. And that number is determined by actuarial studies that we have done. So throughout the year, we pay for those losses from this fund. Let's move on to, sorry. Oh, some of our accomplishments. I like numbers like some of the other folks, so I hope you do too. Last year, we hired 436 employees. And when I say hired, I mean the department hires the employee. But we onboarded 436 employees last calendar year, which is impressive. And a lot of you have seen them come through new employee orientation. We reviewed over 6,000 applications to make sure that the person applying met the qualifications for that job. We conducted 431 recruitments. 14 executive level positions have been filled. It just seems, I don't know why, the last year or two, we've had a lot of department head recruitments. And that's just not 14 executive level. That's high level positions, maybe department head, assistant department head, deputy, that type of role. That's a lot. It's a big number. We reclassified 78 employees. We processed 167 new workers' comp claims, which seems like a lot. It's a little bit more than last year, but injuries happen on the job. We conducted 2 supervisory training academies, over 40 graduates. Like I mentioned, we got the deal with the correctional officers. I won't read all of these. We're constantly updating policies and looking at our personnel rules to refine them, bring them back to the board so that we can hopefully update those as needed. We've been attending quite a few job fairs that are back in full swing now that COVID we're all just living with it now. But yeah, the job fairs are important just to get our name out there. And a new thing that we're trying in that regard is to bring a representative from a department to the job fair with HR. So it's not just HR sitting there talking to prospective employees. You have a representative from that department that can answer specific questions about what they're looking for. So I think that's been successful. We're going to continue that. We broadened our health and wellness program. We now, we did the staff barbecue last year. We're going to do it again in May. My staff are already starting to plan for that. We have fitness classes 2 days a week. Yoga, we've got HIIT training, which is a high impact training. See you guys there next Thursday. Oh, we have a couple employee clubs as well. We have a book club and a knitting club. I'm not a part of either of those, but surprisingly, the knitting club is popular. So happy to report that. Our new employee orientation is going strong. We do that every other Monday. And thank you to the board for coming in and introducing yourselves. The new employees really appreciate that. And it's just a great way to get them started off on the right foot. And we've increased our training curriculum. We're branching out and doing training on emotional intelligence, building high performance teams, motivation and engagement. We worked with county council to do a Skelly officer training. Another training is addressing substandard performance and Perform, which is our performance management software tool that we use. So I feel like we've accomplished quite a bit last year. Move to the next slide. So here is, whoops. Okay. This is the most important slide because this is how we integrate and support the county's overall strategic plan. And the majority of what we do in HR and risk falls under the category of workforce excellence. So some of the things on the left-hand column are already in progress, or they're very close to being done. Comprehensive employee recognition policy and program, that is going to be coming to the board very soon. It got circulated to the department heads for their feedback. So I'm anticipating, like I said, in the next month or so, we should have it ready to go and we'll present it to the board for consideration. And in that program, we want to recognize employees, not only for their years of service, but for doing exceptional work, going above and beyond. They can be nominated by their department head and hear their name mentioned at a board meeting. So that's coming soon. Like I said, we're going to continue to initiate the wellness initiatives and activities for employees. We're going to continue to attract and recruit top tier candidates by providing competitive compensation, development opportunities, and a positive culture. And we're going to also continue with our human resources training workshops. And I mentioned some of the new ones that we're doing. And on the bullet point of attracting and recruiting top tier candidates, now would be a good time, I think, and I wasn't going to mention this, but I want to talk about our vacancy rate just for a second. This is important because where we are right now, and we ran this report yesterday. So overall, we have a 12% vacancy rate in the county. And that's not that bad.
No, it isn't good.
Compared to other government agencies, it's on the lower side. It's still a little bit higher than probably where we'd want to be. And now that's just overall. There's some departments that are higher. We will acknowledge that. Some are lower. But that's what it is right now. We're going to continue to keep chipping away at that. I think that having a vacancy rate of 8 or 10% is probably healthy because you always have people that are leaving, people getting promoted, which leaves a vacancy. And what's also not reflected in this 12% number is the fact that a lot of times department heads hold positions vacant for whatever reason. They don't. So every vacancy that's currently out there is not currently being actively recruited for, if that makes sense. But a 12% overall rate, I think, is pretty decent. So I just wanted to mention that in there as I continue. Some of the things that we're working on the right side of the column, explore best practices to assist employees in achieving a work-life balance. That's easier said than done. But we're working on that. How did I go over?
It's our new timer.
It's not that loud.
Do you hear that? Hear what?
And how did I?
Back it up a truck somewhere.
20 minutes went by really
It does,
fast. I
doesn't
practiced
it?
this and I was like 12 minutes. Creating a workforce excellence committee to assist with employee retention. Conduct countywide surveys to make informed decisions by understanding employee priorities. And the next bullet point is exit interviews. Those are important, and we're working on refining that. But the bullet point above it, countywide surveys, exit interviews are great for capturing employee thoughts as they're walking out the door. What about the employees that are still here? Maybe they're newer, maybe they've been here a while. What do they want? What do they need? What can the county be doing differently or better to help them to stay and feel more engaged and happier about their job? So we're working on countywide surveys to to provide to employees to get feedback from them. We'll evaluate it. Probably a good task for the Workforce Excellence Committee to look at the results of that. That's my presentation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Joey. And I just have to say, you have made great strides with this department, with your dedicated staff, and just continue to be in awe of all that you've accomplished since I've gotten here on the board. And I'll have a few more thoughts, but I'll let my colleagues go. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Joey, thanks. I really enjoyed the employee luncheon that we had.
Mm-hmm.
Flipped about 1,000 hamburgers.
Yes, you did.
But it was a great turnout. It really was. And I really enjoyed, meeting everybody, especially because you can't meet everybody, that works here in the county, but it was just a special day. And I really appreciate, and it was really good cooking all those hamburgers. I really had a great time. I really did. And then also in Wendy and I, we went up there when they had the breakfast, for the DOT and helped them. That was really good too.
Fun.
Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, the transformation that HR has gone through in the last 2.5, 3 years is just incredible. I mean, we had to stabilize that organization because it had a lot of issues.
Yeah.
That stabilization occurred with your predecessor, in my opinion, and kudos for that effort. And then we moved on to the workforce excellence aspect of this. And what do we do better in recruiting? How do we come up with creative ideas on how to incentivize potential employees to choose El Dorado County, all of those things. All of your team has done an outstanding job, whether it's labor negotiations, whether it's risk management. Everybody has contributed a lot to making this a successful organization. And I look forward to the continued success of your organization, because bringing a trainer on board, I mean, there's so much potential here to really exhibit the things that a lot of, I think, public agencies don't exhibit and can't exhibit because they haven't properly structured. But your leadership has really put us in a great place. And I just hope that you and your team keep doing the same things you're doing and just take it to the next notch.
Will do.
Well said. And with over 1,800 employees, a lot falls under your purview. And from labor negotiations, new employee orientation, to the wellness squad and the wellness initiatives, you've just all accomplished so much, which is really improving our culture, helping people have more fun at work, be engaged, and as well as have the staff development and training that they need in order to serve our citizens well. So just kudos and gratitude to you and your excellent staff.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and work on a gym too.
It's on the list.
You got to find your money.
I think I'd rather have a cafeteria. So there you go. We'll have to do a
Yeah,
vote survey
okay.
on that
We can do
one. Yeah, I just did what was said. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joey. Before we wrap up general government with registrar of voters, which we're looking forward to, just wanted to give the board a heads up. It was brought to my attention that we have LAFCO coming in at 5 o'clock. And we have over 2 hours of presentation still, and that's without any
So we need to
comments
move.
from us or the community. However, we are going to be continuing this item and moving at least transportation till next week, and Raphael's
Oh,
good with
thank
that.
God.
which
I was
will-
like, we're not gonna be able to do this.
Right,
There's no
which
way.
which will help, but I just wanted to put it on anyone's radar, yet we don't want to shortchange anyone either, so.
Sorry, Raphael,
Um,
you're last.
Raphael's okay with it.
Just fine with that change.
I'm sure you
I'm
was.
sure.
So the transportation surveyor possibly too, so we'll see, okay, just wanted to give everyone a heads up.
Thank you. I
You
was
bet.
kind of freaking. That's why I didn't say anything, by the way. Dave, thank you. Kudos. Did it what everybody else said. There you go.
Perfect.
I'm trying to like chill out.
And with that, it's bittersweet to invite the registrar's office up, both Linda and Bill, for your last budget presentation. No? Oh,
Not Linda.
Not for Linda.
But for Bill.
Just Bill.
For Bill.
For Bill,
Yeah.
yes. But for Bill, yes.
Yes. it
Yes,
is.
so welcome, Linda. We're delighted to have you here.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and board members and CAO's office and county council. I'm Linda Webster, your Assistant Registrar of Voters, and I am happy to be here today to give this presentation on the Elections Department.
Happy election cycle.
Yes, we are here.
Yes, we are.
Our mission statement here, I'm going to go ahead and read this for you. The Elections Department provides transparent, fair, and nonpartisan election services to all candidates for offices and county residents for federal, state, county, and special district elections. We are committed to empowering every
eligible citizen to exercise their right to vote, maintain the integrity of the electoral system, and fostering public trust through accuracy, efficiency, and impartiality in the electoral process. And that is something that we are very passionate about in our department. Everybody in our department is very passionate about the election process. And one of the big parts of our mission statement, I do believe, is the transparency. Transparency is very important to the public when it comes to conducting elections. And as you all are aware, last year that we moved into a new building. And I wanted to just give a little kudos to our Registrar of Voters, Bill O'Neill, who did the designing of our portion of the building. And he did a very good job at designing it so in a way that the ballots come into one portion of the office and flow all the way through and never come outside of those secured walls. So, and also it's very transparent.
Yeah.
It's transparent to the public to come in and watch the whole process.
Great.
And on top of that transparency inside of the office, we do have cameras throughout the whole process of the election, of the ballots flow and everything. And those are streamed on our website so that the public can view those. And that's one thing about the elections department. Not as many departments are as transparent as us. So there's not too many things in our department that the public cannot come in and watch. And so it's very important to us about the transparency. Let's see. Oh, and another thing is I want to just state about the facilities department. They did an excellent job in getting the work done for us in the department. We had some change up that we would give them last minute, and they did it with a smile. So it was very much a pleasure to work with them.
Lovely.
This is our organizational chart. We're a small department with only 8 permanent staff. It's very clear there. We have a Registrar of Voters, Assistant Registrar of Voters, an Administrative Technician, a Precinct Planning Specialist, Election Technician, a Senior Election Technician, and a Senior Administrative Analyst and a Department Systems Analyst. Now, these are, as you look, are very specified positions, and they all do have their own portions of the election when we're conducting election, because there's a lot of parts that go into conducting an election. And not only that, they all have to work together. We all have to come together as a very strong team to make that election process work in the legislative timeframes and everything that are put on us to conduct the elections. And not mentioned on this organizational chart, but I do want to mention them as our extra help. We depend a lot on our extra help when it comes to elections, processing the election. We could not do it without them. We ramp up to as much as 30 extra help that help us throughout the process. HR really did help us out a lot in these last few months and bringing on 11 new extra help employees that are going to be there in time for us to help with this processing. And some of the things that they do for us is they help with our logic and accuracy testing, extraction of the ballots, signature review, tabulation, and ballot retrieval. Next chart here. What we do. So I'm not going to read down all this. I'll just kind of go over it. We do all the filing of all the candidates in El Dorado County, as you are all aware of that. We provide the ballot layout. So we design all the ballot and layout in our office. So when you get your ballot in the mail, it's all designed in our office. We do also design the voter information pamphlet, which consists of all of the instructions about conducting election, about your election process, where all the vote centers are located, any measures that are on the ballot, and any candidate statements that candidates choose to put out there to the public. We receive all the ballots in. We check all signatures on all vote by mail ballots that are returned to our office. A lot of people don't understand that, but it's a big task, but every signature is checked on every single envelope. We provide training and security to the vote centers workers. And then the security also with the vote centers themselves. There's a lot of technology nowadays. The vote centers use a lot of technology. And I'll go over that here in a moment. And we bring up those vote centers for up to 11 days before election, and that's all legislatively driven. We manage all of the fair political practices filings, and that's the Form 700s and the campaign disclosures. If a candidate has an open committee, they get all filed with us. And those are all open to the public too. The public can come in and view any one of those forms. The GIS mapping is really important to conducting an election. Wherever you're addressed at, it defines on what you are eligible to vote on the ballot. And so if our GIS mapping is not kept up to date daily, because, as districts annex parcels in, create new districts, annex parcels out of their districts or something, that has to be kept up so that a voter living in a specific area votes on their eligible measures and candidates. So that's really important. Let's see here. So our budget is pretty straightforward. We are operating appropriations for this last fiscal year were a little over 2.9 million. Our net county cost is about a little over 2.2 million for this last fiscal year. And some of our revenue sources. We do get federal and state grants. Those, a lot of those are right now that we have are for securing the election, and for voting system replacement. So we still have some on our voting system replacement, and the security grant that we are getting. We are using about 100,000 of that to pay for some of the move to our new facility for the security, like the cameras and Sonatrol and that type of stuff that as part of that, our office move. We do get a little bit of service, what we call service charges, and those are things like candidate filing fees, candidate statement fees. There are people that do buy the voter data if they're fall within an eligible category in order to purchase those for voter outreach. And then the rest is obviously general fund. Right now, the grants that we have is pretty much what we are foreseeing until the end of 2024. We have not heard of anything coming forward after that. And next year, 2025, being a quiet year, we probably won't see too much in grants, federal or state, until maybe we move into the 2026 election cycle. Service and performance indicators. I won't read all of this. I'll just kind of go down the left side there. Voter registration, we're right around 132,000 registered voters, and that changes daily because of online registration, people going to DMV, and a lot of times that touches their voter registration. One thing I did want to point out is according to the Secretary of State, and they do a lot of census, looking at census and demographics and all that kind of stuff and in counties. And they say that we have somewhere around 143,000 eligible to be registered to vote. So at 132,000, we registered voters were at about almost 92%.
That's really good.
It's
Yeah.
very good.
It's amazing.
Yes. Yeah. And so I wanted to point that out. Voter registration, we do a lot of voter registration out in the community. We do all the nominations and declaration of candidacies, obviously for El Dorado County, handle the measures that are on the ballot, all of the pre-election procedures. And that's, we have to survey for accessibility in all the vote centers, recruit and train and set up all the vote centers. And as I mentioned before, the ballot layout, voter information pamphlet layout, and then there's some translations that we are required to do. We also have, there's also a program called UACAVA, and it's part of the vote by mail program. And what that is anybody who is eligible, is in an eligible category. So that's a uniform overseas or overseas citizen. They are eligible to receive their ballots. Not eligible, we are required to send them their ballots by E-45. And so that was this last Saturday. There's a hard deadline to that. Everybody that's registered in our system receives in that category receives their ballot by that time frame. And then of course, if anybody registers in that program after that, we get them their ballot right away. With that being said, today we've already received back 3 of those ballots.
Oh, wow.
So then of course, election day, all the vote center supplies, the mobile ballot printers we have to program to put out there, the required technology, and everything that goes with that. And one thing I want to say to that is we recently had to purchase 70 new check-in laptops for our vote centers. And with VDI going away, IT partnered with us and they worked really hard to come up with a system that is safe and secure for our vote center workers, because they actually touch our election, not our voting system, but our election management system where voters are registered at to look people up in real time. So, because we're a vote center county, we send ballots out to everybody, but they can go to a vote center if they do not want to return that vote by mail ballot, and they can vote in person. But those vote center workers have to look that voter up and they can see if that voter has returned their ballot anywhere in the state, if they've returned a ballot, not outside of the state, but anywhere within the state. So IT worked really hard. There was some growing pains there, but it was a great partnership and they got it done for us. So. And then the canvas is very important. That's when we do a manual tally. One of the important things we do is a manual tally of the vote tabulation system. And so the voting tabulation system obviously tabulates the votes, and we manually tally a minimum of 1%. A lot of times it's up to 3% of the votes cast in the county to ensure that the results that the system is giving out is accurate. So we're hand counting those, that small portion before we can certify. And then the petitions and all the petitions within the county. Good governance. I won't read down it all. I think I went over a lot of it. We're just, part of it is making the best decisions and implementing the best processes and according to the legislative law of conducting elections. We work close with IT and other departments within the county for securing our election. We engage with the public a lot through our advisory committees. And a lot of that is as a vote center county, we're required to get their input, on vote center location, drop box location, and those types of things. We are open to the public to come in and take tours. So anytime we hear any bit of negativity or anything that people don't understand about the process, we strongly encourage them to come in, because we believe if they can come in and see our process and understand it and feel that it's secure and safe, that they will tell their friends and their family. Respond to a lot of PRAs. And then we are always diligently pursuing additional revenues and including state and federal to minimize our impact on the general fund. And so just some of the things that are some changes is there is a required state refresh of our hardware coming, and we're going to use some of our leftover funds that we have to pay for that by the end of 2024. Outreach. As a vote center county, part of the legislative requirement is that we do 2 mail outreaches to every voter in the county twice before an election. And so and they cut off funding for that to us. So, and that costs about $40,000 to do that printing and to do that mailing. So it's kind of costly. A majority of the counties in the state are really pushing on the state to make some changes. And that's one of them, is making that optional. And also the 11-day vote centers. There's been a lot of studies done in the 11-day vote centers, and it has proven that it's not really beneficial. So we're trying to really push, not that it'll be a big savings, but it's a savings in time and staff time. So that's all I have. And I welcome any questions.
Excellent, Linda. Thank you so much. Supervisor Heidel.
Great job. Kudos. I think you guys are doing great. We had a presenter yesterday who was a member of the public who talked about this demo thing, and they're very concerned with obviously the machines we're using. Are you actively involved in any of those things? You just kind of restrain from it? I'm just trying to understand what our response should be as supervisors, if any.
Good question. We have heard about it. We are not required to be a part of that.
Right.
We have not interjected ourselves, and there's no plan to. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
Dominion
just watch.
is the name of the machines and stuff, and there's been a lot of things in the news media, but I just appreciate understanding where your position is. Right.
Supervisor Parlin.
Oh, right. Yeah. I usually, when I have people questioning our voter integrity, I send in a bill. And actually, I think I did last year. I think it was, I had a small group of residents that wanted some information. I said, well, I can reach out. So I got questions answered first, and I actually went to a house and disseminated information. They were very appreciative, but then had more questions, and so I tried to get them direct to Bill finally. I just appreciate how approachable your department, Linda, I've worked with you for how long now on issues. So the elections department's always been amazing and responsive to community concerns. I got to tour the new building. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful.
Talk about transparent. I mean, there are windows and cameras everywhere, and you can Bill, great job on that design. I cannot, when you said that but you probably envisioned, where a ballot should go and if somebody wanted to watch it. So amazing. And yeah, the 11-day vote centers are silly. People just we all procrastinate, and wait to the last minute. So if you see any movement on legislation or something and you need us to write a letter of support, or if you want us to ping our CRC or CSAC to see if they're moving on that, let us know, because we're always trying to find efficiencies and not be wasteful. And that one truly, you go in there the week before or something. And I remember one time I went into one center, it was in a different county though, to look at something, and they were like, oh, people to talk to. I mean, that's how boring it is to sit there. So plus you have to go and scramble and find buildings and rooms and things. So keep us posted if there's anything we can do on that. So, but thank you for all you guys do.
Excellent. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Bill, I'm gonna miss you. Yeah.
Oh, your lunches.
Well, and that too, but anyway, I mean, you've done a great job, and you're going to be missed here in the county, and I really appreciate all your hard work and all you've done. And that building is awesome, and I've known Linda for a long time. I worked on her car, so there's a lot of history here. So, and so I hear Tyler's going to drive your race car. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I was over there at Mike's the other day, and that's what he was saying. So you're not going to drive it at all?
Unless Tyler doesn't perform well.
Okay. Tyler. Yeah. If you're watching.
Sorry, Linda. Sorry.
So anyway, I just want to thank you. And that building is absolutely gorgeous. It really is. We did a good job, and I got to commend the county, especially putting that all together and making it happen. And it's pretty neat when you get to see the windows and you can see these people working there. So it's great. The public can see everything. So Awesome.
So, yeah. Well,
Well,
yeah,
but-
yeah, kudos again on your
yeah, but
beautiful new
still,
headquarters, and
It's great. It's
elections are so important to our constituents and so important to us. We've all
Yeah.
had an opportunity to,
Yep.
like, as you said, interface with your department. And we continue to be impressed that you bring the utmost of integrity and trust to that department, which is just foundational to our local government. So thank you for being a model of that. And there's never been a ounce of concern about the integrity of our elections. And that is to your dedication and your just your deep dedication to ensuring that there's no cause for any concern or alarm. And you do it with great heart. So thank you so much. And we look forward to a productive election season.
Thank you. And I want to also thank you for all of your support. We do feel it down there.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. All right. So with that, that is the end of our general government section. So Kim, let's open it up for public comment on the clerk of the board, the CAO's office, county council, HR, or the registrar of voters.
Now taking public comment on general government, non-elected. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the room. So
now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay. I almost feel guilty. I just want to, for once, just give a really big shout out. I'm sitting here doing my January invoicing and billings for, maybe it's about a $2 million company. Hearing what you all are doing is so commendable, and I know very, very difficult process. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we only supposed to talk about did they say CAO, county council?
HR, registrar of voters.
Registrar. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to echo what George just said. This building is such an attribute on El Dorado County being transparent, being involved in El Dorado County GOP. We often also get the brunt of people skeptical, not necessarily happy with some of the state reporting techniques and ways that elections are done with Dominion and things like that. And I can say I've gone through the tour, I've done election integrity, and it is such a valued part of our county, and I really appreciate that. I did do a little math though, and if we have about 191,000 residents and 132,000 registered voters, that's not quite 92%, but maybe my calculator's wrong. Anyway, thank you so much. I hope that we can lower some of those budgets as we move forward. Maybe we can decrease some of our overhead and not get sued in the next year. That would be great, and prevail in when we do. But good job, and I've enjoyed listening to you guys all day.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
And I assume that as far as the the residents, that's registered. I mean, not all those are qualified. Eligible voters,
meaning they're
Right.
18
exactly,
and over
or
18
younger,
to
so,
vote.
yeah.
So that's a big, you do that math. I go, oh, that makes sense. So
exactly,
that's all it is, Kelly. If you're still listening,
kids can't vote yet. we need them to mature until they can make informed decisions. All right, perfect. Does anyone need a brief break before we go into
Yeah, I'd
land
like
and
to have a break.
development?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take about 5 minutes, and then we'll move into our last category, land and development. See you in just
Boy Talk's not a.
Okay, well, we welcome back. And now we move into the land use and development portion, which are always interesting. And Leanne with agriculture, thank you for starting us out in this category.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor, CAO, County Council. Leanne Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. I'm super excited to be here this year because last year I wasn't your commissioner, I was your acting commissioner and I got COVID. So I had to zoom into you.
That's
And
right.
I couldn't see your, well, I couldn't really see your faces, so I didn't know if it was good or bad, you know? Those of you that know me and speak to me all the time know that I'm super passionate about this department. I have a love for what I do, and I could probably talk to you over and over and over again, and probably you're ready to kick me out of your office most of the time. But we're going to start out with the maybe. Oh, there we go. Backwards. Sorry. We're going to start out with our mission statement. And I wouldn't read it to you other than it is a wonderful run-on sentence that I can't figure out how to change. But the Department of Agriculture, Waste and Measures mission is to protect, enhance, and promote the preservation of agriculture and the environment while sustaining the public health, safety, and welfare of all citizens, and to provide consumer and marketplace protections through the fair and equitable enforcement of laws and regulations. We have a ton of stuff that we do in our department. I like to call this the, you know, the small department, that small and mighty department that could. Because we do it, as you'll see in the next slide, with a very limited staff. We also enforce the California Food and Ag Code, the Business and Professions Code, the Health and Safety Code, the Government Code, the Civil Code, the California Code of Regulations, and all of the county ordinances. So we have a total of 12 people. We also bring in some seasonals, and we do have our Ag Commission, which are, you know, agricultural commissioners serving to advise you. But with that, we have a commissioner and right now a deputy commissioner. And normally we would have 6 inspectors that get out and do all those inspections that I'm going to talk to you about. They have to have licenses. They, as opposed to, I mean, some of the other jobs in the county, they only get to do this job if they pass a license. And then that gives them the ability to go and work in certain areas, whether it be weights and measures or ag programs, culminating in 8 exams that they have to take to get up to an ag biologist 3. If they want to be a deputy ag commissioner, they have to do another 8 exams. And to be an ag commissioner, you have to have 16 total under your belt. So it's a heavy lift sometimes. Right now I have 4, I take that back, 3 ag biologist 3s that are able to work in every program that we have in the department, which is super exciting. And then the deputy ag commissioner who can do that too, and me when needed. We also have other staff in the department that are, I can say that my whole department right now is super passionate about what they do. They're really engaged, and without them, we would not be able to get done in the ag department and the weights and measures department what we do on a daily basis. Between our office staff, we have an office assistant 2, we have an administrative technician, we have 2 wildlife trappers. They're just integral in what we do in our department. So if we go to the programs that we have, this is just ag. So this is our ag programs that we work in, and these are the ones that I know of at the moment, but I can tell you, these are 21 programs. I get phone calls every day, and it's always something new that comes in. And I inadvertently might have missed them off the list. I will highlight some of them in our goals and achievables, but you know, from pest detection to certifying ag producers to crop verification, you know, to ag grading, staff to the Ag Commission, pest management, noxious weed program. I mean, we have a myriad of programs that we work on. Weights and measures. So I'm passionate about ag, but when we think about weights and measures, it is the thing that we do that protects our consumers at the very base level. The state doesn't pay really hardly anything for it. We do device registration, which I'll show you in the next slide, and that's pretty much what pays for it. But this is where, you know, you go to the gas pump and you will see the sealer of weights and measures seal on there that says that they've been tested. We test every gas pump every year at a fast and slow draw to make sure that you're getting the you know, the gas that you should be getting. Petroleum. When your truck comes to the house to deliver your petroleum or your propane gas, it's been tested by us. Every grocery store scale, you name it, anything that measures or weighs in this county has been tested by our department. Takes a lot of skill. We have a huge weight truck. That's a picture of our gas truck right there, where they have provers on the back so that they can get up there and dispense the gasoline in there to test it. We do the marinas and the airports and you name it. So total appropriations, our total appropriations is less than 2.2 million. Of that, our revenue is about 1.1, and general fund is 1.078. But of that 1.078, you guys give 315,000 to the University of California Cooperative Extension. So that takes down my total general fund cost to 700,000. And we are continually looking, one of the things I will be talking about later is we will be looking for other revenue sources to try and even take that down lower. So as you can see up there, if we take out state contracts and federal funds, the biggest revenue sources that I have are the unclaimed gas tax, approximately $450,000 comes in. Pesticide mills, 150,000, and then device registrations. That's what pays for those weights and measures devices, is about $126,000. So pesticide mill, that's the mill assessment on pesticide products. It's about 21 cents on the dollar. So for every dollar of sales of pesticides in the state of California, the state collects 21 cents. And of that 21 cents, it is delivered out based on how much work we do in the pesticide program. It comes back to us. We get roughly $150,000 on that one. And this is one of the things that becomes problematic is this is one of the, usually the top tier senior inspectors, the Ag 3s. You have to have 2 pesticide licenses to be even able to work in the pesticide program. And that can be problematic when I can't retain some of those staff members. Thankfully right now, back to that 4 people. Unclaimed gas tax, that's our next really big revenue that comes in. Caltrans and the Air Resources Board years ago developed a formula to estimate the amount of taxed gasoline by ag and landscapers. So the taxes, they have to claim them. They have to get the money back, and most of them don't. So taxes that aren't claimed for refunds are distributed to the California Department of Food and Ag. And then based on how much money we spend on ag programs, this is where you hear about our maintenance of effort, is where the money comes back to the counties. Device registrations fees, this is based in California code, and we are tied to that. But we will, and they have just done a new update to that through the legislature. So we will be able to increase those fees, but those fees are actual fees that we recover for every device in the county. They have a location fee and a device fee that they pay to us to subvent the program and be able to provide that service. So some of our service and performance indicators, these are the ones I told you I was going to highlight. Pest detection, it's extremely important. I started out at pest detection, and I can tell you that I didn't understand the importance for quite a long time, but it's what allows our growers to send produce and other items out of the county, whether it be to other states or internationally, because we trap for bugs that they want us to be able to say, as a commissioner, I have to be able to say we don't have it. And by having these traps, I'm able to do that. We deploy roughly 1,600 traps a year for insects, and we service them over 12, probably close to 12,000 servicings. Noxious weeds, we actively write grants to fund this program. There's very little general fund that goes into this. And we've been extremely successful with this over 30 years. We visit over 500 sites a year, and we treat them utilizing an integrated pest management program. Farmers market inspections, those are blooming in our county, but right now we have 13, and we inspect all the markets to make sure that what is being sold there is being grown by that producer. We have certified producer certificates. We have 70 registrations in the county. That is also blooming. More and more people want to be farmers. We inspected 602 weighing devices and 2,270 measuring devices. We issued 332 pesticide permits. In order to get permit or use pesticides that are labeled for agriculture, you have to come into my office and get an op ID or a restricted materials permit. We reviewed 33 notices of intent. That's for the hot chemicals. We look at them before they are placed out, and we did 54 inspections out there in the field. We do a lot of land use, ranch marketing and winery ordinance, ag commission. We're out doing a lot of land use stuff. Small farm inspections, I didn't put the number up there, but we're roughly 100 a year. We do that in conjunction with the ID for the small farm irrigation rate. We've also investigated complaints. We do pesticide complaints, weights and measures complaints, apiary complaints. As much as bees are loved, they also are, as long as they're not near me, not in my backyard. And farmers markets, we've last year did 39 complaints, investigations. So I just wanted to show you, I probably wasn't supposed to put pretty pictures in here, but there we are at the post office in Tahoe. We're at a nursery. We're hanging an insect trap. We're up at the, in the right-hand corner, we are up at the marina in Tahoe. We're up at the Forest Service nursery down in the bottom there, checking their plants to make sure that they are free of pests. We presented at Farm Day. There's our noxious weed program. That's spotted knapweed, an evil, evil, evil invader and up there. Yeah, don't get me, weeds was one of my passion programs. So bees, we are inspecting beehives up there. We also do when you get rock delivered. If you have a complaint, we had a complaint that they didn't get the amount of rock that they purchased delivered. We went out and inspected it. Now we move on to eggs. And then on the right-hand bottom, that's our weights and measures truck that we have a crane on it, and we move 1,000-pound weights to check cattle scales and grape scales and whatever else may be happening. So what is our role in the strategic plan? Well, I think that we play a big part in a thriving economy. We do the certified producers registrations. We go out of our way to make sure that the farmers markets and the certified producers have what they need. There's the industrial hemp pilot program. Pest detection, I've explained that one, our weights and measures program for sure. And now ranch marketing and winery ordinance are definitely playing a part in a thriving economy. Strategic innovation. I have worked really hard this year to try and make it so that we have a collaborative effort with the other departments. I have instituted monthly meetings with the planning department, the planning department, code enforcement, and building to try and so that we could have communication and be working effectively together. I am now starting to have reached out to the sheriff's office so that we could work more collaboratively together on some of the issues that we're facing. And so I'm also looking at pursuit of other funding sources always. Safe and healthy communities, I think that we play a big factor in that. We implemented the Agricultural Disaster Access Pass program this last year in 2023. I work with the Emergency Incident Response. We are looking at being in the Incident Response Command Center. And we are, like I said, I'm actively working with law enforcement to engage and have a better relationship with the sheriff's office. So what's coming up? And I talk fast, so I'm saving you guys. I'm saving you guys some time. I thought this year might be better, but maybe not. Ranch marketing and winery ordinance review. I promised you I would be back in front of you around July or August with an update and some metrics for you to show you where we're at. I will actively this spring, we will be out. I will be out with my boots on, GPS and crops, and making sure that the people who are doing ranch marketing and winery ordinance are doing what they need to be doing. Our website is up for 14-day pre-notification, and we will be active. We have just sent a letter out to remind people they need to do it, but we will be actively out holding hands to get people to get their stuff and understand what they need to do in that program. And I'll be bringing any suggested changes that we might have. Great. Industrial hemp pilot project review. I am actively reaching out to the sheriff to have him as a partner with us in this, with our department, a little bit better than maybe we have been in the past. And I will be bringing to you and updating you on what I feel might be issues in this. Our pilot project will kind of sunset in January of 2025. And if we don't do anything, it will be a moratorium. Our fee study has not been updated since around 2008.
Ooh.
We are tied to the legislature updates for weights and measures that come through the Department of Measurement Standards, but that doesn't count our department fees. There's certain things that we don't charge for that I will be bringing forward to you with county council. We don't charge for cannabis when we do cannabis review, things like that. So as you can imagine, our hourly fee in 2008 is a whole lot different in 2024. So those are some things that we have to look forward to. One thing that I didn't put on there is roadside vendors. I know it is something that continually is a problem. I am going to work with the sheriff to see what we can do on a county level, but this is not a county level issue. I think that I've outreached to everybody to let you guys know that, but this is a statewide issue. And I'm actively trying to push the Commissioners Association to work with the Secretary of Agriculture to see if we can get some momentum there, because every county you go into has this issue of roadside vendors. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Excellent. Well, Leanne, fabulous presentation, and agriculture is such an important function of our county, and what you and your excellent staff do really makes a difference. And under your leadership, the ag department has really blossomed and grown, and pun intended.
Yeah.
And you are also working so effectively with our ag industry, and that is so important. You are truly you and your staff are truly a collaborative partner with our ag industry. And I so appreciate that it's not an adversarial relationship, but a collaborative partner to make sure ag can be just a real asset and function of our county. So much appreciated. So Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah. So Leanne, it's not a secret. I was very concerned when we appointed you. You know that. And guess what? You have just blown it away. And I so appreciate your enthusiasm. And what's really neat is that you say it often, you're a regulator, right? And that sounds like a terrible thing, except for you do it in such a way so that everybody understands what's expected. Everybody's playing by the same rules, and you're protecting our communities. You're protecting our ag as an industry. I have so enjoyed our conversations and our one-on-ones, because just brainstorming with you and bouncing ideas and our frustrations with, where we see things should go, where we've been. It's been great. So, and that collaboration thing that you started, because I think we're all seeing it. That's been a topic that we've heard through many of these department presentations, is that everybody's realizing that this issue here is going to touch how many departments, and the more that we talk and collaborate, the better. So I just really appreciate you taking that on as a regular meeting with the folks that you interface with.
We've been doing it, but now I just think it's standardized. I mean, the planning department, the code enforcement, they're amazing. And to be able to work with them just makes us so much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel.
Tremendous transformation over your term. I mean, we've seen incredible things happening. Kudos for all of you, your work and your staff's work. You guys are doing an excellent job. There was a gentleman yesterday here during open forum talking about what sounded like a hemp pilot program, and it was missing. I don't know if you got that information, but it seems
I
like
was on another call. Danny did tell me that somebody was talking about
Yeah.
CBD, and we do have a hemp pilot project. I have had no applicants.
He was talking about something different, but
Yeah,
we'll talk about that.
Okay,
later.
all right. That was my takeaway.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just want to make sure you knew of the public comment, appropriate or not, and that's it. Thanks.
Excellent. All right. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, great presentation. There's just some concerns, especially when we're talking about the cannabis, especially when people are actually going into these ranches and leasing the property, so they can make sure that it's grandfathered in, so there's no setback. So I'm concerned a little bit about that. I'd like to make sure that we look into it a little bit deeper.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Okay.
Great presentation, and look forward to continuing to work with you, as well as getting a review and your recommendations as you work with the ag community on any adjustments we may need to make on the hemp pilot program and the ranch marketing winery ordinance. So it's been great working with you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, with that, environmental management is up. I'm not going to say let's talk trash, because you do so much more than that, Jeff. Welcome.
Good afternoon. You stole my opening line. I wanted to say that I was very thankful that I got an opportunity to, so you just don't look at me and think trash all the time.
Oh, my apologies.
So you stole my opening line. But good afternoon, board. I'm Jeff Warren, your environmental management director. And to thieve off of IT, I've done this all in AI.
Okay, can't wait to see
I
it.
said, end of the day,
Yeah.
you're at, I gotta throw in some humor for you guys. So anyway. So our mission statement for environmental management is to protect, preserve, and enhance the public health, safety, and environment through a balanced program of environmental monitoring and enforcement, innovative leadership, community education, customer service, and emergency response for the citizens and the visitors to El Dorado County. Our programs are divided up into general fund and non-general fund. On our general fund side, we have our administration, environmental health, which does our consumer protection, land use, West Slope vector, our hazardous materials section, which is our Coupa emergency response. Non-general fund is our solid waste recycling, Union Mine landfill and wastewater treatment plant, our HHW events or household hazardous waste events, and our East Slope vector. Our org chart, use our full detail here to show the breakdown of all of our staff members. We have approximately 34 FTEs. This coming year, we're going to be looking for a supplemental request for administrative technician to help us out with some of our duties. I do have Kamisha Nichols, which is one of our new hires from last June, is our environmental health program manager that took over my spot. So for environmental health, a quick overview of that one. We do food safety over inspections over the retail food facilities and grocery stores and markets. Recreational water safety, which includes pools and spas and the rafting programs. Private water wells and public small water systems. Septic systems, that whole land use, body art, medical waste inspections, epidemiology for investigating foodborne illness investigations. Most recently, Legionnaire outbreak that was up in South Lake Tahoe that we coordinated from CDPH and Public Health and Hazmat. We do our inspections, complaint investigations. We do plan checks of facilities going in that are either remodels or brand new build outs. We do food safety training, and this year food staff are going to do 1383 education for the food generator operators. On the hazardous materials side, that's our Certified Unified Program Agency, which is known as Coupa. We do underground and storage tank inspections, above ground storage tank inspections. We do all the hazardous material permits and business plans that all the businesses that do hazardous materials need to have by state. We conduct the household hazardous waste events, weather pending these days. And we have several grant programs that run through the Sheriff's Department and through Homeland Security to buy detection equipment, drones, and a robot that we have too, to go in for certain investigations. Hazmat does inspections, complaint investigations. They also do plan checks. They are a 24/7 emergency response for the whole county. So that includes everywhere up to the East Slope, all the way down, that if there's a hazardous material event, an unknown from either EDSO or fire department, my staff go out there and respond 24/7. Our solid waste, which usually see me up here for, is our solid waste management plan. We do construction and demolition permits for anyone doing remodels or new builds of how they're going to remove all the debris, the recycling. We have ordinance enforcement. We also have grant enforcements through the state, through Cal Recycle. We have our state managed diversion programs and reporting, AB 939, AB 341, 1826, and our 1383. We're also involved with EDSWAC, or Solid Waste Advisory Council, the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, and the Environmental Service Joint Powers of Authority. Solid Waste does inspections and complaints again, roadside litter pickup and illegal dumping, temporary sign abatement, and we have oversight of the 3 franchise hauler agreements within the county. Union Mine Disposal, this is our wastewater treatment plant and landfill. This is where all the leachate and septic waste is processed and buried. A surface and groundwater monitoring. We have landfill gas monitoring at the plant. We have operations and maintenance, and we have extensive mandated reporting requirements from state water boards. Our vector control is broken into two different departments. The east slope, which is a CSA 3 zone of benefit, where we tackle on the mosquitoes, yellow jackets, and plague surveillance, source treatment. We do complaint response and service request investigations. We do outreach and public education, and we follow best management practices. On the west slope, it is more of a complaint-driven, reactionary general fund from environmental health side, where we go out and treat mosquitoes. We respond to complaints, service requests, such as delivering mosquito fish to people who've got green pools or they got ponds or things like that. And we also, when we can, provide public education. Our budget is basically 26% is allocated to general fund program, which I mentioned is our admin, environmental health, hazardous materials, and west slope mosquito control. Approximately 74% is non-general fund, which is all the CSA 10s and 3s for solid waste, liquid waste, hazardous waste that come as assessments, and our franchise fees. On the right is our program, our pie chart, and I should probably make this bigger for next year, but our bottom note is that we continue to operate at a net zero county cost.
Nice.
Some of the metrics and performance indicators for last year. For the environmental management hazardous materials side, we have approximately 945 facilities and business plans. We have 468 hazardous waste generators, 121 above ground tanks, 76 underground tanks, and the tiered permitting for all the different tanks there is 6. Environmental health, we see the breakdown of body art. Our general food sanitation, which is all of our restaurants, markets, grocery stores, gas station, convenience stores. We have about just under 1,500 there. And that medical waste, we have 18 facilities, and our recreational pools and spas, 242, 74 liquid waste haulers, and then we have 107 small water systems. And with the metrics, we see on the right-hand side of our hazardous materials, we've conducted 179 routine inspections. But more importantly, the enforcement actions we can see there, we've done 19 enforcement actions, which could be administrative actions where a gas station tank has a containment issues and not doing the monitoring. They failed to do the right testing. So we do go after them to make them fix those problems. On the environmental health side, we can see we've done over 1,300 routine inspections, but more importantly, the 30 health permit suspensions due to an imminent health risk is what we go out there and look for. And we've investigated 30 complaints. Vector control, to give them, they're due on east slope, all the different treatments of over 400 treatments for mosquitoes, over 300 for bees. And we've had 3 plague surveillances or hantavirus alongside with CDPH up in the areas up there on the trails. And West Slope has investigated or delivered 44 fish requests, and we've had deliveries, investigated 42 complaints. And we did have 3 cases of West Nile virus this year that we helped investigate with public health. And we also test for dead birds. So this year, last year, we tested for 17 dead birds and 4 came out positive. And so what we do with those is we find the areas that the birds are finding, so we can go do some surveillance to see, are we finding more outbreaks of the West Nile virus or possibilities of it. Our role in the strategic plan, good governance, to identify sources of revenue, which we see on our solid waste and hazardous waste side of the house, whether it's securing grants from either the state or the federal government. Our infrastructure, usually that falls under Union Mine of maintaining our county facilities and looking for other ways of renewable energy, as mentioned before from CEO's office with biomass, that we're looking at the compost and biochar to see if that offsets some of the procurement goals for 1383. And public safety, our role is working with other agencies during emergencies, which we've done through Caldor and mosquito fires. Our challenges and initiatives, our challenges for this coming year is continue to be 1383 with organic waste program. Still working on waivers, procurement policy that's in the works with Eldorado Disposal and going through the process there. And this year is starting some enforcement. So we've done the educational component, but this year will be the enforcement phase, still heavy on the educational component of it. We have the challenges are state mandated inspection frequencies and funding for general programs, such as our LPA program. We've had funding from that since 2014. But the frequencies on our staffing levels, which is recruitment for vacancies, is that inventory continues to grow, but our staffing levels haven't been able to. Union line compliance with the Regional Water Quality Control Board with their directives and maintenance, that is an ongoing issue that we're constantly working with, just with running a landfill and maintaining an old system and the maintenance. And the last one here is our litter and illegal dumping. It's just a big challenge for us. We have the 2 litter crews on the west slope that maintain the county roads and county right-of-ways, removing unwanted materials. And then the Tahoe Basin, we do have Clean Tahoe to assist us up there. Some of our initiatives, we're continuing to work with 1383 with implementation, reporting, and tracking. We're working on different legislation avenues to help the county and help other counties out in need. And hopefully that will work well with us. Union Mine, we're working on the influent limit increase with our permits. We still have the ARPA funding of $2.9 million for the headworks. And we do have supplemental budget requests this year for repairs and maintenance that have been kind of deferred. Our HHW events, we're working with Eldorado Transportation on a new home for our events. They have a lot down off Bass Lake Road that they're doing further development. So we are still looking for a little piece down there to have it called our home. Staffing and recruitments, we've got incentive offers for hazard material specialist and the supplemental request for an admin technician to help us out. We're also going to be looking at a replacement software for our end of life Envision Connect that we're using. So we're going through the process now and going for RFP very shortly. And our roadside litter abatement program, we're going to look at revising the solid waste ordinance to include some enforcement mechanisms so we can help address illegal dumping. And with that, I'll yield my 3 minutes for questions.
Excellent.
I feel it's like a chess match. Like hit it now.
Well, Jeff, it's a pleasure to work with you. I mean, environmental management, you don't always deal with the most fun aspects of our county. And there's been so much legislation and regulation that's been passed down from the state. And you've helped us walk through that in our options in a very user-friendly way. And I've really appreciated that because it's been at times hard to understand the enormous challenges, before us and what good options we had. And really appreciate you helping us
It's
do that.
difficult to understand it as well too sometimes. So it's good that we have the culture here that we can talk like this. And
I appreciate that.
And I also like to add on that with agriculture, we do work collaboratively with our illegal food vendors as well. And it's a partnership that we'll be looking at continue on.
Yeah, there's so much synergies between our departments as has been brought out. And I love this spirit of collaboration that is really being ingrained in our county culture. And I think it's really exciting. And our residents will be best served by this high level of collaboration, collegiality. And I so appreciate that. Also have to give a shout out to your crews who are always so responsive when we have illegal dumping. And I know I've had several instances in District 3 and you've been on it. And that's just so important because that's just abomination in our county. So yeah, thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. You are always so responsive in some of these things that we get phone calls about and they're never straightforward. And I have to, I'm sad that Supervisor Lane's not here, but I'll let her know because we're not doing to and froms too well lately. But I had a meeting with these two last Friday, I think, because I had a conversation. I know it's like, well, I know. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's so great, Leanne and Jeff, and because Supervisor Lane had mentioned the bear and the trash problem at a luncheon we were at. I know, and so I went and RCRC is working on updating that legislation, and I hadn't really thought about the bear problem so much until I talked to her, and then I brought in these two guys for a conference, a meeting to talk to our wildlife biologist, who's now connected with RCRC for this update to legislation that's really needed, and apparently our county will benefit the most by this update. And I didn't realize all that. So I just think that having these conversations, because I knew we had a problem in the North County in my district, but I didn't realize how bad it was up there, and I didn't realize it was from the 1383 specifically. So all these connections are great. And again, thank you, Jeff, and for hanging out with me at those ESJPA meetings where we do talk trash. because you're just an invaluable resource to me when I go, what are they talking about? So thank you for that.
And I get to show for you around, so.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's my driver.
The bonus. Thank you, Supervisor Carlin. Supervisor Turnbull.
You know, there's been some concerns and people have emailed me and stuff. And do you know when they're going to get those other trash cans, especially for food waste, especially in South County, like in Mount Autumn area? And do you have any idea at all?
Well, the yard waste bins is what's being used for the organic compost.
Okay.
So the yard waste, if you're subscribed to yard waste, unless you have the population or elevation exemption, you don't have to do that. So there's no new bins that are being delivered. The bins that
Okay,
are
so they
being,
can, so that's
if they have
yeah,
yard
I'm
waste,
glad
you'll
you're
be
clarifying
mixing.
that, because they thought it was going to be another bin, so they can actually use it.
Well, just to piggyback, there are bins out there with the blue lids versus the yellow. And I do think El Dorado Disposal needs to put out something to clarify all this. I personally think it's a little, it's not clear.
So the yellow trash lids are recycle only, and those are
Right.
being.
I'm sorry, the green, there's green, blue and yellow now. This is,
Yeah,
there's.
so the
that's
blue ones are recycle.
Blue. So they're replacing that. See what I mean? They
My
need to.
my
they
neighbor,
need-
my neighbor just got a brand new one, so I drive by, I
Right.
could see the stickers on it, so they're replacing them as they can roll them out. So
Okay.
the blue lids, as you think would be a new can, you think that's where you're throwing the
Right.
garbage, and that's what you're not supposed to throw, because you'll probably get in trouble for it. But the blue lids are for recycling.
Okay.
And the yard waste is traditionally, for me, I mean, it's my green lid bin.
Right.
And that's where you mix in your yard waste with your food waste, your
Yeah,
organics.
so the only ones that are out there is what I have is yellow and black. Black
Right, so it's
lid and,
recycle and you have regular yard waste. So
yes,
if you're
but
in the
that's
area.
a lot of them are there. There's.
But I
there's
think the
none of
point
other
is
ones.
that El Dorado
Yeah.
Disposal really needs to do
Needs
a
to
big
clarify
blast
that
and
or
clarify stuff for everyone, because I'm pretty engaged and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Good to pass on.
Yeah.
Excellent. Supervisor Heddle.
Jeff, thank you and your department for all the hard work you do. You do a yeoman's job of leading this organization, leading the environmental management organization and making things effective. One quick question. Do we have a location yet for El Dorado County residents to go and pick up compost for their garden, et cetera? I know the city of Placerville has implemented a site. Have we done that yet?
We are in the process. We have the contract that's been sent over to contracts and procurement for
Okay.
review for the legal purposes. So it doesn't outline the exact location, but it outlines areas as needed. So once we get that back, we'll be bringing it back to your board for authorization. And once we do that, we can move forward with it.
Okay.
Again, we'll call it the pay-as-you-go program. Will be billed quarterly at the amount brought in and we'll be able to use the existing location for Placerville right now. And they're not discriminating if
Okay.
you're not a city resident or not.
Oh, nice.
So
That is nice.
you might be able to go up there and get some compost now if it's available. But we're planning on utilizing that spot. And then as we start to grow, we can look at other locations such as El Dorado Hills or Cameron Park, areas that we'd be able to utilize and maintain.
Would just remind me where the location is in Placerville. Do you remember?
I'd have to get the exact
Okay,
address
that's
for you.
fine. We'll get it
I don't know
later.
where it is.
Saw it somewhere. It's on-
Okay, great. Good. Excellent. Well, thank
Yeah.
you so much, Jeff. Great presentation and
Thank you
look
for all your
forward to-
support as well. You enjoy
Thanks,
working
Jeff.
with
I
all.
appreciate it.
enjoy working with you too.
too.
Well done.
And we'll
Thank
see
you
you
so
Thursday.
much. All right, building and planning is up. Welcome, Karen. You were with us yesterday and it's nice to have you back today.
I know, thank you. And I realize, I think with the changes, I'm the thing that's standing between you and being done after 2 long days. So I will try and go quickly here, but
Not at all.
thank you so much. And so I'm Karen Garner, the Planning and Building Director for the county. And so as you mentioned, we had a conversation yesterday and that was more focused on what can we do better and increasing efficiency. So I'm pleased to return today and I feel like I can talk more about what we've accomplished and some of the good things going on in our department and share those things.
Love it.
So our mission statement, much like Leanne, we try and fit everything into one long run-on sentence. So our mission statement for Planning and Building Department is to guide land use and the development consistent with the general plan, building codes, and related regulations by providing accurate, timely, and courteous professional and technical services to our customers to maintain the county's unique quality of life, protect public safety and the environment, and to promote economic vitality for current and future generations. I do think, especially the first half of that fits in well with some of the conversation we had yesterday. Org chart. So we've got several divisions. Overall, we now have 104 full-time positions. That's changed from last year with the addition of the 3 code enforcement positions that the board was gracious enough to allocate to our department. So we are up to 104 and about 6 extra help. So our divisions, the building division, planning division, we have, as we've talked about, this Tahoe planning, countywide stormwater and VHR, economic development, code enforcement, commercial cannabis, airports, and cemeteries. Oops. All right. As far as what we do in the planning division, I'm not going to read through all this, but obviously planning division, we are processing entitlements and requests. So things like conditional use permits or tentative maps or design review. We also do the long range planning out of this division. So that is looking at things related to the general plan and the policies and the direction from the general plan, other ordinances and things that we need to develop, as well as just keeping our general plan updated. The Tahoe planning, stormwater, and VHR division does exactly those things. Again, the stormwater, that is countywide, but there are 2 sort of separate pieces to stormwater because it's a different Regional Water Quality Control Board area up in Tahoe versus the West Slope. So different regulations apply in Tahoe that apply on the West Slope. And then our economic development division, of course, they're here to help with businesses, to help with our existing businesses so that they thrive, but also to be an attractive place for new businesses, growing businesses, or entrepreneurs as well. And then commercial cannabis division, oversight of our cannabis activities. And so that includes our retail facilities and our grow areas as well. And we've actually had a lot of activity in this area as of late, including relooking at our cannabis ordinance. And so as we have been getting these through, it has really helped us as staff to really look at our process and start honing it down and figuring out, where we can speed things up, how we can do a better job now that we actually have a couple under our belt. So I expect as the more we do, kind of the quicker some of those processes will go. Then airports and cemeteries, we talked a lot about that yesterday, so I'm not going to say too much about that at this point. I'll share a little bit, some of the good things that are happening in there in a bit. And then code enforcement, again, adding 3 positions. We have closed recruitment for that and expect to be interviewing starting in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully get those filled very soon. And then our building division, of course, that is our largest division in terms of staff and actually revenue generation as well. And they are reviewing all the plans against California Building Code and making sure that everything complies and is safe. All of these divisions work together very closely. As just a quick example, of course, code enforcement, they're out there applying the rules and regulations of both building and planning. And so oftentimes they're consulting, even though they have a pretty good idea of building code, that's part of their training. And they also know the zoning ordinance. There's always those weird ones that come up where they have to come in and consult with other staff and get some direction and help on things. So as far as our appropriations, again, big department. So we are about $23.5 million in appropriations. The largest of those is our building division, about 6.2 million, followed by planning at about 3.7 million. And then admin, kind of those things that are across all divisions, is about 3.6 million. And then the others are smaller from there. As far as net county cost, it is a net county cost is about 6.5 million. Our building, as you see, is kind of below the line there. They actually bring in more revenue than the cost of their services. Now, that doesn't necessarily include all the indirects, but as far as, salaries of staff and then, the cost of actually running that department on a day-to-day basis. But then, of course, we've got other divisions that are have some cost to the county, and most of them are fairly low, but of course, planning and then operations or admin has some county costs. But again, overall, when you look at our total appropriations of 23.5 million and the actual county costs of 6.5 million, we do recover a lot of our costs. And so as far as revenue, general fund revenue, 14.2 million, the largest by far is the license fees and permit fees that we recover primarily again through building and through planning, but also code enforcement, VHR, all those go into that. So 62% of all of our general fund revenue is from licenses and permits. With the recently approved fee study, we expect that to actually increase a little bit. So that fee study, if you recall, we project our cost recovery at about 91%. So we should again see that increase. Our next largest as far as revenue are service charges. These are things like staff time and materials when we directly charge to a project, or the consultant is directly, we're kind of pass through the consultant time to work on a project that gets passed through to the developer. And then other financing sources, the largest one out of there is our grant funding, like our ARPA broadband funding is in the other financing. So that was the lion's share of that. And then just some smaller revenue sources from there. And then our non-general fund revenue sources, which this includes housing, airports, and our one zone of benefit cemetery, Georgetown Cemetery. So very small programs there. We have revenues about just over 3 million, and most of that is for airports, the rent we charge for the hangars, tie down land space. We also get some funding from grants. That's the intergovernmental piece, both housing and FAA, we get grant funding. And then miscellaneous revenue, that includes our fuel sales at the airports. We do have a markup on our fuel and do get a significant revenue from our fuel sales. All right, service and performance indicators. These are numbers. If I know yesterday, late in the day, I sent you a link to our new quarterly reports. And so these are similar numbers, and we'll keep that updated. But one thing I wanted to point out without going through these numbers, every single set of numbers, is when you look at the building numbers for applications, as an example, we're comparing in this chart last year, total year, and then the first 2 quarters of this year. We're just really barely under 50%. So, I point that out because, there's this concern about construction activity slowing down. We've seen a little bit, but it has not been significant. So, I know the recorder's office has not seen the activity as far as the recordations of property changing hands. But what this tells me is that a lot of the developers, they're moving forward. There may be more inventory out there that's waiting to be sold, but I think they trust that the market's going to return. They trust that this is a good market, and so they're ready when things start changing. And I'm hearing that we have probably topped out, cross fingers, topped out on our interest rates, and that we may even start seeing some decreases starting this summer. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to the housing market if we do see some decreases, and may be very busy in the permit area. So I will just point that out again for building. And in planning, it's pretty similar. We're just about halfway from where we were a year ago. We are getting through our backlog. So when you look at the projects in process, that was kind of the backlog piece. We are significantly down from where we were at the end of last fiscal year. I do want to just point out a couple of things as far as what we're working on, what we're doing for planning, and actually the whole department, we're almost fully staffed. We have those 3 code enforcement vacancies, and I think about 3 other vacancies, one which we're kind of holding on to vacant right now anyway. So we have added some fantastic planning staff, just great experience and knowledge and different experience and knowledge, which is really helpful. So we've got a great team, and I'm very excited about the folks we have had on board, but then the new folks we have brought on as well. On the building side, one of the exciting things that they're doing is they're in the testing phase of our online solar permitting. This is a requirement of the state that we have an online solar permitting program. And so they did a lot of research to find some vendors that provided this. And so that is in the testing phase. We expect it to go live probably beginning of February. Interestingly, the state did provide some grant funding to get this up and running, but as the theme, often is the unfunded mandates or the costs that get passed down from the state. Of course, there's no funding for the ongoing maintenance of this program. So that is something we have to build into our budget. One of the other interesting stories, actually, let me go back. It's more on the planning side. This is a combination of planning or Tahoe planning and our building. As you know, there are allocations from TRPA as far as how many new homes can be built in the Tahoe Basin. And in order to get your full allocation, you have to go through these audits where they look at how you have reviewed plans, were you compliant with all the TRPA regulations. And so in May, we received word from TRPA that we received our full residential allocation, and they do it in 2-year cycles. So for 23, 24, and I want to say it's about 60 units. It's not a lot, but that's the max we can have. And so you have to score above a 90. We scored, I think it was about 92.54. So we're really pleased with that and happy to be able to get those full allocations thanks to a fantastic team in both the building side and the Tahoe planning side. Okay, moving on to long-range planning. A lot of things going on there that I know you're aware of because we come to you every year with our update, and we're actually I think it's getting close to the time we'll be back with that update. And we have a lot of things in process. Again, we've got full staffing now in long range planning. And so a lot of things are in process. You're going to start seeing a lot of things come forward. You saw the safety element, the kickoff to that, scenic corridor. The big thing we're all waiting for, of course, is our design criteria. And that has just been, we're still working on the contract, but that is almost done. It's just been very difficult to just get that in a way that it makes sense to everybody. And we're very clear on timelines and expectations and milestones and deliverables, all those things. And then as soon as that is signed, we'll immediately kick off and get the interim standards in front of the board so that we have something in place, and then go back and work on the individual communities as we've laid out. And the other exciting piece for long range planning, and again with Tahoe planning, is kicking off the Tahoe El Dorado area plan. So if anybody's looked at our general plan and looked in the Tahoe, you just see a big white space with no zoning or anything around Tahoe. And this would fix that. So it just really takes a look like we've probably never really done for Tahoe, and make sure it aligns with TRPA's vision, make sure it aligns with the county's vision, and will allow us to potentially be in line for some additional funding sources, make it easier and more clear for a lot of people, because there are some parcels there that, zoning and land use say something on the county side, but on the TRPA side, it's something totally different. And it just really makes it difficult for people to develop certain parcels. So this will clarify all those things. On the economic development side, as you know, Kyle's done a wonderful job of securing funding for broadband. It seems to be one of the few little buckets out there on the state and federal level where there's money, and he's continuing to look at that and actually is working on a $30 million grant, and that would actually be in combination with some of the service providers, and they have the ability to go after their own grant fund. So it could potentially be even more than that if we were awarded that come into El Dorado County. And as you know, Kyle's been really kind of on the forefront of this compared to other jurisdictions. And so it's been really exciting to see, that money come in for that purpose, something we definitely need to get our rural areas connected and, make it easier for people to work at home or just connect to the things that they need to connect to.
Yeah. Can I interrupt? Okay.
Yes, you may.
Ponte Pomero, that housing senior, they're looking for a cell tower because they don't have good cell service there. And if it's a possibility to put it up on the county property up on the hill.
Okay.
Something to look into.
Yeah. We've got applications from providers right now, so I can let them know that's a need.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, on the code enforcement side, we've got, of course, a great team on the code enforcement side. They have now, we had 3 new folks a year ago. They are now on their own. They have got all their certifications. They are well into their areas, and they've done a great job at going through kind of a backlog that we had in code enforcement as well. There was a lot of old cases that had never been fully resolved that were hanging out there. They've done so much research going back and either just closing them out because the issue is no longer there, or if the issue is still there, restarting that process and getting it resolved. And then, of course, with the focus on VHRs, that is an area they have also really been a big help with. On the stormwater side, one of the things that staff has done is stormwater is not just, it's kind of countywide as far as any construction has stormwater regulations. And so our stormwater staff have put together some excellent training with all the building inspectors. I know they're going to be working with DOT and the folks that are out there as well. So they make sure that we're doing things the right way because, again, Regional Water Quality Control Board, as I know, have heard stories, they can come out and they have big fines if you're not doing things correctly. So we want to make sure that at least on the county side, we've got the right thing in the plans, the right requirements, and that out in the field, that when we go and doing our inspections, that the contractor has all the right things out in the field so that we don't run into problems. And of course, also protecting, number one, our stormwater, making sure that soils and any contaminants stay on site and don't get into our stormwater system. Airports and cemeteries, again, we talked a lot about that yesterday, but I do want to say, airports and cemetery staff, the one thing we didn't mention yesterday is of all the changes that those 2 divisions have gone through, they've always stayed together. And so that's a very close team. They actually help each other out a lot, and which has been a huge benefit because sometimes, especially with a small staff, all of a sudden you'll have a lot of work on the airport side. They can all help with that. And then, for whatever reason, it swings the other way and they can all help with that. So great staff in both airports and cemeteries. Airports, they have worked very hard, also had a backlog. When that did come into planning and building, there was a lot of old leases that just had sort of been neglected or put on hold for whatever reason. They've really been working through those and getting those up to date. And then, launched a lot of efforts, including the economic study of the airports. That's actually going to wrap up probably in April. So we'll have some good information from that. And then with cemeteries, as it says here, they assisted with 48 burials over the past fiscal year. And so that is a very customer service, high touch kind of work that they do. I'm very sensitive, of course, when you're dealing with that kind of situation, and our staff do an excellent job. I hear compliments about them all the time. As far as our role in the strategic plan, we certainly support safe and healthy communities. We are working with a consultant right now in our housing programs, and they're kind of cleaning it all up for us, making it, giving us a report that even I can understand what exactly we have, because that's been sort of a mystery, I think, for a lot of us. When CJ left, she took so much knowledge, and so they're working on that to see exactly what we have and then make some recommendations of where we can do things better and some of the funds that we have collected. So for example, we had a first-time home buyer program, years ago. As people have paid off those loans, that money goes into a fund. It's just been sitting there. We haven't been reusing it. And so they're going to help us make some recommendations. Hey, do we want to continue using this for a first-time home buyers program? Do we want to tweak it, do something slightly different? How do we want to structure that? But if we've got money sitting there that we can use to help get people into housing, we want to do that. So I'm looking forward to that report. We also support thriving economy, obviously, with our economic development division, supports most of the things in that area of the strategic plan. I'm so looking forward to getting started on our economic development strategic plan. We're just wrapping up on looking at CDAC, and that committee will be coming back to the board with those recommendations. And I think once that's done, then we can move on with the strategic plan and some of the other items in the countywide strategic plan. And then let me go back here. We also support, of course, in thriving economy, it talks about streamline and increase transparency of projects and permitting, which again, we talked about yesterday. Workforce excellence, employee retention. We've worked very hard to get staffed. And like I said, we are now at our lowest vacancy rate since I've been here for the past couple of years. And it is starting to show. I mean, you really start feeling the difference when you actually have staff there to work on the projects and pass things off to, and you're not wondering like, oh great, if I can't give one more thing to Rob, so who am I going to give this to? So it's nice. I have other people I can pass things off to. And then upcoming policy and programmatic changes, like others have talked about, just continued new state legislation. What is a little different, they've long focused on planning and making things faster, checklists, timelines, all those things. They're now turning their focus on the building side of things. And so building recently had to implement AB 2234. And so if you go on the building services website, you'll see information about that, but very similar to what's been required of planning more and more. They had to put together sample, ideal applications. They had to put together checklists. They have to process certain permits within a certain amount of days. And that's very new and different for building. So, it's challenging, but they have done that and have met the requirements of AB 2234. Another one I want to mention as an example, because it's not always just new legislation, it's actually old legislation that continues to evolve. And so you've probably heard of MWELO, which is the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance that the state, that's been around. It was first adopted in 1993. So back when I was a young planner, I had to, look at plans, and it was very simple back then. It was literally, okay, what kind of plants are they planting? I had this checklist. Is that a high water use, medium water use, low water use? And then you do a simple little calculation and you're done. Well, fast forward many years, it has really changed, and it is so much more involved now. I mean, they are looking at not only the plants, they have to look at the soil, they have to look at irrigation, the stormwater, and they have to require all this documentation of the developer. We have to do annual reports. We have to make sure that all that's there. We just got word that now they're expecting we actually go out on site for single family homes to verify the landscaping, that it matches the plans. And so we sat around talking about this. It's like, that's a full-time person at least, at a minimum. It doesn't sound too bad, does it? I can count points. But, I think we believe we can maybe do some kind of self-certification to avoid that cost. we're going to try it anyway. But, again, that's been around, but they just continue to evolve that regulation and add more and add more and add more, all state required, no money whatsoever. We also have to, of course, do training all the time to keep up on what's the latest. What do we have to make sure we're not missing? So some of the other upcoming things, again, the implementation of the interim design standards and beginning work on the community design standards. That'll be a big focus, and we're all very excited about that. I know everybody's very anxious, so we will get that rolling this year. And then last thing, we're looking at both VHR and cannabis ordinance changes. So whatever comes our way, we will make sure and get those implemented. With the last few minutes, I wanted to share with you, this comment came up about customer service surveys. So here's a copy. We do customer service surveys. I actually see a lot of excellent, and I want to just read some of them, just kind of proof that yes, good things are said about us. So Marcella is amazing and always there to help. She always is helpful with providing information and helping with the permit process. She makes the experience smooth and easy. I just want to make sure I let Kevin's manager know that he is a gem. I couldn't be more impressed with his knowledge, professionalism, helpfulness, and kindness. He made a stressful process so easy. He needs a raise. And then I get unsolicited. This is not a survey. This is just an email that came directly to me. And this is about Nancy Okasaki, one of our dev techs. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says she is a true standout among your employees. Our first contact with Nancy was when we arrived at the public counter as walk-ins, arriving unknowingly at the start of the noon lunch break. Miss Okasaki was working with the counter that day, even though the counter was closed and she was due her lunch. She stayed 10 minutes into her lunch to help answer our questions. She went the extra mile, took our phone number and called us later with updated information. She treated us kindly and we never felt like we were only being tolerated and moved down the line to be someone else's problem.
Wow.
Then another one about Ben, one of our other dev techs. Is rare to experience a call that was so inclusive and allowed all the time necessary to achieve answers to my many questions. Ben exemplifies professionalism, knowledge, kindness, and the patience to guide me to the websites that best deliver in writing the answers he provided. He went above and beyond with explanations that are not in the website and can only be delivered by a human for better understanding. In a nutshell, Ben made me look good to present this information to the property owner, my client. And then this was, I think, one of my favorites, and this was actually regarding a few of our staff, Sarisa, Bill McDowell, Tanya Kane. I feel very lucky that so many helpful, thoughtful, and courteous people work at my El Dorado County Building Department. I can come in for full analysis on specific questions and come out understanding why my proposed plans are denied. So someone had their plans denied and still took the time to write a positive review. So I can't ask for more than that. I do have amazing staff. They really do care and they really do try and help people out. So I look forward to, the folks that were mentioned, they are amazing examples. And so I'm going to have them help me write the book on providing customer service. And as was said by some others before too, the department head team is amazing. Work closely with Leanne, Joey, county council, you name it. And everybody is always so accommodating, so helpful. There's no, competitiveness at all. It's always, how can I help you? And I really do appreciate that. That is not true everywhere, but we have an amazing and talented department head team. And then, of course, thank you to the board for the action yesterday, but just the support you provide our department all the time.
Well said.
Wow,
And we're right on.
perfect. That was
awesome. Any better than that. Well, Karen, all of us interface with your department a lot, and so does our community. And it is truly a pleasure to work with you and your staff who are just so dedicated. I mean, this presentation gave us all a glimpse of the vast array of issues that you touch. And I'm so happy. I think we're all so happy to hear that you're fully staffed just about, and that you've been able to hire some expert, planners to help reduce and kind of, levy the workload. So just kudos to all of you. That's wonderful. Supervisor Turnbull, you were first.
Yeah, Karen, thank you. Title 25, awesome. I really mean that. And you remember, there was one more person that thanked you, remember, in Grizzy? It was Keith. Remember that when he had a hard time getting it through, and he was told me he was going to give you a hug. Did he give you a hug or not? He did.
And everybody in my office knows I'm not really a hugger. But that was an exception I was happy to make.
Yeah. So anyway, it was awesome. Yeah.
Nice.
He was very, very grateful. So it was awesome.
That's wonderful. Supervisor Heidel.
We've had a lot of recent discussions, so I'm not going to repeat those. I think you're on a great path. There's obviously work to be done as continuous improvement is always there, right? But you're making great progress. I did have one question related to the non-general fund revenue sources. Which category, I'm guessing it's miscellaneous revenue, would be payments by developers for services like Central Eldorado Hills, specific plan work? Which of these would be the revenue stream that money would go into? Can you help me with that one?
I can find that. Yeah, so that, so you're talking about when a developer pays a consultant. So that actually goes through our general fund.
General fund, okay.
Yes, that is service charges.
Service charges, that's where it's included? So there's a total of that of 2.5 million. And of that, could you just guesstimate what percentage it might have been developer reimbursement? I don't know how it's broken down.
No, but almost, I mean, I've got 1.9 million out of 2.5 is both staff time charged to a specific project or consultant time charged to a specific project.
That's good enough. Thank you. That helps.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, just thank you, Karen, we talk about your department a lot. And I feel that you are striving to really address the concerns with the reorg and everything. And we've talked quite a bit about your department. So, and I always encourage people to tell their story because sometimes that gets lost because we only hear complaints usually. Although, yesterday I did say I had one business owner that loves your department. So, so thank you for bringing those. We need to hear that, you need to hear that. Your staff needs to know that the public hears it. And so thank you for doing that. That was very, very meaningful.
In fact, piggybacking on that, I was going to wrap it up with, kudos to Nancy, Kevin, Marcella, Ben, Sarisa, Bill, and Tanya. So from the board, well done. Thank you so much for your excellent customer service, as well as all of our other staff that provide dedicated and diligent service to the public. So it's deeply appreciated and really looking forward to the improvements that your department will be making, and just really respect that process and all of you for embarking on that. So thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of our presentations today. And Karen, I loved how you brought up all of our department heads that we've heard from. There is, as I have said earlier, seems like a new level of collegiality in this county. And it's just really refreshing. Love to see how you're all interacting, not only with each other, with our community, and with this board. And we all are dedicated, and we recognize that the work we do for the taxpayers of El Dorado County, and we are all dedicated to serving them and working together to give them the best possible service they can. So we do have an exceptional quality of life here in El Dorado County. And it's a pleasure to be working with all of you to accomplish that goal. And just as a brief, we still have transportation and the surveyor, which we will hear that at next Tuesday's board meeting after 3 p.m. So they will.
Do you want to take public comment to date or just put it off?
No, okay. I'm gonna open it up for public comment on the land use and development, which is agriculture, environmental management, and building and planning. All right, so with that, let's open public comment.
Now taking public comment on land use and development. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the room? Not seeing any.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
Oh, we wore them out.
With that, we are adjourned for today. Thank you to our staff for hanging with us, CAO's office and county council, and then my colleagues. It was a pleasure being with all of you today and hearing these excellent presentations. So with that,
Thank you,
good
everybody.
night.